Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was raised by Greek god Zoe and Artemis? Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support He original author for this beautiful creation. The boy with the lightning scar. Potter scowled out of the window of his small room. It had been 3 weeks since he had seen Cedric's death and been dumped on his relatives with a pat on his back. Not one word had been spoken to him by the wizarding world since then. Not one person had checked on the boy with the lightning scar's mental health. For Christ's sake, he had just seen a friend murdered right before his eyes and no one was concerned. The boy with the lightning scar knew that the aging headmaster would most likely be involved in politics of the wizarding world, and the earliest he could see him was late this summer. It was a good thing that the boy with the lightning scar hid his intelligence and some of his friendships from his so-called best friends. He most likely would have stewed all summer and unleashed all of his pent-up emotions in one go and then instantly forgiven one and all. That was probably his godfather's plan. Come to think of it, he knew that if his godfather had really wanted to, he would have contacted the boy with the lightning scar. The man had contacted him when he had just escaped Azkaban and every Auror was out looking for him. The heat had died down considerably by now, so it was obvious that his godfather was ignoring him as well. The boy with the lightning scar had given his friends an honorary family 3 weeks to contact him and 4 years to teach him about the wizarding world and his place in it. It was time for the boy with the lightning scar to meet the goblins. "Hello, Dursleys." The boy with the lightning scar greeted his family in the morning. "What do you want, boy? We've left you alone. Now you're supposed to keep out of normal lives," Vernon spat. "Indeed," the boy with the lightning scar mused. "Which is why I've come to talk to you about getting your help to get me completely out of your hair for the summer, if not the rest of our lives." Vernon had almost interrupted his nephew when the boy with the lightning scar had remarked he needed help, but now he was glad he didn't. Getting rid of his nephew for the rest of the summer, maybe life, Vernon wasn't going to pass this chance up. "Okay boy, what do you need?" "A ride to London tomorrow and to be dropped off where I can get my school supplies. After that I will either be out of your hair, or I will need to return for a few days while everything is put together." Vernon could barely contain his glee at the prospect. It wouldn't even be that far out of his way in the morning. "Very well, the boy with the lightning scar," he remarked, shocking all those that were at the kitchen, as Vernon rarely ever called the boy with the lightning scar by his name. "I leave at 7:30 every morning, so I expect you to be packed and ready to go tomorrow." "Yes, Uncle Vernon," the boy with the lightning scar remarked, and then backed out of the kitchen. The boy with the lightning scar didn't want to push his luck and decided to start packing. The drive the next morning was silent and both occupants in the car were perfectly fine with that. No words were exchanged as the boy with the lightning scar removed his trunk and owl cage from the car. Making his way into the leaky cauldron, the boy with the lightning scar shrunk both the trunk and cage and pocketed them as he made his way to Gringotts. Since it was still rather early in the morning, there were no visitors in the lobby of the bank, which made it quite simple for him to approach a teller. "What do you want, wizard?" "I wish to speak to the representative of the people that manages the Potter's account. I have much gold to spend and all can be spent at Gringotts." This caught the attention of many of the goblins in the atrium. A wizard had just said their nation correctly and had promised a profit to Gringotts. This was quickly noticed by all, as goblins loved a profit. "Very well, Mr. Potter. I will summon your account manager for your business." "Thank you, Master Goblin." It was only a few minutes later that the boy with the lightning scar was escorted to the account manager's office as a surlier-looking goblin glanced down on him. "It's about time you've come to see me, Mr. Potter. We were beginning to get annoyed at your ignoring of the letters we sent." "Ah, then you must be another group that was blocked by the illegal owl ward. She was placed on me by the oh-so-intelligent Ministry of Magic." "Sorry about that. I have never received any correspondence from Gringotts, and only the fact that I branched out with a few secret friends. Did I know that I had more than my trust vault? If this is true, Mr. Potter, then we must correct this wrongful act placed upon you. Drop a bit of you blood on here and we'll see what all Gringotts needs to do for you today." Grabbing the offered dagger, The boy with the lightning scar carefully cut his palm and allowed his blood to drop on the offered parchment. The blood was absorbed, and for a few seconds, the parchment was left blank, and then it began to write. The boy with the lightning scar, James Potter, age 15. Son of Lily Potter, née Evans, and James Potter, heir of Potter, Black, Peverell, Gryffindor families. Magical core blocked 65 blocked. 40 Lily Potter, 25 Albus the aging headmaster. Partial metamorphosis talents 95 blocked. Natural occlumency barriers 100 blocked. Natural parseltongue. Soul leech present. Illegal charms present. Tracking, male wards, blood wards. Legacy of Greek god. Zeus and Hermes. Legacy of Greek goddess, Hecate and Nemesis. The boy with the lightning scar sta. Read at the parchment as he slowly digested the information in front of him. His anger was much at the blocks on his magic and the illegal wards, but what he was focused on was the confusion at the last two lines. Oh, Mr. Potter, I'm only sorry that you didn't meet me sooner, as my days just got a lot more interesting, the goblin cackled. So, I'm sure you have many questions. Ask your first. What does it mean, legacy of Greek gods? Ah, I figured that would be your first one. Since you were raised by mundanes, I assume one of your school lesson discussed the Greek Parthenon. Well, all those stories are real. They aren't the entire truth, as many stories were mixed up through translation errors, but the gods and monsters are very much alive in this world. So you're saying that Hold it, Mr. Potter. Names are powerful in the realm of mythology, and you would do well not to casually throw out names, especially those of the big three. That will just attract monsters nearby. But, yes, Mr. Potter, the Greek myths are alive and well today in America, and I believe your next adventure awaits there. Very well. I learned just 5 years ago that there was a secret society hidden from non-magical folks. What's one more that I am thrust into? The boy with the lightning scar chuckled nervously. All right, next question. What the hell is a soul leech? At this the goblin grew angry, and did not help him in the beauty department. Soul leeches are the vilest acts of magic you human wizards can make. It is a part of a whole soul that was split, and to split your soul usually means the murdering of an innocent. This magic is what you would call a Horcrux, and no known human magic can get rid of the soul without destroying the container. And yet, you remarked human magic. Good, you caught that. I would not be doing business with a dunderhead. Goblins have a ritual that can remove the soul piece from you and also any other soul pieces made by the same person and destroy them. The good news for you is that we goblins do this service for free, and the ritual will also remove all of your blocks and catch your body up to where it should be. Well, when can we start the ritual? IWVICE. Who taught you the way of the goblins? You must have been taught, for many of your contemporaries do not treat us the way we are supposed to be. Professor Flitwick at Hogwarts spoke of customs and how to make the most of our time in Gringotts. He often spoke of what I was supposed to do while I sat in his office keeping up with my mundane school work. There was no better tutor for my maths. He's the only professor, other than the aging headmaster, that knows what I am doing. Ah, the goblin nodded. Yes, that would explain it. Of course, there would be no better than a goblin to explain numbers. Very well. Come on, they are preparing the ritual chamber now and will be ready when we arrive. The ritual chamber was just an empty chamber. Compared to the grandstanding of the atrium and offices of Gringotts, it was honestly a bit of a letdown for the boy with the lightning scar. Removing his clothes as he was instructed, the boy with the lightning scar laid down in the chair of the room as 5 goblin priests began chanting in their tongue. Nothing happened for a few minutes, leaving the boy with the lightning scar feeling very foolish as he was lying on the ground, and then suddenly he was racked with pain. Most of his pain was centered on his forehead as wisps of green smoke began pouring out of his scar. A widespread pain racked his body as the blocks on his AGIC were forced open, and still the boy with the lightning scar did not cry out. The goblins watching the ceremony were impressed by the threshold of pain the boy with the lightning scar possessed. The smoke began pouring out, and smoke also managed to come into the room, notifying the goblins that there was more than one Horcrux. When the green gas stopped pouring out of the boy with the lightning scar and had formed with all that had entered the room, a quick fire spell and the soul pieces of Voldemort were gone. It was rather anticlimactic. The boy with the lightning scar had passed out after The soul pieces were destroyed, and as he was unconscious his body grew to the correct proportions. And all this before noon. I wonder what else he has planned. His head accountant laughed. Pain and death was the sure way to get a goblin in a good mood. Groggily the boy with the lightning scar woke up and found himself clothed and laying on a rather comfortable bed. Wondering where he was the boy with the lightning scar tried to lift his head, but found that his body was too stiff to move. That ritual must have taken a lot out of me, the boy with the lightning scar muttered. Wait, the ritual, I'm in Gringotts. Indeed you are Mr. Potter, the familiar voice of his charms professor squeaked. Turning his head slightly, the boy with the lightning scar grinned as his favorite teacher sat on a rather comfy-looking chair reading about the previous dueling tournament. I'm glad to see you up, the boy with the lightning scar, and I'm also glad you remembered my lesson on dealing with the people. Many goblins stopped and sung your praises, my student. You took the time to teach me, professor. It was the least I could do to remember your teaching and reflect well on you. Would you belie that your mother remarked the exact same thing to me the summer before her 7th year? I will always be proud that I was able to teach one of the brightest witches ever and her son who comes close to her intelligence. A blissful smile made its way on to the boy with the lightning scar's face at the short story of his older sister. Everybody had stories by the hundreds of James, and although he loved his father, his mother was just as big in his heart as his father. Why the wizarding world and family friends seemed to be determined in only remembering Lily Evans as Lily Potter, the boy with the lightning scar would never understand. Even McGonagall only spoke of his father when she claimed that Lily was her favorite. That is high praise, Mr. Potter, his account manager remarked. Hee-haw. Dee completely escaped the boy with the lightning scar's notice and was thankful he did not jump and make a fool of himself. The people remember those who treated us with respect fondly, and the late Mrs. Potter had our respect at the beginning of her 2nd year. This grabbed a small chuckle both from Phileas and the boy with the lightning scar at the picture of the warrior race of the nation bowing in respect to a 12-year-old girl. Indeed, I must say, the boy with the lightning scar, that this new look suits you. I had no idea how malnourished you really were. The boy with the lightning scar had indeed grown thanks to the ritual performed. Instead of the underweight 5 feet 6 inches kid that went in, the boy with the lightning scar was now a healthy weight and stood at a respectable height of almost 6 feet. I wish you had listened to me and come here after your 2nd year. You know why I didn't, Professor. Even though I am disenchanted with the wizarding world of Great Britain, at least I had hopes that one of my so-called friends would come clean and help me. I'm sure Professor the aging headmaster would have taught me if he could have gotten away from all of his many positions. But you live and you learn. The boy with the lightning scar sighed. Anyways, how long was I out? It has been a day and a half since you entered our bank, Mr. Potter. We invited Phileas into the back when he arrived just few hours ago. Now, it is time to continue on with our meeting, as time is money. Very well, Master Goblin. What would you suggest be done next? The boy with the lightning scar, if I may make a suggestion, Flitwick stepped in. It might be prudent for you to have the people to invite the minister to a conference. The Daily Prophet has started a smear campaign against you in Albus. It has just started, so you may want to head it off quickly. Very well, Master Goblin. Can your nation set up a meeting in one of you conference rooms? Also, can you invite Albus the aging headmaster for as well? And he needs to arrive about half an hour earlier. Thank you. And now I would like to go over my accounts, and I can also be planning my trip for the foreseeable future. For the next hour figures were thrown at the boy with the lightning scar that would make many men salivate at the wealth. With the boy with the lightning scar's access to the modern world and the goblin's ability to play the stock market, they tried to triple the wealth on a sixth of one of his vaults. They were interrupted when one of the goblin tellers came and informed them that the aging headmaster was here. Professor the aging headmaster, I am sorry to call you away from your work this summer, but there have been a few developments in regards to the war on Voldemort. Oh, my boy, do tell. Were you aware that I had a soul leech in my head? Indeed, I was the boy with the lightning scar, and I have spent much of my free time for the last 13 years looking for a way to remove it without you dying. Well, you can stop looking. For the nation has gotten rid of my unwanted passenger and all of the Dork Lord's soul pieces. He is mortal now, and I believe the people's shamans remarked that due to Is core being so destabilized his followers and their families will be completely drained of their magic before he finally dies? The aging headmaster stared in shock that stretched for minutes as he slowly comprehended this tale. Finally Albus spoke again. The boy with the lightning scar, do you know what this means? The darkness of the world can finally be stamped out. Because you, with the help of the people of course, activated the ritual, you shall inherit the vaults and seats on our government and board of governors at the school. The boy with the lightning scar change is coming. The aging headmaster pulled the boy with the lightning scar into a grandfatherly hug and wept tears of joy. The two held each other in a family-like embrace as both celebrated. The boy with the lightning scar then spoke up. The shamans remarked this process would take a year, 2 years tops before everything was remarked and done. Apparently I have a bit of destiny located in a god, so I am leaving foe. The summer and I don't know when I will be back. I will make it my mission to return when I can do the most good with my powers. Now, Minister Fudge will walk through these doors in a few minutes and I plan on getting rid of this smear campaign. Very well, the boy with the lightning scar, I know you have been hiding your intelligence, so I will allow it. After this meeting I will go to retrieve a few books for you to study. When you return you need to be able to take your owls and newts. Since you will be in the gods' domain, Lady Hecate will protect you from the magical detectors. Minister Fudge, the boy with the lightning scar stated as Fudge strode into the conference room breaking preamble. I called you here today so we can discuss this smear campaign you are supposedly working against me and the aging headmaster. Now see here you brat, I am the Minister of Magic. And I am the boy who lived, and the aging headmaster has more political clout than you shall ever have. Let us remember who got rid of the last 2 Dark Lords. The goblins have proof that Voldemort could come back, and we took care of all eventualities just yesterday, so I'm done. I want the smear campaign stop. Ped, so I can go on my summer vacation that could quite possibly extend for years without worry that when I come back I will be considered a nutter. What do you mean summer vacation? I mean that I will be leaving the country. Every time I have brought it up with the members of the nation they had grinned, which has honestly unnerved me. If I like where they send me, there's no promises that I'll come back to Britain for quite a few years. I cannot speak for Professor the aging headmaster, but I am warning you that many of your pureblood buddies and their families will start to lose their magic if they were ever willingly allied with Voldemort. I will be back to claim those seats, and the aging headmaster has already agreed to help me change the world. I'm giving you notice. Perhaps now would be a good time to retire and write a book to celebrate your successful career in politics. Cornelius, I agree with Mr. Potter quite heartily, but I know you will not listen to our advice. But I shall warn you now that if you continue this smear campaign I will bring the ICW to investigate the ministry dealings. Leave us alone and we shall leave you alone. Very well, Fudge stated as he began to imagine the bad publicity from an investigation. The newspaper will not bother you anymore, and we shall part ways here. Good day. The boy with the lightning scar had to suppress a shiver as Fudge walked out, which elicited a chuckle from Professor Flitwick as he walked into the room. That is why no one but a politician can deal with a politician. Come and follow me. Flitwick led the boy with the lightning scar down a series of paths and continued to talk as the aging headmaster left to go get the books he had promised. The people still won't tell you where you are going, but they have warned that wherever you are going, the potency of your Greek side will attract many of the mythological monsters of Greek stories. Because of this you have been granted a rare honor in using one of the nation's time chambers. A day on the outside translates to just over 6 months inside. Your ancestors left you celestial bronze weapons in your vaults, which is what is required for you to kill these monsters. These 6 months will be under the tutor of me and another of the people as we train you in swordsmanship, archery, and dueling skills with your magic. By now the 2 of them had reached a large door with a carving of an hourglass etched into it. There was also a pack for the boy with the lightning scar containing the weapons that Phileas had spoken of and some clothes that had been ordered the previous day by the goblins, for a fee of course. Are you ready? The boy with the lightning scar, taking a breath and shouldering the pack, the boy with the lightning scar nodded as the doors opened. Indeed, The boy with the lightning scar walked through the doors steeling himself for the most brutal 6 months of his life. N2. Hey all, I finally fixed a few of the spelling mistakes and an error of my math. Hopefully I got everything. We're off to see America. The doors to the time chamber opened and the boy with the lightning scar was the first to step out. Once again, boy with the lightning scar had changed thanks to the goblins. He went into the chamber as a wiry sort of lean and he came out with well-defined muscles. He was by no means a bodybuilder, but his new physique made sure no one that saw him would call him a scrawny kid. With the diminishing of his famous scar, those who had known him when summer started would be hard-pressed to recognize him as. He no longer needed his glasses as well. The sword his ancestor had left had turned into a ring and the bow resided in bracelet form on his left hand. The boy with the lightning scar was more comfortable with a bow compared to a sword. But he was no slouch in either aspects. His magic skills had been improved exponentially as Flitwick showed how much of a taskmaster he could be and why he had earned the title of dueling champion. The boy with the lightning scar's bruises had bruises at one time between the two goblin teachers, but the boy with the lightning scar couldn't complain with the results. The boy with the lightning scar and Phileas made their way to the boy with the lightning scar's account manager's office where the aging headmaster should be at, his other goblin instructor leaving for his own job. Well, Mr. Potter, you are alive. You continue to impress me. The nation's training is not an easy process. Believe me, Master Slagger, I know. Every part of my body knows now. Be proud, Mr. Potter. We can now call you warrior. With your magic you could possibly defeat our first-year recruits. But, now I'm sure you are ready to get out of Britain for a while and get to the location that we refused to tell you about. And I don't even get a hint. The country you are traveling to speak English, so you won't have to worry about language barriers. Believe me, the boy with the lightning scar. The aging headmaster spoke up. You shall enjoy this trip very much. My grandmother, Athena, spoke to me and assured me that you shall be welcomed at their camp for half-bloods, which is another term for demigods. Since you are magical, the gods in your lineage shall be able to communicate with you more than the average demigod. The aging headmaster then handed the boy with the lightning scar a shrunken chest. Think of this as a make-up for you many Christmases and birthdays. This trunk shrinks and expands on command, has several compartments filled with books and a wardrobe. I truly hope you are happy wherever you end up, my boy. Thank you, Professor. The boy with the lightning scar responded with a little bit of moisture in his eyes. I guess this is goodbye for now then. I appreciate all the help that the nation has given me. Professor Flitwick, Professor the aging headmaster, I will see you when my journey is over. Good luck, my boy, Flitwick remarked. The boy with the lightning scar, I want to apologize about that block on your core that I never remembered to remove. I placed it on you to tone down the magic you would be able to cast at the Dursleys. It's okay, Professor. You were just trying to make my life a little bit easier. You may want to think of leaving a few positions of power soon though. Forgetting things like this is not something that needs to be done. I will, and thank you, the boy with the lightning scar. Good luck, the aging headmaster remarked as the boy with the lightning scar touched the international portkey. When the boy with the lightning scar was gone from the office, Flitwick turned to the account manager. Now where did you send him? Did you know that Lady Artemis once made a deal with her father that if a legacy of him and 3 other god or goddesses ever impressed her and it was a male, he would be an honored part of the hunt. Truthfully, he may become her before she caught him trying to rape a woman. She made a vow of maidenhood, and she cannot break that, but all can use another friend. Oh, he is either going to love you or hate you, Master Slagger, for his predicament. He will thank me, because when Artemis gives you her friendship, it will not be easily lost. Having a godly friend close to him where he is going is only going to be a good thing. Then let us hope everything works out. I would love to see the face on Mr. Potter's supposed friends and family if the boy with the lightning scar is granted godhood. Number 12 Grimald Place was a hive of activity for the reorganized Order of the Phoenix. For the last 3 weeks, heavy recruitment was the name of the game as the aging headmaster made sure to grab the most promising individuals that could be convinced of the coming darkness. It was the first meeting of the resurrected order and Albus felt a great weight that was off his shoulders as the darkness would be gone within the next 2 years. The aging headmaster swept into The kitchen with his eyes twinkling and his best grandfatherly smile on his face and attention was instantly given to him. Phileas had come in after him and they had both decided to leave the ritual ND the boy with the lightning scar subsequent adventure between the two of them. Even if Voldemort was already defeated, it never hurt to be prepared as it would be years before the killing stopped. I am glad you all could make it. Let me be the first to welcome you to the Order of the Phoenix. There are plenty of us that were in the original order and we tired older folk are joined by fresh new faces to battle the approaching darkness. Now, I must ask why you three are at a meeting designated for adults. The three that the aging headmaster was referring to were the boy with the lightning S. Carr's supposed best friends Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, and Ginny Weasley. Well, Albus, I felt that these three would be excellent candidates to watch over young the boy with the lightning scar and report back to you. You know that young boy could get himself into trouble and ruin all your plans. Molly spoke up. Only years of occlumency practice prevented the aging headmaster from reacting. Feeling a sense of dread. As the aging headmaster truly hoped the boy with the lightning scar was wrong, he turned to Sirius Black. I notice you haven't remarked anything about the planned spying of your godson. Are you okay with this? Indeed, the boy is very hard-headed, and he must be molded. I am in full support of this. Mentally shaking his head at how far the four had fallen, and the VAR/IOUS members that were nodding their head along with the plan. Very well, the aging headmaster sighed. We shall discuss later at what time and how you should contact me, the aging headmaster noted. Those who had disgusted looks on their face as he planned on holding them back after the meeting. Two of the most disgusted were Fleur and Bill. Fleur Delacour and Bill Weasley stood against the wall, barely containing their disgust as the meeting progressed. They had both met the real, intelligent the boy with the lightning scar before and they knew that this would not go over well. Bill had met the real the boy with the lightning scar on a late-night stroll around the burrow and Fleur one night around the lake at Hogwarts. Both had been impressed by the maturity of the young man and when INQ. Uired why all others wondered he was just an average student, he told them that they saw what they wanted to see. Now, those at the ministry are to make sure they remain neutral in this smear campaign. Begun by Cornelius if not more to the side of the ministry. I was able to convince the minister to stop his campaign against me and Mr. Potter, but we don't want him to target any other member of the order. Now, can anyone think of others that we may be able to convince to ally with us? Bill, you work with Gringotts, why don't you get those filthy goblins to ally with us? They should obviously feel thrilled to work alongside wizards. Ron suggested getting firm nods in agreement with those who had agreed with the spying on the boy with the lightning scar plan. Not going to happen, little brother, Bill spat, barely containing his anger. Contracts that involve working with Gringotts prevent discussing politics with our employers to stay away from conflict of interests. Find another delegate. Those filthy creatures, Molly shrieked. How dare they do that to my son? Silence. The aging headmaster yelled. I believe that we have done enough for this meeting. Bill, don't bother with approaching the nation just yet. I also need you, Fleur, Minerva, Kingsley, Alistair, Snape, Phileas, and Remus to stay behind. The rest of you are dismissed. With little complaint, which was slightly disheartening to the old professor. Those he had called out were the only ones left in the room. Setting up privacy wards, the aging headmaster got down to business. What we are about to discuss, Phileas already know. But it does not leave this group. Understood. Getting nods of agreements, Albus continued. Because of the boy with the lightning scar's actions this week with the help of the nation. Voldemort and his followers are already defeated and will be taken care of within 2 years. A shouting match began as many began processing the bomb that had just been dropped. Calm yourselves, my friends. We had decided before we reached the meeting that we wouldn't tell anyone. But the actions of the few in the orders makes me wonder what exactly is going on. Albus, Severus spoke up. Do you mean that he will be defeated in 2 years? I shall not dive into the specifics, but simply the people removed Voldemort's anchors from this reality, and Tom's core will slowly destabilize. Unconsciously, he will begin drawing on his followers' magic, which will get rid of both him and his ilk. This means, Severus, that as soon as you start to feel exceptionally lethargic you must come to me immediately. Your services as a spy will not be needed any longer, and we can get rid of that hideous mark. Now, does anyone know why those 5 that were like family to the boy with the lightning scar were so against him today? I'm not sure, Headmaster. I wondered that all the overheard conversations at the burrow were simply concerns to the boy with the lightning scar, Bill stated. Indeed, Albus, Remus agreed. I have no idea what came over Sirius, and I'm not sure the years in Azkaban did him very good. I see, Albus sighed. Very well, I want you all to watch the rest of the Order and see if there isn't something affecting them all. I hope for the best. Remus, I do have a job for you. If you would go into those wolf packs that have dark tendencies and try to convince them to take the mark, we might be able to make the world a little bit better. Remember all, even though Voldemort will be taken care of in less than 2 years, he and his followers are still very much out and about. We cannot let our guard down just yet. Mr. the aging headmaster, Fleur's French-accented voice spoke up. Where is the boy with the lightning scar now? Since you remarked he had help from the nation, I hardly doubt that he is still at his relatives'. This drew out small chuckles from both Phileas and the aging headmaster, and Flitwick took over at this point. Mr. Potter seems to never settle for normal. The nation was contacted by a few higher powers about Mr. Potter's destiny and his future plans. We will definitely see him when Voldemort is defeated, but beyond that, who knows? This adventure could last until the end of the summer, or go on for a few years. The people wouldn't tell us much, but it should be interesting to hear the story. This brought out a sigh of relief from He women and grunts of satisfaction from the men. Small conversations continued to take place as they discussed the future. 10 Olympians were lounging in their thrones on Olympus as they waited for the meeting to start. Zeus and Artemis were the only ones not present, and Zeus had called it to start in half a minute. Had an inkling on what the meeting was about, and Athena was still distracted by her talk with her grandson the other night. Athena was perhaps the only goddess that could come close to Hecate's love of magic. In his typical dramatic fashion, Zeus arrived after a flash of lightning accompanying the sound of thunder. Good you are all here, Zeus remarked as he glanced to see the thrones filled. Sorry, Pops, but you seem to have forgotten Artemis. I have not, for Artemis is on the precipice of change. But before we continue, there are 2 others that need to be here, and they are standing outside the gates. You may come in, Zeus yelled. The gates to the throne room open. Dee and the lady's nemesis and Hecate entered the room. Welcome, create a throne and we shall get down to business. Now, Lady Hecate is here to help explain. Artemis promises a millennium ago in Expla. In her champion's actions that have led to this day, she will be taking one of my memories and projecting it for all to see. Hecate withdrew the memory just like wizards did when withdrawing a memory for a pensive. Weaving her magic, the strand of memory turned to mist and then congealed enough that it seemed to become a mirror for the gods present to look at. In it, the gods saw the loophole Zeus had managed to retrieve from Artemis about her views on all males. The memory faded when the deal was sealed. Thank you, Hecate. You still need to stay to explain the boy with the lightning scar's actions in a few minutes. Now, Zeus brought the attention of all the gods back to him. You saw that Artemis was specific in her future friend having 4 different legacies. Well, I am happy to admit that it has finally come to pass. This is the boy with the lightning scar, James Potter. Hecate created an image with the clouds, giving it color and definition to show an up-to-date picture of the teen. Yes, Hermes. The Potter family that you helped found in Hecate's community those centuries ago. He also has the family black blood in his veins which you gave a child to Nemesis. The Peverell family was the first of the magic users in England, so they were sired by Hecate herself and somehow the Gryffindor line. That was sired by me intermixed with the Potters. So now, we have a legacy of F. Our gods, and Artemis may have her wish of a friend amongst males, and we have received a very powerful new demigod. All the gods nodded in happiness at this news, even Hera. Artemis was the favorite of many of them, and seeing her happy made them happy. Ares was looking forward to getting to see this new demigod. If he was as powerful as Zeus claimed him to be, it would be a fun time to watch him battle. Already, he was sending whispers into his daughter's ears to approach him and see his prowess when he appeared at camp. Now, Lady Hecate, you were going to tell us why the boy with the HTNING scar Potter was your chosen and what he did to complete your mission. Indeed, Lord Zeus, the boy with the lightning scar James Potter had a prophecy about him. He was the only one that was destined to destroy their newest Dark Lord. This Dark Lord heard a bit of the prophecy and sought to prevent it, and as we all know, you cannot go against the fates. Just a few days ago the boy with the GHTNING scar entered the nation's domains and, using their own brand of magic, removed the soul scar that was caused by this Lord Voldemort, and using an ancient ritual destroyed all of his soul pieces that he had hidden away. Now this self-stylized Dark Lord is living on borrowed time and will be dead in a year and a half after draining the life energy of all of his followers. With the dying of T.'s self-stylized Dark Lord, the magical world in Europe can finally progress into at least the 20th century, if not catch up to the mortals. Now, when the boy with the lightning scar visited the people, he discovered that he was a legacy, and the goblins may have received a message from magic to train him in the ways of a demigod. He was trained by his charms professor, who was a magical dueling champion, and a goblin battle master for 6 months. Even Ares was impressed at this. Goblin warriors were no pushovers, and to be trained by one of their greatest for 6 months, well, the war god liked that he would have a new sparring partner soon. The people gave him an international portkey that he touched only moments ago, that is depositing him during one of Artemis' walks. "O Lord Zeus," Apollo remarked dramatically, "may I beseech thee to allow us to gaze upon their first meeting and watch what could be your possible son-in-law, or an absolute train wreck." All the gods in the throne room, even Nemesis, who was trying to say he was needed back for work, were interested in seeing the boy with the lightning scar interact with Artemis. It wasn't every day that you could see a man-hating goddess on the first step of love. Very well, Zeus smiled as he worked a bit of his power in conjecture with Iris to see the boy with the lightning scar literally fall from the sky and land in a heap. Meeting a goddess. Bloody freaking goblins, the boy with the lightning scar mumbled as he picked himself off the ground. "That's right, I called you goblins." The boy with the lightning scar CED around it discovered he was in the middle of a forest, and I still don't know where I am. Unknown to the boy with the lightning scar, in one of the lofty branches of a tree, Silver Eyes observed his grand entrance and subsequent shouting with a trace of amusement in them. The female was confused when a random male had appeared out of nowhere, but the mention of goblins had explained those concerns away. Like all divine beings, she was well aware of Hecate's hidden magical community. She even had a few Vila in her hunt that were saved from the slave ring. Those and a few witches had made the hunters even better off. So the magical world was okay with her. It was obvious that the young man in front of her had little experience with the fun of portkeys. As the goddess sat in her branch musing, a beautiful snowy white owl approached the sitting young man. "Hedwig, I was wondering where you had ended up, girl. I should have known you would be here before me. Did you have fun at Padma's? I know she spoils you." The boy with the lightning scar remarked as he brushed his faithful friend's feathers. "Hoot, hoot, what do you mean there is something out there? Is it dangerous? Hoot, now that is not fair, Hedwig. You know I don't go looking for trouble. Who knows, maybe my luck is finally changing and this thing that is approaching is a friendly." "Hoot," Hedwig barked, while apping the boy with the lightning scar with her wing. Okay, I'll prepare. Can you describe this beast so I know what I am facing? I know you've read my mythology book, so it may help a little." Artemis sat on her branch and stared at the interaction between the boy and his companion. Since she was goddess of the hunt, she was able to understand the creatures of the forest, but this young Ma-En seemed to have a special bond to his owl that allowed him to converse with Hedwig easier than she would ever be able to. It was a magnificent sight to see anyone with such a fine connection to nature, even a small part of it. All of a sudden, a hissing noise was heard and it attracted the attention of all three in the small clearing. Two were left waiting for the large creature to show itself. While the goddess herself froze just a little. Out slithered a giant anaconda, and the only monster Artemis had a truly bad memory of since she faced it so early in her life. The great serpent rose up as if to attack the boy with the lightning scar when Artemis was stunned. "Greetings, great serpent," the boy with the lightning scar hissed, glad that he was a natural parselmouth instead of it being derived from Voldemort. The giant snake stopped in shock and lowered its head to get a better look. "You speak my tongue, young one. How is this possible? I come from the magical community of Hecate, and while serpents speak is rare." There are those of us that have the ability, brethren. May I ask why you are out here? I was informed that the goddess who had last slain me was away from her hunters and that it was an opportune time to strike for my vengeance. Goddess, the boy with the lightning scar muttered under his breath, what goddess has a story about a giant snake? Unless, do you mean the Lady Artemis, great serpent? And how do you know this name? Are you working with her? No, but I have heard the story of the two of you. I wondered her brother Apollo was the one who sent the fatal arrow at you. Apollo, you say? How can I be sure that you are not just protecting your goddess? Quote 1. I doubt that the goddess of the hunt truly needs anyone's protection. However, I am just telling you of the stories that have survived the passages of time. I was not there, so I cannot know the true answer. Neither can I, young one, but you have given me much to think about. Perhaps you are correct, and it was truly the male that let the arrow that killed me go. I do not wish to slay the wrong god. I will think of this. I will see you again, young speaker. With that, the 60-foot snake, that was as round as a bus, turned and slithered back into the forest. The boy with the lightning scar's heart beat erratically for a few moments at the close call, as did Artemis. Why, can I not meet a snake outside of my garden that isn't over 30 feet long? The boy with the lightning scar inquired Hedwig, who had alighted on to his shoulder. My luck cannot be that bad, can it? Hedwig cuffed the back of the boy with the lightning scar's head in response to the question. Who inquired you? Anyways, we need to find some civilization and find out where we are and where that camp that the aging headmaster spoke about is. The boy with the lightning scar drew out his wand and cast the point me spell before he felt a presence nearby. Since Hedwig hadn't warned him about this presence, the boy with the lightning scar drew his bow as a precaution. Who's there? Not many males would choose a bow over magic or the sword you have. I am impressed, the figure in the shadows remarked. The figure stepped out, and the boy with the lightning scar saw an auburn-haired girl around his age in a knee-length robe. The robe matched her eyes in color, as they were silver, and she was beautiful to the boy with the lightning scar. The power that came off of her was subtle, but what little the boy with the lightning scar could sense was staggering to one who had never met a divine immortal before. Who are you? The boy with the lightning scar spoke while drawing the string slightly. I know you are no mere mortal with the power that you possess. This just gets more and more interesting. You can speak to snakes. You are from Hecate's community. You have a beautiful snowy owl, and you can sense a divine's energy even in our mortal form. You are the first male to interest me in thousands of years. Very well. I am the goddess Artemis, and you are Lady Artemis. The boy with the lightning scar bowed. It is a pleasure to meet you as the first of the pantheon I have come across. I am the boy with the lightning scar, James Potter. It is a pleasure to meet you as well, the boy with the lightning scar, but there is something different about you, something that intrigues me. You are a demigod, and yet not in the traditional sense. Can you explain this? According to the nation, I am a legacy of 4 gods. 4 gods, you say? Artemis mused, but internally she was trying to think of why that seemed so important to her. Who are you descended from? It seems that I am descended from Ladies Hecate and Nemesis and Lords Hermes and Zeus. When the boy with the lightning scar remarked Zeus, it suddenly dawned on her why a legacy of 4 gods was so important. She was looking at a potential future friend of a male. Clearly he was a warrior by the look of his physique. Even more telephone ling was his eyes, which underneath the warm exterior had a cold edge that would probably make many individuals shiver in fear if he was angry at you. The power he had within him was almost palpable. He boy with the lightning scar meanwhile could not help but to appraise the figure before him. Many guys claimed to have seen a goddess walk by in compliments to her looks. Here before him stood an actual goddess, and she did not disappoint in that department. Artemis also held herself as any seasoned hunter would, confident and proud. He had also always felt drawn to the stories of Artemis for some unknown reason, and enjoyed the stories of the hunt. He chose to ignore the stories of her turning men into jackalopes. Those were some of the legends that had been twisted by history, right? How did you come to be here? Artemis inquired, breaking the silence that had stretched for a good few minutes. My account manager and Albus, the aging headmaster, he's a grandson of Athena and the headmaster at my school, gave me a portkey and remarked I had an adventure waiting on the other side. They did not tell me where I would land and seemed amused at what I would come across on the other side. Athena knew of the boy with the lightning scar then, Artemis wondered. She probably knows of his lineage as well. Hopefully the other gods have not realized this yet. So you trusted a race of warrior people and the headmaster of your school to send you to an unknown location. I knew that it would be nowhere I couldn't survive. The nation is very helpful when you own a large chunk of gold and Professor the aging headmaster tries to do the best by me. It helps that I used a time chamber and received 6 months of training by 2 of their warriors. Indeed, Artemis agreed, the gods spent EU centuries in England and Hogwarts was a fine school when it was founded. I haven't heard much from there since we moved to America in the early 1900s. How is it now? Not as good as it could be, my lady. Artemis. I want you to call me Artemis. After all, she wondered, if you are to be my one male friend after Orion betrayed my trust, I do not want to be called my lady by you. Artemis then. The school board has been taken over by supremacists that have dumbed down the education so the children of their like-minded friends can pass the curriculum. Our core curriculum has some of the most notable masters in their field. And yet they can't teach. Our potions master really doesn't have the temperament to be around children either, so it is a bad system right now. Can nothing be done about it? There is a plan in motion due to a ritual that I was recently a part of, that should clear the way in 2 years, both on the board and in the corrupted ministry. Well then, that is good, and I am sure I can get the full story from Hecate if I need to. Come and walk with me. Seeing no reason not to go with her and not really wanting to go away from her, the boy with the lightning scar followed with Hedwig still on his shoulder. So, what did you say to that giant snake? I simply talked to it. Apparently someone knew that you were away from your hunters and told him to hunt you. The snake wondered you were the one to kill it, and I had read that Apollo had got in the deciding shot and told the snake as such, so now it's trying to think back a few thousand years in order to figure out who it wants to hunt. So the creature may be back. Interesting. I'm assuming Parselmouth is still fairly rare in the magical world. Indeed, it has also been used by many Dark Lords, so it is of darkness from anyone who can speak it. I found that out my second year of Hogwarts the hard way. That was a fun year. The sarcasm was evident to anyone from his voice. It seems that you have not had an easy life, the boy with the lightning scar. Even the gods heard about last year, and if your second year in school was that bad, I am seeing a pattern. But it is my life, Artemis. It may have been hard, but I am still living. At the end of a mortal's day, at least that is all anyone can hope for. Gods can fear death as well, the boy with the lightning scar. Just when we fear death, the apocalypse is usually around the corner. The boycar laughed at this, and they continued to talk for half an hour as they walked to wherever Artemis was leading him. Artemis mostly talked as the boy with the lightning scar had a lot of questions about the mythical world, as the boy with the lightning scar didn't want to be as ill-prepared as he was when he entered the wizarding world. Artemis gladly explained what she could. From drachmas and iris calling, which she then proceeded to tell the boy with the lightning scar how to contact her even though she was a god, to the mist, and how mortals would see something completely different from something else. After the half-hour hike, they were able to see the tops of skyscrapers in the distance. Hey Artemis, where exactly am I? Oh sorry, I wondered I had told you. You landed just outside New York City. I was going to show you how to get to Olympus, then let you pick up some money from the bank, and then take you to my camp for the night. I'll take you to Camp Half-Blood tomorrow. Oh, okay. Although the city glanced to be far away from them, it only took another half-hour before they stood in front of the Empire State Building. The boy with the lightning scar was highly suspicious of godly interference, but he wasn't one to complain of shortcuts. Now, if you want to get to Olympus, you must go to the front clerk and ask for the 600th floor. Don't just come up if you have no reason, but you are welcome to tour the place on certain dates. I'll tell you about those later. Now, come on, we're off to Gringotts. The American Gringotts of the northeastern portion was located on a side alley that was next to the stock exchange, which the boy with the lightning scar found appropriate. It must have had a notice me not charm on the building. As no one paid any attention to the building or made their way into it. Walking into the building, the boy with the lightning scar was struck by a sense of déjà vu, as it seemed like a replica of the one in Britain. Making his way over to the nearest teller, he got his attention. Yes, human, what do you want? Master teller, I need to request a money exchange from an overseas account. Somewhere in the range of 300. Oh, and why do you think that we do such a thing for you wizards? My account manager in London assured me that such a thing was possible before I crossed the pond. Very well, it seems you at least deserve a bit of respect if you know of this service. What is the name of the account? Potter, Peverell, Gryffindor, and Black. I am sorry, Mr. Potter, the goblin remarked, looking up sharply at the list of names. We were told you were coming, but the description of Britain's newspapers were off to say the least. It is not a problem, Master Teller, it was due to Gringot's actions that I now possess a warrior's body. You have not shamed the bank. Thank you, Mr. Potter, the transfer will begin in a moment. While we are waiting, may I interest you in a Gringot's card? What is that? It is similar to the mundane's debit card as it is directly tied into your account. It can work in both magical and mundane shops across the states and I believe everywhere but Britain's magical world. With a drop of your blood, the card cannot be used by anyone except you and those you give permission to. That sounds reasonable, I'll take one. Now tell me, the boy with the GHTNING scar remarked as his wound healed and he pocketed the card and the map that showed the nearest magical location. Since you are in America, does Gringotts trade in drachmas as well? Drachmas? How do you know about? The goblin trailed off as he finally turned to look at Artemis and then began to stammer out apologies. I am sorry, Lady Artemis, please forgive my impudence. It is of no harm this time, Master Teller. But it would be wise for you to become more aware of your surroundings in the future. You never know who may pop up. Of course, my lady, it shall never happen again. No, Mr. Potter, the goblin remarked, turning his attention back to the boy with the lightning scar and becoming businesslike again. All Gringotts branches have drachmas available for purchase. However, exchange rates differ from branch to branch. Since we are only a few blocks away from Olympus, our rates are 6 galleons for 4 drachmas. Due to my unpleasantness and the fact that you are a first-time customer that knows to ask in this branch, you will receive 30 for free. I thank you, Master Teller, the boy with the lightning scar remarked when he received both the bag of drachmas and the cash. May your gold flow freely, and may your enemies quake before you. As they exited the building, Artemis laid her hand on the boy with the lightning scar's arm. Come on, let's get back to my camp and say hello to my hunters. And with that she flashed out. Back on Olympus, Ares was impressed. Obviously this boy was a warrior and had the respect of a warrior race. It seems that we have an interesting new demigod on our hands. I can't wait to see him fight. Indeed, it is good to see my sister getting along with a male, Athena agreed. I will need to speak with Albus soon and see if we cannot find out more about this boy before he arrived here. Even I may be able to like this demigod, he is very respectful so far, Hera commented, making many of the gods surrounding her go wide-eyed. She did not care. This demigod had only become a demigod because of a few odd circumstances. Her husband hadn't been unfaithful in hundreds of years for this one to come about, so Hera did not mind him. Oh man, this guy has already mellowed Artemis out. I wonder if he can mellow her out enough that I can flirt more with her hunters. Apollo inquired. Well, we have now seen the young man. So if you wish to view any more interactions you must do so on your own time. Dionysus, it appears that the boy with the lightning scar will arrive to camp tomorrow or the next day. Warn Chiron, and I will let him stay in my cabin if he wants with Talia. Until the next time, you are all dismissed. The hunt, although it was only one time and probably not a very far distance to travel, the boy with the lightning scar found that traveling with a god was much more enjoyable than any long-distance traveling made up by wizards. When Artemis flashed, it was a warm sensation and felt almost instantaneous. Unlike Flo or Portkeys that made him dizzy or apparition that felt like being squeezed through a very small tube, the boy with the lightning scar could sense the power hidden in the CAMP, and nature seemed to be in the background of everything inside it. There was a slight tugging on the boy with the lightning scar's mental facilities that let the boy with the lightning scar know there was a bit of magic in the camp as well. Hey Artemis, the boy with the lightning scar remarked to draw her attention to him. are there Vila in your camp? Indeed there are a few. The boy with the lightning scar. Why, did they affect you? Artemis inquired, testing her new friend for stray perverted wonders. He was a male and so she would be a little lenient, but if he was a drooling mess in front of some of her girl, it would be painful for him. Not like other males. No, the boy with the lightning scar responded. If there are a bunch of them together in one area, they may draw me in. A little before I can shake the allure off, but generally I am just able to sense if they are Vila or not, and unless they are full Vilas they will never be able to sneak up on me. The two were walking into the camp as they were talking, and when the boy with the lightning scar became aware of his surroundings he was surrounded by armed and dangerous females. A black-haired beauty with a tiara woven into her hair was the first to step forward. Why is there a male with you, my lady? The girl inquired while shooting a suspicious glance towards the boy with the lightning scar. The boy with the lightning scar wondered. Maybe the stories of the man-hating hunt weren't exaggerated too much, although they just seem suspicious to me, which is perfectly reasonable. Peace, Zoe. This male has been everything else later tonight. But there is a reason, my girls. At this, the girls surrounding the boy with the lightning scar relaxed a little, but there was still a visible tension in all the girls surrounding him. One girl seemed to be studying him intently. Who are you? She inquired, bringing attention back to the boy with the lightning scar. I am the boy with the lightning scar, Potter, and you seem to be familiar. Do I know you from somewhere? I was in your year at Hogwarts. Hell, I was in the same house as you. Wait, you're Faye Dunbar. What happened to you? One day you were at Hogwarts, and the next you just seemed to vanish into thin air. I'm sorry to say that no one seemed to notice your disappearance at first. Faye Dunbar remarked, so someone did notice my absence. It seems like I was just destined to be relegated to the background of Gryffindor Tower with you there, so my family and I moved to America during the second year. I ran into some trouble with a few boys about a year ago here and was saved by my sisters. I've been part of the hunt since. Well, that's good that you ended up somewhere safe at least. Have you still stayed up with your magical training? The boy with the lightning scar inquired, and as the two were talking, many of the hunt relaxed just that much more, as they could tell the boy with the lightning scar wasn't flirting with Faye Dunbar. He was generally curious about her well-being, and it caused Artemis to smile at their reluctant acceptance. The boy with the lightning scar was slowly charming his way into the hunter's wit. How outgoing the character he had shown her. So why are you here? Last I heard, you were the golden boy of Gryffindor. What caused you to leave? At this all the girls, who had been conversing quietly with each other as the boy with the lightning scar and Faye Dunbar talked, strained just a little to hear what he had to say. Even Artemis made sure to pay attention to his words. Well, it was a combination of things really. The boy with the lightning scar started, running his hand through his messy black hair. First and foremost, I have started Riddle and his followers on the path of destruction. Riddle, sorry, you would know him as Voldemort. Faye Dunbar gasped, as well as the few other magicals that had made their way over to see what the commotion was about, and the boy with the lightning scar just smiled. A few days ago, a goblin ritual with me as the focal point wiped out Voldemort's, another gasp, supposed immortality, and he will die soon, as will his followers. Of course the process will take a year. 2 years tops, and then I can fix British society. Also, he came back a few weeks ago and I watched as he killed a friend right in front of me, and apparently Wizarding Society has no counseling services. So that was another reason to escape. You remember Hermione and Ron, right? Yeah, my supposed best friends all but abandoned me this summer, and the headmaster is too busy to check on just one student. And last but not least, the nation, or goblins for you girls not in the know, has a strange sense of humor. They remarked that my destiny waited on the other side of the portkey. And then it deposited me not a minute from the Python of Legends. You mean the one my lady fought when she was not yet a god? How did you kill it? Zoe inquired. I didn't, I talked to it. Being a parselmouth has its uses. That means I can speak to snakes. A look of comprehension crossed the hunter's face. Then Artemis here finds me and helps explain a few things about this world and where a few magical sites are. Then she invited me back here for the night. Almost all the hunters turned to Artemis with questioning glances, both at the invite to the camp and the fact that he got away with saying just Artemis. What is something wrong? Well, Faye Dunbar remarked, we're wondering why she hasn't vaporized you since you only remarked Artemis and not Lady Artemis. Wait, you don't let any other non-divine being call you just Artemis? The boy with the lightning scar inquired. Nope, Artemis responded, popping the P. She also signaled to her hunters that they needed to drop it and all would be explained soon enough. Anyways, since I know you, I guess it falls to me to show you around camp. Question my lady, where is he staying the night? He can stay in one of the spare tents. Set it up near the outskirts close to my own. Very well, milady. The boy with the lightning scar met most of the hunters as they toured the camp and was instantly known to the magicals within. Unlike their British, mortal counterparts, they did not instantly look for the scar, which was a good thing as it now was only the vaguest of outlines. One of the villa that was part of T.H.E. Hunt was a cousin to Fleur and Gabrielle, and she gave the boy with the lightning scar a few embarrassing stories for the next time he met up with them. Oh, what a great opportunity this was. The tour was almost over and the hunters had finally stopped eyeing the boy with the lightning scar with their hands on their bows or close to their knives, and it helped relieve some of the tension from the boy with the lightning scar when the sharp pointy objects weren't pointed directly at him. As Faye Dunbar was showing the boy with the lightning scar where he would sleep for the night, a giant of a wolf padded up softly to them. Even though the boy with the lightning scar had grown to just under 6 feet, the wolf made him feel small. Of course, a wolf that's shoulders were just an inch over his head and teeth that glanced like it could rip through steel. All people would look small. The wolf was silent as it glanced into the boy with the lightning scar's eyes, and the boy with the lightning scar was stuck in place. He did not know whether he was too scared to move, or there was something else that rooted him to the spot, but the boy with the lightning scar could not move. The stare down from the wolf lasted minutes, and the boy with the lightning scar could tell that a crowd had gathered, but that did not matter. Finally, the wolf nodded and then bent its head for the boy with the lightning scar to scratch him behind his ears. With an amused smile, the boy with the lightning scar did not begrudge the giant wolf of his dog-like qualities, and while he was scratching the wolf, the last of the hunter's caution melted away. If the guardian of the camp let this male touch him, then the boy with the lightning scar was probably the only male ever that they could truly let their guard down around. Artemis smiled at this all as her most loyal friend had just confirmed for her the potential of the boy with the lightning scar Potter. The rest of the day passed by with the boy with the lightning scar meeting and getting to know many of the hunters and Artemis better. After supper, the day had finally caught up to the boy with the lightning scar, and he barely made it to his cot before He was gone from the waking world and into the realms of Morpheus. Okay girls, Artemis remarked after she was sure the boy with the lightning scar was gone, who has the first question, as I know many of you have one. My lady, I think many of our questions can be summed up with one. Why is the boy with the lightning scar here? Zoe inquired, taking the lead as spokesperson for the hunters. Perhaps the simplest question to ask, but the hardest to truly answer, Artemis sighed. Very well. As you all know, I consider you all my own children, my daughters, she remarked with a smile, making the girls around her beam with happiness. You also know that after the Orion fiasco, males are not permitted within 100 feet of this camp. When Orion first betrayed my trust, my father was worried that I would soon turn to hating all men. So, he made a deal with me in that I was allowed to do all but torture men, but if ever there was a legacy of the gods, 4 or above, I was to at least give him a chance. I am not sure why. Perhaps it was so you all would at least be comfortable around one male presence, but I am not entirely sure. Honestly, he may become a brother to be around here often. One hunter inquired. He will visit the camp occasionally for the odd hunt, and he will most likely be at Camp Half-Blood when we are supposed to be there. I wouldn't have allowed that except our guardian here approved of him. But, what's he like? Another hunter inquired. Faye Dunbar, you went to school with the boy with the lightning scar for a little over a year. What do you think he is like? I'll go ask Hecate tomorrow for the full story. Faye Dunbar was uncomfortable with the stares that were suddenly directed towards her, but she was inquired a question by her lady. She could do this. Well, like you remarked, I didn't go to school with him long and I wasn't that close to him, but I did see a few things. 1. He was incredibly kind except to bullies and never seemed to be frustrated with people coming up and talking to him. He was very shy though that first year, You could tell he wasn't used to attention, so he may have been abused before Hogwarts. This made many of the Fae males angry, and Artemis glanced downright pissed. He seemed to be smarter than he let on, as he always got the practical side of magic down quickly and seemed to have his head in a book almost constantly. However, I think he held back in all his classes, as his two friends that he hung around with all the time were either extremely jealous or an absolute know-it-all that you would be hard-pressed to let join the hunt, my lady. Why would he do that? I'm not exactly sure, to be honest. Like I remarked, he was probably at least emotionally abused before Hogwarts, so perhaps he just latched on to the first friendly person he could find. After he came out of his shell a little, people were chummy with him, but they never made any real effort to be good friends with the boy with the lightning scar. I see, Artemis drawled slowly. Very well, it is good to know these things. I will take the boy with the lightning scar to Camp Half-Blood tomorrow a little after breakfast. Even if he is to be my future husband, it would probably be best for him to learn a little more about this world, and there really isn't anyone better to teach him than Chiron, at least with a sword. I'm sure when he me's visit camp we can help him improve in the fine art of archery. It would be good to have at least someone in camp that is more familiar with personal combat in the camp anyways. I shall most likely invite him to travel with us after the end of the summer, if that is all right with you girls. Nods met her question, and although there were a few grudging ones, it was to be understood. After all, they did have a reputation to uphold. Mistress, you might want to know that if he came from Hogwarts, his summers usually didn't end until the 1st of September. Very well, I think we should all get to bed now. Good night, my daughters. Unknown to the hunters or Artemis, there were two observers without bodies that had watched their little meeting. When the boy with the lightning scar had entered Morpheus' realm, Morpheus saw an opportunity not to be missed and had taken the boy with the lightning scar's spirit as the boy with the lightning scar's body rested. That is what I wished you to see, young the boy with the lightning scar. This is why Artemis and her hunters didn't change you into a fluffy critter and begin their usual hunts. Thank you for showing me this, Lord Morpheus, the boy with the lightning scar remarked distractedly, thinking of all the information that he had heard this night. Come, the boy with the lightning scar, it is time for you to get some much-needed rest. Morpheus led the boy with the lightning scar back to his body, and just before the boy with the lightning scar was lost to unconsciousness, he wondered his new friend and a potential new older sister could be worse. She was a goddess. She glanced good, was a strong woman, and she was very easy to be around if today was anything to go off of. Yes, he wondered, he could definitely do worse. Bill Weasley sighed wearily as he sat down in his flat nursing a glass of fire whiskey. He truly didn't know what was wrong with his youngest siblings and their friend, or his mother. He had heard so many stories about the boy with the lightning scar Potter before he had met the boy the previous summer. He honestly wondered of him as another younger brother and enjoyed their late-night talks. The boy with the lightning scar had also officially introduced Bill to Fleur, and they had an instant connection, so the boy with the lightning scar was about as he could be at the older sister in Bill's book. Fleur had gone back to France to train a bit more under the goblins at her branch of Gringotts since she wasn't needed right away in England, and Bill wished he could have gone with her. If he heard one more plot to watch over the boy with the lightning scar, or another story of how he had led them to danger, he was going to snap. Bill sighed once again and took the last sip out of his glass. Hopefully wherever the boy with the lightning scar was, he was having a good time. The kid deserved it. I have to warn you all now that college is picking up, and since I'm in the quarter system it goes fast. Hopefully I can churn out 2 chapters a weekend, but studies come first. I will have at least 1 chapter a week though. Let me know if you have any suggestions and I'll see you next time. Summer camp. The boy with the lightning scar rose with the sun the next morning, and he was still one of the last ones up. Already many of the girls were drawing water, stoking the fires, or preparing breakfast for those in the camp. Not having anything to do really, the boy with the lightning scar wandered around the camp sending smiles and waves at the girls that passed by him. He eventually bumped into Artemis with Hedwig on her shoulder. You have a very intelligent owl, the boy with the lightning scar Potter. Yeah, Hedwig is great and also my oldest friend. I don't know what I would do without her except have more bacon. The boy with the lightning scar teased, which elicited a bark from Hedwig and a cuff of her wings when she flew to his own shoulder. Don't even deny it, Hedwig, I know you wouldn't betray me. But you would have found a second owner for enough bacon. So Artemis, what am I doing today? The boy with the lightning scar inquired, turning his attention from his owl to his newest friend, Big Sister. After all, he already had 3 elder sisters with the chasers on his team, what was one more? After breakfast, I will need to take you to Camp Half-Blood. You are more welcome than other males in this camp, but it is a female camp and you still need to learn the ins and outs of your new world. Not many people are better than Chiron. I figured, and I'm glad that I will meet a few more demigods. No offense to you or your hunters, but I do need to have a few male friends on this side of the world, the boy with the lightning scar laughed. Indeed, even we have male interactions. No matter how much we could keep Apollo and Hermes away from here. But anyways, some of the girls would like a little archery challenge before you leave. You'll need to be able to keep up with our newer recruits if you wish to visit again. Sounds fun. Breakfast was a rather fun affair. Even though the boy with the lightning scar was new to camp, apart from the initial awkward moment. Jokes were flying and teasing was pushed on everybody. It was a sign of trust and acceptance for the boy with the lightning scar when the Vila started flirting with the boy with the lightning scar, trying to turn him red. They succeeded in turning him a few times, which led to much laughter from all the girls and their own brand of mischief upon him. Finally it was time for the archery contest. The boy with the lightning scar and 3 girls were lined up in a row from 4 targets 40 yards away. The boy with the lightning scar was pleased with this distance. 40 yards was pretty much the limit for the boy with the lightning scar to surround the bull's eye. Any farther, and the boy with the lightning scar was just happy to hit there. Simple, Zoe called out to both the shooters and the entirety of the camp that had shown up to see if the boy with the lightning scar would be allowed back in the camp. Our shooters are 40 yards away. Each of our shooters have only had near 6 months of archery practice. If the boy with the lightning scar is able to beat at least 2 of the hunters, he will be allowed back into the camp and be invited on some our hunters. 5 shots each. Archers, draw your arrows. Only 6 seconds between shots, and fire. Zoe was hopeful that the boy with the lightning scar would be able to win this competition, as it felt right for the boy with the lightning scar to be near her. Although she was immortal and one of the worst man-haters in the camp, it wasn't bad for him to be around. The boy with the lightning scar fluidly drew the bow back, his thumb pressing into his cheeks, before opening his fingers just wide enough to let the arrow fly. As the first arrow struck true, another was on its way as well. 24 solid thuds were heard in the clearing, and an appreciative crowd clapped as the archers put away their bows. Artemis was the judge for the competition and she was pleased with her 3 girls. All their shots were clustered around the bullseye, with all 3 of them hitting dead center once. When Artemis walked to inspect the boy with the lightning scar's shots, her eyes visibly widened in surprise. 4 of his arrows air less than a centimeter from the center and formed a diamond around it. 2 of the boy with the lightning scar's shots though shared the same centimeter inside the bull's eye. This was better than any 6-month shooter ever had done. My lady, Zoe inquired, snapping Artemis out of her stupor. Artemis turned around and sent a smile to the boy with the lightning scar. Well girls, it seems you all have a new brother. Many of the girls cheered and all had smiles at their face as they hugged him in congratulations. The boy with the lightning scar also had a smile. It had only been a day in AIM. Rika and he already had a type of family that he could depend upon. He knew that these friends would also never leave him and change on him as those friends of his in Britain did. Going to the Gobbly NS and finding out where his destiny lay was perhaps the greatest idea he had ever has in his short life. Well done, the boy with the lightning scar, and welcome to the hunt, Artemis remarked as she received her own hug from him. The boy with the lightning scar wasn't sure how to think of Artemis. She was either the older sister figure, or perhaps that of a mom. He would figure that out later. I am sorry though, as the time in the hunt has been used up at this time. I am not the greatest person to teach a male and there is much left for you to learn. Take this pendant. The pendant was that of a sliver of a moon on a chain. The moon shall go through its phases much like the real one. When your moon becomes full, the password shall be part of the hunt, and transport you to our camp. It It'll be easier than a portkey, do not worry. Say goodbye, girls. There were a few tears here and there, but not a whole lot of them since they knew the boy with the lightning scar would be back. Artemis placed a hand on the boy with the lightning scar's shoulders and flashed to be able to see Camp Half-Blood Hill, but far enough to only make out the large pine. Well, the boy with the lightning scar. On the other side of that tree is where you shall train. I got a message from Hecate this morning saying she had taken care of your magical education and you would find out the plan later this evening. I think it is assumed that you will be staying in camp year-round for at least this year. Thank you, Artemis, for everything, the boy with the lightning scar remarked as he hugged the moon goddess. I can't wait to be back in camp later on. And we can't wait to have you back, Artemis responded, easily returning the hug. Now go, we will see each other soon enough. Then, Artemis flashed out, leaving the boy with the lightning scar to make the rest of the way to the camp. The boy with the lightning scar made it to the large pine in a leisurely 10-minute stroll. When he arrived at the tree, the boy with the lightning scar was met with a fledgling dragon curling around the tree. After a stare-off of half a minute which felt like a lifetime, the dragon stuck out its neck for the boy with the lightning scar to scratch. The boy with the lightning scar was amused at the dog-like qualities of the vicious beast, but he knew that the dragon could turn. Slowly he left the dragon and walked to the rather large house just a little ways off. The kids around his age did a double take as he walked towards the house and simply stared. As he approached, there were two figures on the porch. Nay was a middle-aged man in a Hawaiian shirt that exuded power that was familiar to Artemis. That one must have been Mr. D that Artemis had talked about. The other was a reminder of Firenze and was probably the most recognized non-god in Greek mythology. Welcome, young hero, Chiron stated. May I ask where your satyr guide is? Thank you, Chiron. I hate to inform you, but I have never met a satyr before. I had a rather unique entrance to the mythological world. What is your name? The godly being that was still sitting in his chair inquired before Chiron could ask for an elaboration. Me is the boy with the lightning scar, James Potter, my lord, the boy with the lightning scar answered with a small bow. Finally, someone that knows the proper way to greet a god at first. The gods Al of your entrance into our world, the boy with the lightning scar Potter, and we welcome you to the US and are allowed to leave whenever you need to clean up Britain. Call me Mr. D. Young, the boy with the lightning scar. The only one that you'll want to continue to call Lord is Zeus, and since you are a legacy you'll have a little leeway there as well. What about Lady Hera? You are Perha. P.S. the luckiest descendant of the gods ever. Even my stepmother likes you and has promised not to move against you. Be respectable to her though. It will help. Oh, I am sorry, Chiron. Let me introduce you to our new camper. Lord, the boy with the lightning scar Potter. Wizard and British citizen and friend to Artemis. Before, Chiron had a confused look on his face since Mr. D was talking to the boy with the lightning scar like he actually liked the new camper. Now he was stupefied. Both Mr. D and the boy with the lightning scar laughed at his expression, which brought Chiron out of his coma. Yes, well, it is nice to meet you, young, the boy with the lightning scar. I assume since you know about this world, you will know of your parentage. Well, my parents are Lily and James Potter. If you are asking about godly blood in me, then I am a descendant of Lords Zeus and Hermes, and Ladies Hecate and Nemesis. Chiron shook his head, muttering to himself. First wizard demigod in camp in years, and he is already in the god graces of the gods. When Percy meets him, the world is going to be destroyed. The boy with the lightning scar didn't hear Chiron's mumblings, but Mr. D did, and he had to admit that if those two became friends, the camp was about to be in for an interesting time. Now, the question is where to put you, the boy with the lightning scar. Chiron remarked out loud. Already taken care of, Chiron. Lord Zeus has declared that the boy with the lightning scar can bunk in his cabin with Talia. Very good. Come, the boy with the lightning scar, let's get you a tour of camp. Iron remarked, moving away from the big house and towards the rest of the camp. Chiron pointed out many sights in camp, such as the sword arena, the Pegasus stables, and the archery field. This brought out a small smile in the boy with the lightning scar that Chiron did not miss. So you enjoy archery, the boy with the lightning scar? Yes, I do. I learned both archery and swordsmanship from the nation. But I feel more at ease when pulling on a bowstring. You were taught by the nation. I am indeed impressed. How I was trained in both physical and magical ways for 6 months by a swords master and dueling champion. Well, you should easily fall into the more advanced classes in those areas then. Come, let's get to where you can lay down your head and it should be time for lunch. The duo made their way to the cabins without running into anybody since everybody at camp was in some sort of lesson. And this is Zeus' cabin. You and Talia are the only ones that will be living in here for quite a while. Now come, it is lunchtime and we will need to introduce you to the rest of the campus. Alright, but what do I tell the campers about the magical world? I mean, do they know about it, or has it just not come up? Honestly, it is up to you. As you remarked, it hasn't come up as the 3 worlds seem to never interact with one another. Since you are the first magical demigod in years, if you decide to share your world, I will set up a class time and invest a little bit of the camp's money for resources to study. That sounds like a plan, Lady Hecate remarked. She would notify M.E. of my continued magical education later on today, so I shall let you know what she came up with. By the time they had finished their conversation, Chiron and the boy with the lightning scar had made their way to the dining pavilion and attracted the attention of everyone that was there. Leaving the boy with the lightning scar at Zeus' table brought out numerous questions until Chiron could get the attention of everybody. Campers, as you may have noticed, we have a new demigod amongst us. The boy with the lightning scar Potter has come across the Atlantic from the United Kingdom and joined us in camp. He is a legacy instead of a regular demigod and has the blood of Lords Zeus and Hermes and Ladies Hecate and Nemesis. He has also come from a hidden world much like ours and has agreed to Saint a few classes to introduce you all to his world. I ask that you let him eat before he is bombarded with questions. However, if the boy with the lightning scar is agreeable, there might be a demonstration he can perform of this hidden world for us. The boy with the lightning scar nodded and knew just what he could do to grab everyone's attention. Waving his arm, the tables of Artemis and Hermes lifted up and flew a feet in the air as they danced. Setting the tables down, the boy with the lightning scar smirked at the shocked expressions of his now fellow campers. The black-haired girl that sat across from him just stared at him as he smirked before smirking herself. I'm Talia Grace. I'm fairly sure we are going to get along just great, she remarked as she stuck her hand out. Here's to a beautiful friendship. The boy with the lightning scar smiled. Back in Britain, the group of the boy with the lightning scar's betrayers were meeting once again to discuss their plans for next year. I don't understand it. Why would Fudge stop printing that? The boy with the lightning scar was insane. He's making our year much more difficult, Hermione remarked, throwing the Daily Prophet down in disgust. It's not like it will be that much harder for you children. From what you have remarked, you have isolated the boy with the lightning scar pretty well these past few years, Sirius countered. I'm sure you can continue to do so this year. Indeed. Now remember, Ginny, you need to get a boyfriend this year so the boy with the lightning scar will notice that you are turning into a beautiful young woman. Next year, we can start on love potions to get you into the main vaults. Yes, Mommy. Now, have any of you received any letters lately? I haven't, and it makes me wonder what is going on in his head. Sirius inquired. I haven't, but perhaps we should send a letter to the boy with the lightning scar and tell him we can't tell him anything. That way, he at least thinks we care and want to communicate with him. There is just something that prevents us, Ron suggested. Although Ron was definitely an idiot when it came to school work, he was a rather good strategist and planner. It made him the de facto leader of their plan. It was a sad thing when the brightest witch of her age was following the class idiot. Good plan, Ronald, Ginny agreed with her older brother. Maybe I should send it, and remind him of me. Perhaps we should all send one. You aren't the closest with him and we do need to keep pretending to be his friend. What if he actually broke free and started to socialize? Then it is decided. You three can send him a letter. Remember to let us know if he writes back. Introductions. So, what can I ask you that will not annoy you about discovering magic? Talia inquired as they joined the line to sacrifice part of their meal. Artemis hadn't shared that with him, but he was with a goddess at the time, so perhaps you are excused if you are eating with a god. Well, Honestly, there aren't many things I can tell you without going through hours of explanations. I can tell you that I didn't start magical education until I was 11, and I'm 15, other than that it would take a bit to go through. Understandable, I guess, Talia remarked as they sat down to eat. I'm going to warn you about the Athena cabin. You are a new well of informatio. And you will be pumped dry before they are through with you. The boy with the lightning scar smiled at the wonder of that. It sounded like Hermione their first year before she went to the dark side. I'm sure I can handle that. Chiron told me that I could go into New York tomorrow and pick up a few books on wizarding history at least. Sounds interesting. I have to ask though, was there a Merlin? History says there was. Apparently he taught the founders of the school I went to and was the strongest magical ever. So, what can you tell me about the camp and campers? I got the tour from Chiron, but what else do I need to know? Quote, where to start? Well, you came at the end of our summer cycle actually. Just a few days ago we had a successful quest completed that involved the Bermuda Triangle, the Golden Fleece, and the Pine Tree. That sounds like a story. Were you on this quest? You could say that I was the prize at the end. And I take it you are going to leave me scratching my head in confusion for a little while before telling me the full story. You catch on quick, good for you. They shared a laugh as they continued to banter back and forth throughout the lunch. Many people in the crowd were looking at the boy with the lightning scar, eager to hear about another hidden world, one that perhaps didn't have monsters that hunted them down constantly. Putting up his plate, the boy with the lightning scar made his way over to Chiron and quietly discussed the specifics of what he would teach and where he would teach. I think the amphitheater would be the best place. Or your first lesson, the boy with the lightning scar. This way, everybody gets at least one lesson before the summer is over. Very well, can you get someone to show me where to go and help me set up? Yes, Chiron swept his eyes over the crowd that was waiting in anticipation. The boy with the lightning scar's lesson will begin in 20 minutes at the amphitheater. All are welcome. Clarice, would you help the boy with the lightning scar here to set up? A rather tall girl around the boy with the lightning scar's age with long brown hair stood up from the table of burly individuals. Sounds good, Chiron, Clarice agreed. She had muscles, but it wasn't the disgusting amount of bodybuilder women. Not much was remarked between the two as they walked and set up for the introduction to the magical world. Although the boy with the lightning scar wanted to make some more friends on this side of the pond, he wasn't much of a talker and it appeared that neither was she. Before she left to take her place in the crowd, she inquired only one question: can you fight? With a nod from the boy with the lightning scar and a nod in return, Clarice left to take her place. There was quite a crow in the amphitheater and everybody had a look of excitement and interest on them. Even their scene both in the crowd and surrounding the area. It actually made the boy with the lightning scar feel pretty good that he was about to teach. He had always glanced up to Professor Flitwick and the aging headmaster, so he was quite pleased with the situation. Casting a quick sonorous charm, the boy with lightning scar took care of the hearing problem people may have complained about. Hello, the boy with the lightning scar started and silence fell on the assembly almost instantly. Ah, good, it seems the charm worked. Well, I welcome you to Professor Potter's Introduction to Magic class. This brought a few chuckles out from the crowd, which is what the boy with the lightning scar was trying for. Thank you. Anyways, this is going to be just an overview of the history of the world that I was a part of. First, there are a few terms that you need to know, such as squibs, muggles or mundane, muggle-born or mundane-born, half-bloods, and purebloods. Muggle, or mundane, means that you have no magic in your system, so pretty much all of you are mundane. Squibs and mundane-born are actually oppos. It's in which squibs are born in magical families and have access to little or no magic, so mundane-born is easy to figure out. Half-bloods are a bit harder to explain as I am considered one even though I have two magical parents. I guess it requires 2 generations on both sides. And finally, we have purebloods, which requires a couple of generations of pure magical talent, which has led to inbreeding. All of the faces were disgusted by what purebloods had done. Indeed, anyways, many of the early magic users were those of priests and priestess involved with the gods of different pantheons. Obviously the Greek magic users were successful and connecting with a pantheon, but who knows about the rest? It wasn't until about 1500 years ago that the first wizards and witches of the modern era came about. These magicals were able to use what we call wandless magic, which is just saying they used magic without the help of a focus. They also used focuses such as wands or staves. The strongest of these was Merlin. And yes, he was real. He was as close to as a god as any magical could get, I guess, and honestly, where you may swear with Hades, I will swear with Merlin's name. A hand went up in the crowd. Yes, the boy with the lightning scar prodded. What about Morgana? The camper inquired. No one is entirely sure, to be honest, the boy with the lightning scar conceded. Quote, some say she was the first and greatest dark witch, while others say she was Merlin's apprentice and they parted ways once her training was done. Now, of course I am from Britain, which means that I know mostly British history. I have a couple of books if people want to read up on it, and I have a spell to translate it into ancient Greek. I will say that the witch hunts were real, but those that they ended up killing were either too young to defend themselves or mundane. If a fully realized witch or wizard was captured, a simple flame freezing charm would be cast as they apparated out of the fire. Some magicals even let themselves be caught a couple of times as they enjoyed the tickling flames of the fire. Now, I am sure you all know about World War II, and I understand that there is a history of demigods in the war, yes. Yeah, a girl that seemed to spend way too much time on makeup spoke up. Hitler was a son of Hades, and there was a pact after the war that tried to prevent a child of the Big Three. Ah, I see. Well, there was also a war in the background between magicals. Grindelwald was a dark wizard that was allied to Hitler and was basically Hitler's court wizard. Grindelwald fell in 1945, just before the collapse of Nazi Germany. That's pretty much the last major event that has happened in the wizarding world. So, any questions? How do you learn magic? Do you mean, is it possible to gain magic? Or how does one with magic learn to use it? The second one. Well, there are numerous ways really. Most end up going to their nation's school and completing 7 years of education in magical subjects. However, it is just like the mundane educational system in which people can choose to be homeschooled. There is also the chance to be apprenticed, but that is usually when you go for a mastery. What is a mastery? A mastery is probably similar to a degree from a university. However, it doesn't do much in the magical world except put you near the top in teaching positions or research departments. Any more questions? What kind of sports are there? Well, from what I can tell, there is only one major in the wizarding world called Quidditch. It's a cross between basketball and soccer that is played on broomsticks. Any more questions? Remember, I will be here for a while now. No. Then have a good afternoon, everyone. The crowd left the stadium K arena buzzing with discussions of his brief overview. It was simplistic, yes, but it was better to tell them a little at a time and have books for them, than force-feed them information. He would talk to Chiron about setting up a small class a couple of times a week, so they could go in depth about the hidden world of magic. Talia made her way through the crowd and wound up in front of the bow. Why with the lightning scar, with a girl and a boy behind her? Hey, the boy with the lightning scar, I wanted to introduce you to a few people. The girl on my right is Annabeth Chase, a daughter of Athena. And one of the people I arrived at camp with. The boy on my right is Seaweed Boy Extraordinaire Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon. Pleasure to meet you. You Percy Jackson were quite the talk around camp last night. Wait, you were at camp last night? Annabeth inquired. I never remarked that. The boy with the lightning scar smirked. So what is there to do around here? Well, Talia began with a mischievous smirk on her face. There's always archery. At this Percy groaned and the boy with the lightning scar rose an eyebrow. Apparently you aren't interested in that. I am pants at archery. I have managed to shoot an arrow behind me that ended up in Chiron's tail. We try to avoid the archery range when we are here. The boy with the lightning scar was a bit disappointed at this news. But from the way Percy had phrased it, he wasn't a year-rounder. Plus, from what the boy with the lightning scar understood is that lessons were divided by cabins, so he would be able to shoot during the summer as well. Alright, so what do we want to do? Arena, Annabeth suggested. Percy got a gleam in his eyes as he reached his hand into his pocket. What do you say, the boy with the lightning scar? Care to test yourself? The boy with the lightning scar shrugged in response. not caring one way or the other. It would probably do himself good if he fought against a human-sized opponent for once. The arena was cleared when the group of 4 arrived. Talia and Annabeth leaned against a wall as both the boy with the lightning scar and Percy had an excited look shining through their eyes. Drawing their respective blades, the two stared down each other waiting for the first move. At an unseen signal, both launched themselves forward and blades clashed. Percy had a natural talent with blades and had used his blade for the past 2 summers against numerous monsters. The boy with the lightning scar, however, had spent the last 6 months being trained by a battle master of one of the most violent races on the planet, and he was used to battling opponents that also used a blade. Their blades barely touched before they broke apart and began circling each other. Feints were thrown as THEY tested each other's reaction time, and both were suitably impressed. Finally, Percy snapped the stalemate as he lunged forward, his sword trying to impale the boy with the lightning scar's chest. THE boy with the lightning scar dodged and tried to bring his sword down on Percy's form, but he was not fast enough to hit him. Percy tried to reverse his grip and gave a backward slash, hoping to catch the edge of the boy with the lightning scar, but all he caught lightning scar's blade. Because Percy's grip was looser than usual, he was forced to spin with the boy with the lightning scar's deflection to keep his sword in hand. The boy with the lightning scar gave him no chance to recover as he followed Percy closely, swinging his sword and attempting to bisect him at the waist. Percy was just able to reverse his grip and stop the blade, but the boy with the lightning scar was able to nick him just barely. Percy pushed the sword away and lunged with his own sword to catch the boy with the lightning scar shallowly on his side. They broke apart, both a little short of breath and both with grins on their face. At an unseen signal they leapt into the fray again, causing their blades to spark. They swung their blades at each other and were soon locked in a struggle of strength, trying to gain the upper hand as they pushed back and forth against each other. Percy was able to gain an upper hand from experience in life and death fights with swords and managed to dislodge the boy with the lightning scar's sword from his hands. The sword went spinning, but the boy with the lightning scar did not stop and watch it fly. Instead, the boy with the lightning scar sprung to where it was going to land, catching it in a dive and coming out in a roll. His sword came up with him and was only a few centimeters from Percy's privates, while Percy's sword was barely touching the boy with the lightning scar's neck. A grin broke across the young men's face as Percy stuck out a hand to pull the boy with the lightning scar up. A tie was fine when you were sparring with an acquaintance because you generally came out as a good friend. Slinging an arm over Percy's shoulders, they turned to see a number of campers had formed a crowd to watch the duel, and many were clapping and cheering at such a good fight, which brought embarrassed blushes out on both males' faces. It was a start of a beautiful rivalry between the two. When Camp Half-Blood had been established many centuries ago, the gods had created a looking glass to view their children even if they were supposed to leave them alone. Over time, use of the object had fallen to the wayside, but every now and then a god would remember a certain child and try to see them. Ares had never used it to be sentimental, but he did enjoy a good fight, and the camp was the only place that truly used swords anymore. Ares had luck today, as the brat of Poseidon and the new blood of the camp were in a fight that was impressive, even to the war god. There wasn't enough blood to fully satisfy him, but it was a good fight and he could admit that. Now Ares was excited to see future sight between those two. He may even let the punk survive if they got better and started using powers. Zoe sighed as she stared into the night sky. It had been a millennia since she had any feeling other than barely tolerance to any male, and now she had these feelings. She was happy in her ladies' hunt and would never think to leave it, but why was she feeling like this after only a few hours of conversing with the boy with the lightning scar? Zoe, a voice RKED breaking through her train of thought. Artemis walked to her lieutenant and placed a hand on her shoulder. What is wrong? It is nothing, my lady, Zoe answered, praying that her mistress would drop it. Unfortunately, Zoe had spent way too long praying to Artemis, so Artemis knew that there was something wrong. Zoe, you are my lieutenant, my friend, and the closest I have to a daughter in this camp. I know you, Zoe. What is wrong? Quote. Zoe sighed, knowing that she couldn't get away. It is the boy with the lightning scar, my lady. I greatly enjoyed his presence in camp yesterday and that confuses me. You know what I am like towards males because of that bastard Heracles. Why'd I enjoy the boy with the lightning scar's nearness to the camp? Artemis would have smiled if there wasn't a good chance that she could lose her oldest friend and confidant if things played out. She would have to think on this. Perhaps, yes, perhaps that might work out. Things would be okay. I'm not sure, my friend, but do not worry. For everything will work itself out. The Clarice interaction was written when I was deciding on the pairings, so you can just ignore that part really. People have inquired me about the aging headmaster and Sirius. I see the aging headmaster as a good-intentioned man that just took on too much that he really couldn't do much. Until the 5th book, that was how the series was portraying him really. I believe that the aging headmaster just really wanted to do what was best for everybody and made mistakes. Sirius was in a prison for 12 years where he had no happy wonders whatsoever, and yet he was just fine when he escaped and was a big part of the boy with the lightning scar's life. There had to be something wrong with him, and what I see is Sirius somehow blaming he boy with the lightning scar for his best friend's death. I like the character and how he was portrayed, but realistically, that canon wouldn't have happened. Anyways, hope that helps. The boy with the lightning scar's relationship with Percy will be just an okay friend. When the war starts, their viewpoints will clash. Let me know of any suggestions. Until next weekend. Snow glows white tonight. The boy with the lightning scar was with Talia, Annabeth, and Percy as Percy's mother, Sally, drove them to a military school while it was snowing. The boy with the lightning scar had integrated hymns Elf into camp almost seamlessly those last few days of summer. Many days, the boy with the lightning scar and Percy had ended up in the arena, and while the boy with the lightning scar was soundly aiding Percy as Percy's high from the quest went away, the fights were becoming more and more impressive. The boy with the lightning scar greatly enjoyed his friendship with Percy, because there was nothing expected of him. He honestly saw Percy as a less annoying version of Colin Creevey since Percy was 3 years younger. It was like Colin was on a permanent dose of calming drafts. Annabeth acted so much like Hermione her first year at Hogwarts, that it was scary. However, there seemed to be no chance for her to go Hermione's route, so Annabeth had wormed her way into his heart, and now he had another surrogate younger sibling. Talia was simply his best friend. There was no chance of anything remotely romantic happening between the two, but the two were close. At the end of the summer, the boy with the lightning scar was slightly sad to see his new friends leave, but he did see them during the fall. The last day of summer vacation, the camp had a large fireworks celebration send-off for the campers, and it was then that the boy with the lightning scar met Grover. They didn't have much time to talk, but they at least knew each other. While his friends were gone from camp, the boy with the lightning scar was tutored in mundane subjects by Chiron with the rest of the year-rounders and one of Hecate's elder children in his magical subjects. He had progressed to the point of owls and would take the tests at the end of winter break. Now, the four friends were driving on a snowy night, because Grover had called in an SOS. Apparently there were two rather powerful demigods he was watching, and a monster was closing in. So the monster busters were called in. As they drove, the boy with the lightning scar started thinking about next summer. He was going to be at camp, of course, but he was also going to be able to legally drive in the States. He had the money, so he had the option to get a vehicle, and sitting in Miss Jackson's car was seriously pushing him towards it. He had nothing against Sally. He had gone to their apartment a couple of times during the school year actually, but it was a little weird, but that was a decision for another day. As they pulled up, "Are you kids sure that you don't want me to wait?" Quote, "We're fine, Miss Jackson," Talia answered. "We'll have our own way back to camp." "All right, you take care of yourselves, okay?" "Yes, ma'am," she answered. As the car disappeared, Talia turned so cool. The others agreed, and Percy blushed in appreciation. "Come on guys, let's go see if we can't find Grover," Percy remarked, leading the group into the school. They were stopped by the principal that didn't seem to believe any of the tales that they were spinning, even when Talia used her control over the mist. That did not make Percy happy. Luckily Grover found them and dragged them away before the principal could get nasty. "Man, am I glad to see you guys," Grover remarked once they were away from the aggressive principal. "You got here just in time. I think the monster is moving tonight." "Well, what are we waiting for? Percy inquired, starting for the gym. Let's go and get them. It's not that easy, Percy, because the monster is already here and you've already met him. But the only person we have met is Dr. Thorne, Annabeth argued. You don't mean that he is a monster? Grover nodded grimly in agreement with her observations. We can't grab those two just yet. But we should stay close to them and wait. The group of 5 made their way to the gym where the dance was taking place, like many middle school dances. This was the first dance that the boy with the lightning scar had seen other than the Yule Ball, and the boy with the lightning scar figured that it had ruined school dances for him from now on. There were very few actual dancers. The rest were either sitting down or there was a group of guys playing basketball in the corner with a plastic bottle. Shaking his head at their antics, the boy with the lightning scar swept his eyes across the gym again. It was then that he noticed Drive. Thorne was lurking among the walls watching them all. Come on, the boy with the lightning scar remarked while grabbing Talia's hand. We are at a dance, so let's dance. Watch the walls. Talia and the boy with the lightning scar spun around the room a couple of times before Grover ran up and yelled about Percy and the 2 demigods they were supposed to be watching having disappeared. All right, let's go. The 2 demigods and Satyr quickly made their way outside the school to see Percy and Annabeth confronting Drive. Thorne, who had ditched his human disguise and stood in his natural manticore state with 2 children that must have been who they were looking for behind him. Ah, even more demigods to dispose of. Marvelous. Let them go, Thorne. Let them go and we can let you go. The boy with the lightning scar yelled while moving up to Percy. Oh, that's a good one. Thorne laughed. Come at me, young demigods. Before a plan could be made, Percy launched himself towards the monster. Muttering about impatient heroes, Annabeth was right behind him with her knife. Turning to Talia, the boy with the lightning scar tried to make a plan. You get the new ones or me. Talia's answer was to take out her own weapon and her shield. You think I'm going to miss a fight? This is my first monster since I've woken up. You can get the next one. Shaking his head in exasperation at the wild girl, the boy with the lightning scar made his way around the battle and to the 2 siblings that were enraptured by the fight before them. You know, it might be a good idea to get out of the way of their battle, the boy with the lightning scar casually suggested, startling the girl and the boy. Sorry about that, the boy with the lightning scar grinned. But it is a good idea to move away slightly. Since you have no training yet, you would just get in the way. They did follow the boy with the lightning scar, but questions had to be inquired. Which was understandable since they had just been introduced to the world. Who are you? What is this? The girl inquired, nearly hysterical. Well, I am the boy with the lightning scar, Potter, wizard, demigod, and all-around good guy. As for what this is, it would probably be best if we waited until this fight was wrapped up. Why don't you jump in there then and finish it quicker? The boy with the lightning scar shrugged. They're taking care of the beastie by themselves right now. They may not look like much, but between the 3 of them, hundreds of monsters have been disintegrated. The girl was still near hysterics, but the boy was wide-eyed as he watched the rather impressive fight. Percy and Annabeth were focusing on keeping Thorne's attention to the front of him while Talia attacked his back, avoiding the tail. Bad luck was present today though, as Thorne spun quickly, making Annabeth fall to the concussive force of his tail, which sufficiently distracted Percy and Talia. That was just enough for Dr. Thorne to push the heroes back towards the boy with the lightning scar. Get ready, young demigods, for your end is near. Whatever else was coming from him was stopped at the sound of a war horn coming from the woods, causing the boy with the lightning scar to break out in a smile. Dr. Thorne, however, seemed to have lost all color on his body and started muttering to himself. Not them, no, not them. He was silenced when a silver air struck him in his shoulder. Rather familiar. Faces to the boy with the lightning scar stepped out of the shadows and were standing at the edge of the woods. Permission to fire, my lady? Zoe inquired. Her cheeks were slightly flushed and she had the boy with the lightning scar wondered. She glanced rather cute. When he realized what he was thinking, his own cheeks flushed a little more while he turned away from the rather attractive girl. Artemis had kept the boy with the lightning scar in the corner of her eye since they had Airy Ved, and she saw the embarrassed flush of the boy with the lightning scar as he diverted his eyes. She internally grinned at his reaction, happy that her best friend's crush at least returned her feelings. Since the boy with the lightning scar was a wizard, his vows were forever binding, so if they did get together the boy with the lightning scar would have to be faithful. It seems that she would have to implement her plan soon enough. Foul, foul, the ancient laws prevent this. Thorn hissed, trying to prevent his demise and find an escape. All monster are under my domain, the interference is permitted. Permission granted Zoe. As she gave the okay, Thorn leapt at the demigods, and both Talia and Percy were unprepared, but Annabeth was not. Annabeth stood in front of her friends and jumped on Thorn's back, pushing him towards the cliff. Unfortunately Zoe had already unleashed her arrow and no one could turn their heads away from the event. It was almost like a car wreck in slow motion. Zoe's arrow struck true and it was all the push that the two needed to topple over the edge of the cliff. Percy was instantly rushing to the cliff, but was wrapped up by the boy with the lightning scar and prevented from diving after her. Let me go, the boy with the lightning scar, I have to get to her. Let me go. She's gone, Percy, not dead, but she is miles away from here already. You'll have to wait. No, this can't be right. Percy turned to the hunters and saw that Zoe still held the bow. It was you that shot that arrow and caused this. Percy advanced on her, but once again the boy with the lightning scar blocked his way. This time, he did not have a sympathetic gaze, instead he was glaring and there was fire in his eyes that had made bigger men wilt. Percy was no exception and calmed down immediately. While Artemis raised an eyebrow at the boy with the lightning scar's protectiveness and Zoe's cheeks flushed a bit more. Good, you're calm now. Think before you speak, Annabeth is basically my little sister and I am upset like you, but we will lay the blame where it needs to be and then start searching for her. Got it? Yeah, the boy with the lightning scar, sorry. No worries, Percy. Maybe now you'll ask her out. The boy with the lightning scar grinned, causing laughter from both Talia and Grover. The boy with the lightning scar then turned to the hunters. Hey Artemis, nice to see you again. You as well, Zoe and the rest of the girls. Artemis grinned as she briefly hugged the one male that she could stand. It wouldn't do to make Zoe jealous after all. Zoe D. EC as well, since her mistress could have one and it wouldn't be too strange. Her hug however was significantly longer and both had noticeable blushes when they let go of each other, causing Artemis to inwardly smile again. Although, there was never going to be a man that could get closer than a friend to Artemis, but she could be happy if a good man managed to woo one of her hunters. Girls, Artem is remarked, grabbing everyone's attention. We'll be setting up here, unpack and get ready. We'll need 2 extra tents as well as the boy with the lightning scars. The past 2 minutes had been confusing to the 3 remaining campers as well as the new inductees of the mythological world, but camping finally sounded like something that they could do. Artemis then turned to the new demigods. Now, it's time we discuss what to do with you two. It seems that we need to determine who your father is. Our dad is dear. We've been taken care of a lawyer for the last few years. You may have been taken care of by a lawyer, but your father is far from dead. What do you know about the gods such as Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon? You mean like my mythomagic cards? Does Zeus really have a lightning bolt that does 900 attack damage? The younger of the siblings inquired excitedly. No, he doesn't, Nico, because he isn't real. None of those stories are real, they're just myths. What is your name? The boy with the lightning scar inquired. Bianca. Well, Bianca, if I were to perform a bit of magic, would you at least be open to the idea that myths might be real? There's no such thing as magic, Bianca remarked with all the conviction she could muster. Oh really? The boy with the lightning scar inquired while withdrawing his wand. A swish and flick and Bianca was floating in the air. Another swish of his wand and one of the rocks was transfigured into a pig. You believe me now? Who are you people? Bianca inquired with a bit of fear in her voice as she was set on the ground. It was then that Artemis took over. After all, the young girl was a maiden and she wasn't scared of the manticore, so she would be a good addition to the hunt. If you will follow me to my tent, I shall attempt to explain a few things. I also have an offer that I wish for you to consider. What about me? Nico inquired. I'm sure Grover would be willing to play your mythical card game, Artemis suggested. Grover, of course, was more than willing to do anything Artemis inquired, like any satyr would be. Good, then Zoe, could you bring the boy with the lightning scar to my tent once I am done with Bianca? Of course, my lady, Zoe agreed, there was only a light dusting of her cheeks as she glanced slyly at the boy with the lightning scar. Artemis and Bianca disappeared in her tent for 30 minutes while the boy with the lightning scar caught up with the girls and the other 4 tried to keep to themselves. Although they were friends with the boy with the lightning scar, the hunt was hard to get along with as they were distrustful of males and Talia had a few issues herself with them. Finally the flaps of Artemis opened and the two stepped out. "Hunters, I would like to introduce you to your new sister," Artemis remarked happily. Many of the girls walked over to congratulate their new sister, but Nico glanced defeated. Noticing this, the boy with the lightning scar made his way over to him. "You know she isn't leaving you, right?" the boy with the lightning scar inquired gently. "But she just joined another group with a bunch of new sisters." "Where does that leave me?" "Why, at camp with us," the boy with the lightning scar responded. "You gain a new family as well, but don't worry, you won't lose your sister. The hunters drop by the camp every few years, so you won't lose contact. Plus, the mythological world has ways of communicating with people, so it's basically going to feel like you are going to different schools truthfully." Although Nico wasn't fully comfortable with the situation yet, he was able to give a small smile which put a smile on the boy with the lightning scar's face as well. Zoe had watched and heard most of the conversation and she joined in the SMI. La Fest as she went to grab the boy with the lightning scar. Once they were far enough from the group, Zoe spoke, "That was a good thing you did." The boy with the lightning scar had given up fighting his growing crush on Zoe already. He could treat it like a celebrity crush since it wasn't going away. He still blushed though and shrugged, "It's what anyone would have done." He just needed to know his sister wasn't lost to him just yet. Zoe smiled and both felt butterflies in their stomachs as they entered Artemis' tent. "It's good to see you again," the boy with the lightning scar, especially before you were scheduled to appear again. "I'm going to need a favor from you now though. The hunters will be spending the next week or two in camp and we don't get along well with the campers. Hair just sore we have won capture the flag 86 times in a row," Zoe muttered. "Hopefully you can be a peacekeeper between the two groups. I've missed the signs and must hunt monsters that I had almost forgotten existed. And no, Zoe, the hunters cannot travel with me for I will be traveling where none but a god can safely navigate. You'll need to work closely with the boy with the lightning scar to keep the peace anyways." Artemis half smirked at the blushes on both of them. It was rather cute to watch. "So the boy with the lightning scar, what have you been up to?" "I decided that the boy with the lightning scar will be with the hunt for a few months after the Titan's curse, so sorry that I wrote it differently in the last chapter. Digital cookie if someone feels that my chapter title was stupid. For those of you who are reading my other stories, I apologize, but Word decided it didn't like my work. Until next time, camp and games." The wizard, the hunter, and the goddess spent many hours catching up with each other. It was honestly the boy with the lightning scar going over the various spells that he had learned, and of course a demonstration was in order when he described the spell with Zoe weaving tales of their hunts. Artemis was involved enough to remind the two that they were there and to back up Zoe's tales, but mostly she sat back and watched the two animatedly talk to each other. The adoration found in their eyes was easy to see if anyone cared to look, but those two were oblivious. Artemis internally shook her head at the dance the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe seemed to be determined to go on. After the fifth fought-off yawn from the boy with the lightning scar, Artemis sent both of them to bed. "Now I mean your separate beds, not together," which set off another round of blushes that had Artemis chuckling as neither would look at each other. Watching the two say goodnight and make their way to their respective tents, Artemis decided that she could rest for a few hours before her girls. The boy with the lightning scar and Talia were picked up, those other two as well. The camp was up and moving to greet the rise of the sun. The hunters were used to this as they did this once a week. The campers and new demigods, however, were not, and the 4 of them were very lethargic. The boy with the lightning scar was somewhere in the middle as he could react, but there were a few yawns spaced here and there. After all, the Dursleys hated to miss a time to eat. "My brother is always late during the winter. He's so lazy this time of year." Artemis huffed, which brought an amused chuckle from the boy with the lightning scar and a few of the other hunters. For an immortal goddess, there were still some things that could try anyone's patience, apparently. Your siblings fell into that category. So what's Apollo like? I haven't honestly met any Olympians yet besides you. The boy with the lightning scar inquired, trying to distract an aggravated goddess. Of the hunt. He's irresponsible, lazy, and he never takes anything serious. He always flirts with my hunters, and ever since my father has made that pact, Apollo seems top with his kid count. Huh, so like the opposite of you in almost every way. Any good things about being a sibling with him? The last thing my brother did something responsible was expose Orion as the pig that he was. That was also over 2,000 years ago. Speak of the devil. As the sun broke the horizon, it seemed to grow brighter by the second. It also seemed to be coming closer. Don't look, Artemis yelled for everyone. The heat from whatever it was enough to melt the surrounding snow and caused the boy with the lightning scar to wish that he didn't have his jacket. Fortunately, the light and the heat quickly went down and they could finally turn and see. The car was nice, if saying nice meant that it was drool-worthy, which it was. Apparently, the driver had an attractive enough quality as the boy with the lightning scar overheard Talia say that he was hot. Of course Percy's reply was whether hilarious or cringe-worthy, depending on whether Percy was oblivious or not. Little sister. The man in his early 20s cried out as he moved himself out of the car. Of course, the boy with the lightning scar and the hunters knew that this was not how to get on Artemis' good side when you were already testing her patience for that day. You were late. Yes, well, Apollo shrugged sheepishly, but his face told another story. Ah, Talia, so glad you got out of that tree. That is not the place that pretty girls should be, he remarked, making Talia blush. Ah, the boy with the lightning scar, Potter, I have been looking forward to meeting you. I'm not going bar hopping with you, the boy with the lightning scar instantly stated. Apollo's face fell, as it was indeed a suggestion for later on. The boy with the lightning scar might not have known much about Apollo, but he had heard how Apollo had met the kids' mothers, and it usually involved a bar and a good number of drinks. You are just no fun, but well, I will ask you when your sex drive increases. I know you don't have a girl back in England, and there's no one at camp you have your eye on, so you'll find me. Apollo shrugged. So focused on the discussion between the boy with the lightning scar and Apollo, no one noticed the glimmer of hope and joy in Zoe's eyes after Apollo's words. Artemis of course noticed, but she was looking for it and inwardly chuckled at how smitten Zoe was about this one boy. Anyway, little sis, what do you need? I am not your little sister. My hunters and these campers need transportation to Camp Half-Blood. I am needed in a hunt. Sure thing, sis. Remember, Apollo, you will not flirt with my hunters. You will not touch my hunters. You will not speak to an individual hunter. Take them and drop them off at the camp and then leave. She then turned to Zoe and the boy with the lightning scar. Take care of the rest of the girls and don't set any more cabins on fire. With that she flashed out. Huh, Apollo remarked. Unfortunately there are more than two of you, so it looks like this car has got to go, unfortunately. Clicking a button on his car keys, the car morphed seamlessly into a small bus. All aboard. The trip to camp wasn't the smoothest it could have been, but it was a LSO better than it could have been as well. Talia was a nervous wreck as she started to fly, but a rather well-hidden cheering charm cast by the boy with the lightning scar, and she at least didn't burn anyone to a crisp. Many of the hunters still sent her scathing looks for the beginning of the ride, but it was to be expected. Chiron trotted up to the group as Apollo's sun chariot disappeared. Welcome back, young demigods. And welcome to you as well, hunters. Your cabin is of course ready for you. Girls, move out, Zoe yelled and then turned to the boy with the lightning scar. You are welcome. Me to stop by in an hour or so, and we want you on our Capture the Flag team tomorrow night. Capture the Flag? I'm guessing it is hunters versus campers whenever you show up. Indeed, and we have won 84 straight times. We will make it 85 tomorrow. The boy with the lightning scar smirked and Zoe returned it just as quickly. The friendliness of the boy with the lightning scar with the hunters was unnerving to many of the campers. There was a fierce rivalry between the two groups, and the boy with the lightning scar seemed to use the line that was drawn to jump rope. However, the fact that He did get along with the hunters made the campers a slight more mistrustful, and the Aphrodite cabin even refused to talk to him. Not that it really bothered the boy with the lightning scar. He was used to stares and cute girl that he had on a crush on trumped individuals that he barely knew. It was just the way a teenage male's mind usually worked. Talia was really the only camper that interacted with the boy with the lightning scar and the hunt, but it was easy to see that her focus was somewhere else. The boy with the lightning scar just assumed that she was worried about Annabeth as she walked much closer than the boy with the lightning scar to Annabeth. The boy with the lightning scar was of course broken up about Annabeth, but he had a feeling that these things would work themselves out soon enough. The hunters had taken over the archery range and not even the Apollo children tried to get on it with the hunters. The boy with the lightning scar was of course with them for the entire first day and most of the second. Both the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe had taken a mid-afternoon nap to prepare for the game that night, and both were struck by a demigod nightmare. Artemis was being pushed down by a great weight that was unseen but felt by anyone near. A giant shadow loomed over the goddess. Oh, how the mighty Olympians have fallen! How does it feel, little goddess, to be stuck here? The wild all around you, and it is impossible for you to move. You shall never be free, little goddess. With a start, the two woke up and almost ran to the big house. The boy with the light scar noticed Zoe first and also noticed her frazzled state. You as well? He inquired, startling her enough that she was reaching for her knife. What do you mean? I mean the dream that was most likely about Artemis and a rather large and menacing shadow figure. So you had that dream as well? Then we must go speak to Chiron and Mr. D. Their pace and frazzled state of the two let the rest of the camp know that something serious was about to go down, and they would be told if it pertained to them. Until then, the campers would leave the two alone and prepare for the night's capture the flag. The boy with the lightning scar and Zoe found Chiron gazing at the camp from the porch, but Mr. D was notably absent. What can I do for the two of you? He inquired calmly. My lady has been captured, Zoe delivered bluntly. Perhaps it was a bit too blunt, as Chiron's tea soon found itself in a nice spray pattern. What do you mean that Artemis is captured? Are you joking? Of course I am sure. I would never joke about something like this. The boy with the lightning scar had the same dream vision. She has been captured and is held by a stifling weight. We need to go rescue her. The boy with the lightning scar agreed with an empathetic nod. No one touched his friends and got away with it. I can't let you out of the camp without a quest. Artemis trusted your safety to me, so I cannot allow you to leave. Then let me ask the oracle for a quest. The boy with the lightning scar yelled. He couldn't figure out why Chiron was being so stubborn. A goddess, and more importantly his friend, was trapped. They needed to rescue her as soon as possible. I am sorry, you two, but I cannot allow a quest to be issued right now. Go and prepare for tonight's capture the flag. But, the two tried to argue. I will not discuss this any longer. Go, we will discuss this tomorrow perhaps, but not any longer today. That night, the hunters were rather angry and the game was going to be violent. The boy with the lightning scar and Zoe had gathered the hunters together to discuss their dream, and to say the hunters were not happy was liked water in it. They had to take their aggression out on something, and the campers were perfect targets. Hunters and campers, welcome to the traditional game of capture the flag, hoisted every time the hunters visit. Remember that there is no killing or ming allowed, and that the river is the boundary. Good luck to you all. The game starts when my horn is sounded. You have 10 minutes to prepare. The hunters and campers separated, with many of the campers giving the boy with the lightning scar a betrayed look. The boy with the lightning scar, however, shrugged it off. It was honestly just a game, and with his dream this afternoon there was no way he would have fought against the hunters. The boy with the lightning scar honestly felt sorry for the campers, because the hunters were taking no prisoners tonight. Okay hunters, Zoe remarked, bringing a stop to the mutterings of the group and all attention to her. We have no worries in the fact that we will win, but tonight is a great time to relieve stress. Seeing that we have witches and the one wizard of the camp with us, we can use all advantages afforded to us. The disillusion charm will be very helpful. Now, who travels with me to their flag and who shall guard ours? With an intense discussion, the boy with the lightning scar finally volunteered to guard the flag with two others. He knew that most of the hunters were rather angry, and although he was worried about his new older sister figure, they had lost their surrogate mother figure that had taken care of them for years. When the horn sounded, the magicals in the group cast their spells and many of the hunters seemed to disappear. The boy with the lightning scar decided, while he was guarding the flag, that pissing off a group of females with pointy objects was possibly the worst decision ever made. Cries of pain reverberated across the woods, and the boy with the lightning scar cringed at each scream. He was sure that Chiron was regretting his decision to not allow them a quest as well. With the hunters playing, with an aggression that made many cringe, the boy with the lightning scar was quite bored. One of the hunters that stayed with him had climbed a rather large tree that had a vantage point of the river. Hearing remarked hunter start cheering, the boy with the lightning scar was slightly disappointed. He was almost prepared to go and celebrate with the hunters when a disturbance that only one who had been hunted before could sense, sending out a wall of stunners that he had learned how to do only a few weeks ago. Hearing a thud and then seeing an Athena child fall with Annabeth's hat falling off, the boy with the lightning scar was satisfied and turned just in time to see Zoe cross the river with the flag in her possession. Zoe was so pumped that the hunters had won again, that she wrapped the boy with the lightning scar in a hug and kissed his cheek before she could control herself. Both lit up like Christmas trees, but no one from camp noticed that. A few of the hunters noticed, but one of them wondered about it much as the boy with the lightning scar was an honorary brother to them all, and they wondered Zoe was embracing that fact. Suddenly, the clearing was silenced of all moaning and celebrating as a green mist began pouring in. The mummified appearance of the oracle had come down from the attic and somehow managed to come down to the forest. Pointing its bony hand, the oracle beckoned Zoe to the forefront. Stealing her nerves, Zoe approached and inquired, "How can I rescue my lady? 5 shall go west for the goddess in chains, 1 shall be lost in the rain without rain. The bane of Olympus shall show the way, campers and hunters combined prevail, the Titan's curse one must withstand. Father's blade be stayed by fate's marked hand." The oracle then lost its other WORLDLY glow and dropped to the ground in a heap. That was a signal for the campers and hunters to make as noise much as they wondered they needed to. Silence, Chiron yelled, getting everyone to settle down. Counselors, convene at the big house in 10 minutes for a war council. The boy with the lightning scar is our only educated magician, you need to join us as well. I also have wondered of EU the boy with the lightning scar Potter and Percy Jackson. Crossover, and I'm putting this down to perhaps inspire another writer to do the same. Why isn't the boy with the lightning scar ever a Roman demigod? Well, look out for that story in a few weeks, and I'll write to all of you next week. Until next time, to begin a quest. The war room was in an uproar as the unexpected prophecy was discussed. All were giving their opinions as they waited for Percy and Chiron to show up. Percy ended up with the short straw as everyone left him to deal with the husk of the oracle, the boy with the lightning scar was trying to calm Zoe as best he could, since she was rather angry at the entirety of the camp, especially the counselors. Who wouldn't be when they were not talking about the missing goddess, but the glory of a quest? You can't maim them, remember Zoe, that would just add even more time to sort out this whole quest mess and we will fall farther behind, the boy with the lightning scar whispered with a hand on Zoe's shoulder, trying to hold back the angry teen. Just a little, the boy with the lightning scar, they won't even know they're missing a few parts. I promise, Zoe whispered back just as fiercely. Although the campers were unable to hear what was being remarked, everyone in the camp seemed to have a chill run down their back for some reason and became a lot more nervous around sharp and pointy things. Before the boy with the lightning scar could answer, and he wasn't sure how he was going to calm the enraged girl down, the 2 missing people finally arrived. Chiron quickly brought order to those present, but the boy with the lightning scar kept himself close to Zoe, not like anyone else was vying for the spot. Demigods, a quest has been issued and will need to be chosen, however. The oracle did give the quest to Ms. Nightshade. There was an audible groan from the campers as they knew they weren't going to be chosen. The boy with the lightning scar found it both amusing and aggravating at the emotions of the campers. They still weren't concerned by the fact that Artemis was captured. Well, Ms. Nightshade, do you know who you will pick? I want Bianca, Talia, the boy with the lightning scar, and me, a rather familiar voice remarked from the doorway. The blonde hair and gray eyes shone with relief at the sight of her friends, and everyone in the room was silenced. Annabeth, Talia cried out, launching herself to hug the younger girl. This broke the room of its spell and many rushed to see Annabeth. It wasn't every day that a demigod came back into camp without a full quest going after them. The boy with the lightning scar wasn't one to show much emotion, but he did smile as his new younger friend was back safely in camp. "It's good to see you back, Annabeth," Chiron remarked. "But how did you escape?" "Artemis took my place in the imprisonment. I can't remember where we were, but during the exchange my bonds were loosened. I took the chance and escaped. When I was a few miles from the prison, I met a Pegasus in the wilds and she offered me a ride back to camp." "It's good that you are back," Percy remarked, smiling. His crush was almost painfully obvious. "Now I really don't care who goes on this stupid quest." When the words left his mouth, the other counselors and Chiron all took a step away from the poor boy. A chill settled in the room when the boy with the lightning scars and Zoe's eyes seemed to glow with barely repressed power. "Leave, now," the boy with the lightning scar hissed, his hand twitching towards his wand. It would be so easy to curse the idiot. He couldn't really claim that he was being an idiotic teenager since he was a demigod. To be an idiotic demigod was to be a dead one. He had just insulted a god. And more importantly a friend of two of the most powerful non-divine, non-immortal individuals in the mythology. Wasn't a complete idiot as he beat a hasty retreat out of the room. Yes, well," Chiron remarked, trying to defuse the situation, "I will have the van ready in the morning. I wish you all good luck on your quest." The early morning sun greeted the 5 teens as they stood at the back of the hill waiting for their quest to start. Slowly a half-horse, half-man walked up to them. "Argus shall drive you into town, after that you must make your own way. The winter solstice is only a few days away and we need Artemis to be on Olympus for the gods to mobilize. Good luck." As the 4 girls and 1 boy started to make their way down the hill they were stopped by a male voice. "Wait, Annabeth, I wondered you were joking about going on this quest," an out-of-breath Percy remarked when he caught up with the group. "Why would I joke about this? I owe Artemis." "Fine then, I'm coming on this quest as well." "No you are not," the boy with the lightning scar remarked calmly. The boy with the lightning scar could not figure out why Percy was acting like this. Sure, Percy had a crush on Annabeth, but he seemed to think everyone would simply agree with him. "The prophecy calls for 5 people, we already have 5 people." "Oh please, then get rid of the newbie." "I returned the lightning bolt and obtained the golden fleece. Obviously I am the greatest demigod available right now." Every member of the group was staring at Percy as if he had grown a second head. The 2 that had interacted with him at camp and known him the longest couldn't replace the boy that always sacrificed himself for his friends, with the arrogant boy in front of them. The boy with the lightning scar, however, was only slightly confused. He knew that the younger male was slightly full of himself. The boy with the lightning scar had spent all of fall within the camp, and since he wasn't in debt to Percy for saving his life or had been on quests with him, the boy with the lightning scar was able to form a slightly unbiased opinion of the young boy. That didn't mean that the boy with the lightning scar was going to cut all ties with Percy, as everyone had their flaws, but this was beyond what he wondered Percy had been known for. The boy with the lightning scar could only hope that sitting out this major quest could do the boy good. "Percy," the boy with the lightning scar remarked, as Zoe was likely to castrate the young man rather than talk. "Zoe is the leader of this quest. She has already chosen her companions and you are delaying the quest, so move." "Why should I am." The rest of his big-headedness was cut off by a well-placed stunner to the forehead. "Thank you." The boy with the lightning scar, Zoe remarked with a nod. "Come on everyone, we have a quest to complete." The boy with the lightning scar convinced Argus to drop the group off in front of the NYSE so they were within a quick trot of the Gringotts branch. "Why are we here?" the boy with the lightning scar, Talia, inquired. "Well, I don't know about you, but I don't have much mortal cash on me at the moment. Since we're going on a cross-country trip, we probably need a little bit to help us along," the boy with the lightning scar responded, blushing at being called out at something that they would never have wondered about. The boy with the lightning scar and the girls entered the bank, the girls stopping to read the poem that was found at every Gringotts branch. The bank was a bit fuller than the last time he had visited, as the Americans were a bit more lenient on the so-called dark creatures. In the good old US of A, these dark creatures were allowed to open accounts at the bank, so most of them came through at night. The goblins were happy with this arrangement because they were making a profit 24/7. Greetings, honored teller. I would like to access the Potter Black accounts. This time there was no hesitation in the goblin's verifying process. It seemed that the story of the boy with the lightning scar arriving with a goddess had spread, but the boy with the lightning scar wasn't going to complain or question at the moment. Of course, Mr. Potter, but before we go down to the may I ask why you are here? My companions and I are on a quest, the boy with the lightning scar responded. Very good, Mr. Potter. When you withdraw the amount you wish, please return to me. Your companions may accompany you to your vault. The girls had varying reactions with the cart ride to the boy with the lightning scar's vault. While Annabeth and Bianca enjoyed the roller coaster-like actions and laughed on the way down, Talia and Zoe were clutching at the closest thing they could find. For Talia it was the railing in front of her. But Zoe had the live body of the boy with the lightning scar to cling to, and the boy with the lightning scar saw no problem with that. In fact, the boy with the lightning scar was slightly disappointed when the ride came to a stop and he had to open his vault. The reaction of all the girls were the same when the large doors swung open, as their jaws dropped as one and were almost audible. The boy with the lightning scar had seen it all before and made his withdraw quickly. He was also happy with the ride back to the top as Zoe once again reminded the boy with the lightning scar that she was a female and very attractive. Exchanging most of his galleons for American currency, the boy with the lightning scar approached the teller once again. Ah, Mr. Potter, we of the nation know of your quest and the prophecy surrounding it. Unfortunately, since we are not of the official mythological world, we cannot directly interfere with the quest. However, we can give you a single-use portkey that will deposit only one person in a secure place where they can heal. I cannot tell you when to use it, but the situation will become clear when needed. Good luck, Mr. Potter and companions. The girls were rather impressed as they walked out of the bank, and everyone was thankful that they had an escape route for someone if they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Now, I know that Zeus is quite displeased with any and all demigods that fly, so I say we go grab some breakfast and then check the bus schedules, the boy with the lightning scar suggested. Bus schedules? Bianca inquired. It will probably be a bit easier if we get to DC before we take a trip across country. There's also magical line that starts from DC that might be our best bet. New York only has a few magical things. Among the city, it's hard with the diversity found in New York to find a place to put in a magical community. Plus with Camp Half-Blood so close and all the magicals blessed by Hecate. There's always an option if they learn about it. Oh, okay. Breakfast was easy to find in the city that never sleeps, and they were able to quickly find a bus with a route to DC. Somehow the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe ended up sitting by each other again, and hours later with their arrival in the nation's capital, the two woke up realizing they had cuddled up to each other during their trip. Both were far enough out of it that they simply disentangled from each other and got off the bus without creating a scene. The bus deposited them right outside of the National Mall. All right, I think the train station is somewhere around here, the boy with the lightning scar muttered. The National Mall, Annabeth exclaimed. Oh, can we go into one of the museums around here? Please, she inquired the boy with the lightning scar. Hey, I'm not the one in charge of this field trip, you have to ask Zoe. Just as Zoe was about to answer, a little girl's cry of Big Kitty attracted all attention to her. The Nemean lion stood in all of its glory as the mortal were running away from it screaming. Perhaps they saw a regular lion growling at them. No, Annabeth, I don't think we'll have time to go see any of the museums, Zoe drawled. The lion roared as it finally sensed the 5 demigods and paced menacingly towards the group. Bianca, who hadn't had time to learn about the myths, was quick to fire an arrow at the beast, but with the impervious skin the lion harmlessly. In fact, it served to only make the lion angrier. Drawing his sword, the boy with the lightning scar and Talia were up close and personal, and it wasn't the most fun thing to do. For such a large animal, it was rather quick on its feet as its paws slashed at the two. Zoe and Bianca were able to distract the beast just enough to keep any of the lion's attacks from landing. Annabeth was all but useless in this fight as the skin was too tough to be pierced by her knife and too fast for her invisibility. Slashing his sword to keep the rather large jaws away from his torso, the boy with the lightning scar somehow managed to nick the inside of its mouth, which made the beast roar in pain. Its mouth, Aim for its mouth. The insides are still squishy. The boy with the lightning scar yelled as he pressed his attack. However, the beast must have understood that opening its mouth was detrimental to its survival, as it refused to open its mouth. The boy with the lightning scar and Talia were growing tired, and the hunters were almost out of arrows. All of a sudden the cat let out a mighty roar of aggravation, and that was all that Zoe needed before she released the arrow that went down the lion's mouth. The Nemean lion disappeared in a burst of dust, and all that was left was a fur vest. Why did it open its mouth? Bianca inquired. You're welcome, Annabeth remarked as she took of her invisibility cap. The lion was just a big cat, and all cats hate having their tail pulled. The group chuckled as Annabeth finished her explanation. So who gets the spoils? Talia inquired. Don't look at me, Annabeth remarked. All I did was pull its tail. I was pretty useless in this fight. Or me, Bianca remarked. I may have hit it with arrows, but there was little risk for me. Well, you found its weakness, the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe launched the finishing blow, so you two decide, Talia remarked. I will not have anything to do with this lion except the satisfaction of killing the beast. You can take it, the boy with the lightning scar. Hey Talia, can you start a fire in one of these trash bins? The boy with the lightning scar remarked as he picked up the pelt. Sure, Talia agreed with confusion evident in her voice. Once the fire was started, the boy with the lightning scar dumped the pelt into the fire before anyone could say something. To Artemis. The fire turned green and then died out completely. Why did you do that? Zoe inquired. The gods are strengthened by our sacrifices. I'm pretty sure that Artemis needs all the help she can get right now if our dreams are to go by. Come on, we have a train to catch. Not so fast, a voice from the top of the steps to the Air and Space Museum called out. The figure stepped out of the shadows and both Talia and Annabeth gasped out the name Luke. Hello ladies, and unknown male demigod. I congratulate you on your victory against the lion. But I have a few guests that would like a chance to fight as well. Warriors attack. 6 skeletal warriors started running towards the group that had already turned to run to the station. Luckily, the station was only about a mile away and everyone was fit. Finding an open compartment on the magical train bound cross-country, the group were happy to take it. All the boy with the lightning scar had to do was fling a couple of galleons on the counter at the kiosk. The train would take them as far as they wanted to go with plenty of stops along the way. Well, that was fun. Later, Percy was a bit arrogant in the first 5 books, and he just had to be on all the quests. Perhaps I made Percy just a tad more arrogant than he should have been, but ah well. Oh, nay of my readers inquired if I could let Zoe die and later on the boy with the lightning scar get together with Artemis. Now, it would be a little awkward for me to transition into, but if that's what the readers want, I will have a poll up for about a week. Let me know. Until next time, peace. Going back down memory lane. The 4 girls were wide-eyed at the magic that was casually thrown around on the train, and the boy with the lightning scar was faintly amused, as was other passengers. When one of the passengers inquired about their curiosity, the boy with the lightning scar had to lie in SPU's story about how the girls were magically aware from some distant relatives, but had never had the chance to actually experience this type of magic. The passenger accepted this excuse, but it did cause the girls to dial back their wonder, at least until they were tucked away into the private compartment. I'm not surprised by any of your reactions, the boy with the lightning scar remarked when they were tucked away to Bianca, Annabeth, and Talia, but I am slightly surprised by yours, Zoe. With the number of years you've been a part of the hunt, I would have assumed that you had seen this before. Very rarely does the hunt react with magic, Zoe explained. Even after experiencing thousands of years, I may have seen 3 instances where it was used openly, and I think one time was with the sorceress Circe. Circe, isn't that the one who turned men into pigs whenever they ventured to her island? The boy with the lightning scar inquired. She's changed to guinea pigs, Annabeth inquired before Zoe could answer. How do you know that, Annie? The boy with the lightning scar questioned, generally curious. Annabeth realized that she had all of her companions' attention. Her cheeks turned slightly red. It was last summer during the quest at the Sea of Monsters. Percy had been turned and I had to rescue him. I don't get him, Talia remarked, whatever he was acting like when we left was not the same Percy that we have been around recently. I don't think that is truly surprising, the boy with the lightning scar remarked. I admit that he was more of an ass than I wondered he would be. But the wanting to go on a quest was not surprising. He's not your ordinary demigod in regards to quests. From what I've heard around camp, he's never actually spent much time at camp because he's always on an adventure. If I remember correctly, Annie, you spent 5 full years at camp before you were allowed to leave on a quest. I think he likes the attention right now and he needs to grow up a bit. Perhaps this winter will be good for him. Yeah, I guess so, Annabeth reluctantly agreed. The boy with the lightning scar could tell that it was remarked with reluctance at least, as he was able to sense the emotions in the words even if she did keep her voice level. Who knows, perhaps he'll apologize after we save Artemis. Perhaps, say, does anyone have a drachma? Perhaps we can figure out what those creatures were that were chasing us and I can find out if we're in any danger on this train. Casting a weak water stream, a drachma was sacrificed and the group found Chiron playing a game with Mr. D, the boy with the lightning scar. And ladies, what can I do for you? Sorry to bother you, Chiron, but we ran into a few monsters in DC that we're not sure what they are. ND, I wanted to know if we were safe on the American M train. Well, describe them to me and we'll see what I can tell you. After the boy with the lightning scar's description, even Mr. D glanced slightly paler. Those are very old creatures, the boy with the lightning scar and nigh on indestructible. The last demigod to destroy these skeletal warriors was a child of Hades and we aren't entirely sure if he did something involving his father or if he found the weak point. I'm sorry to say that even your train won't be much of a deterrent to these creatures, but it will take longer for them to catch up to you than if you were on a mortal train. I understand, Chiron. Thanks for the information, the boy with the lightning scar responded with a small smile. I am sorry, you 5, and I have some more information. Percy did not take your refusal of him on this quest very well. He almost escaped camp on a Pegasus and followed your group, but thankfully Selena spotted him and stopped the foolish action. Thank you, Chiron. The boy with the light D then broke the connection. Well, I guess we need to sleep in shifts then. Much of the day was spent in their compartment for the day watching tea. He country roll by and the boy with the lightning scar introducing everyone to wizarding games. Zoe also began teaching Bianca a little more about the hunt while Talia listened in a little more than the other two did, although no one but Zoe noticed this. So Zoe, the boy with the lightning scar, began while the Talia and Annabeth had decided to go find a snack bar and Bianca was dozing in the corner. Can you tell me about a few of your hunts? Oh, well, of course I can. What would you like to hear? I don't know. Why don't you tell me about your first hunt with Artemis? Zoe smiled as her memory took her back to the happy memory. It had been 2 months since Artemis had found Zoe wandering the Greek countryside after she was banished by her sisters for helping that despicable man, Heracles. That demigod had put Zoe off of men for as long as she was alive and was more than happy to join. Artemis, hunters, girls, Artemis called out. Girls, my father has given us a task. A group of Cyclops has been terrorizing the countryside around Athene and apparently a group of male demigods have already died trying to take care of them. All the girls laughed at the misfortune of the males. Grab your gear, girls, and let's go. Quote, the hunt was located on the other side of Greece, but traveling with a goddess made their travel time quite a bit shorter. The hunt arrived just outside the sea, late in the afternoon and decided to set up camp rather than hunt in the waning sunlight of the day. While most of her sisters were down for the night and only a few were on watch, Zoe herself laid awake. A sense of nervousness and excitement filling her. Sighing and knowing that her body would not allow her rest for a few more hours at least, she got out of her cot and stepped outside towards one of the fires that always burned in the camp. Sitting there, Zoe was lost in her wonders of the last month and the sense of belonging that she never felt with her actual sisters in that horrible garden. The only thing that she truly missed was Landon, her lovable dragon that she had given the means to beat him to the self-righteous pig Heracles. Her wonders had distracted her so that she never sensed the approach of Artemis. Should you not be sleeping to prepare yourself, Zoe? Artemis inquired, breaking Zoe out of her musings. My lady, I did not hear you approach, Zoe startled, getting up to bow. I've told you before, Zoe. That my daughters do not bow to me unless there is another god around, so relax. It took a few moments, but Zoe was able to relax eventually. Now, why are you not asleep? There is something troubling you other than the hunt tomorrow. I was thinking of 3 months ago when Zeus' son visited the garden. The one who both ruined my life and eventually improved it. Improve? How so? My sisters and I were never on the best of terms. They felt that father's imprisonment was unjust and that he should be ruling. I disagreed, so it has been quite a few lonely centuries. But now I'm here and I have been welcomed with open arms by both you and my new sisters and I can't help but to be happy. That is good to hear, Artemis smiled. That is why the hunters were made. To give girls like you a chance to live the way you are supposed to. In fact, just then, a large crashing noise reached the maidens' ears, which were followed by more crashes that seemed to be getting closer. All of the hunters had woken up by now and each were holding their weapons tightly, ready to attack if the need came up. The Cyclops that they were going to hunt the next day had stumbled onto the hunters' camp. 8 monsters were met with a hail of arrows, but the tough skin of the creatures made it quite difficult to get a fatal shot. Even Artemis had difficulty aiming when the monsters started thrashing around because of the pain and irritation. However, the hunters had been chosen to end these monsters for a reason as they quickly dispatched 5 with their hail of precise arrows. As another one was turned to dust, Zoe took a minute to disengage and catch her breath. Just as she was about to spring back into action, one of the Cyclops had managed to get close to a tree where 2 of her sisters had taken up perch. Ignoring common sense, Zoe pulled out the standard hunting knives and rushed to distract the monster from bringing down her sisters. Rushing forwards, Zoe was able to slice through a tendon on the back of the creature's leg. Although it did not go deep, it was enough to distract the Cyclops and draw attention to herself as she intended. The rest of the hunters had dispatched the other Cyclops, but Zoe and her monster were moving too much to get a clear shot off. Zoe was able to get a few more cuts on the creature, but those were thin cuts on the legs and most of her time was devoted to dodging the rather large club that was aimed at her head. Seeing an opening, she dashed forward and delivered a rather deep cut that began to spill ichor at an alarming rate. But she couldn't get out of range fast enough. The Cyclops' hand had come down just fast enough to catch Zoe in a blow that sent her flying into a tree. That was the last thing she knew that night. I woke up 3 days later in the medical tent and felt like someone was tap dancing on my head, Zoe explained. I learned that I received a total of 5 cracked ribs, a small fracture in my arm and a concussion, which explains my blacking out. As soon as I was down, arrows poured into the beast and arrows from the 2 girls I saved were the ones that disintegrated him. When I woke up I was praised a hero. The boy with the lightning scar had a gentle smile on his face as he listened to the story, completely enraptured by both the story and her voice. That's awesome, Zoe, the boy with the lightning scar praised. Artemis must have been very proud. Oh, she was, and remarked so. After she berated me for doing something so foolish, Zoe laughed. Sounds exciting. I can't wait until I'm summoned for the hunt. From what I was able to figure out, I can probably come once every month as long as Artemis doesn't change the enchantments. It will be so much fun, Zoe agreed. You'll be the first male ever to be invited into camp and most likely leave alive. Most likely. Well, if you started to flirt with the hunters that didn't want you to and you continue, you'll probably end up with a few arrows in your backside. And if I were to start flirting with you? The boy with the lightning scar inquired while waggling his eyebrows. He was trying to make a joke about it, but there was a sense of worry that she may say to leave her alone. You're fine, Zoe managed to get out with a straight face, for now, she then grinned. Talia and Annabeth had returned by the end and conversation then turned to the boy with the lightning scar's years at Hogwarts. Wait, you're telling me that someone was able to domesticate a Cerberus and then stuck at a school of untrained witches and wizards? Talia inquired as the boy with the lightning scar was describing his first year. I inquired the headmaster about his plans that year. He admitted that it wasn't his shining moment in the past 40 years. How did he allow Snape to be a teacher at that school anyway? Annabeth questioned. From what you described of his behavior, he was completely inappropriate in his interactions with you. Thank you, the boy with the lightning scar cried. I'm glad I'm not the only one to think so. I'm not 100% sure why he even acted that way towards me, he just hated me when I entered the room. I've always wondered if he was a spy for the dark side and just never got caught. Maybe he's mad that his master had been vanquished when I was a toddler. Alright, so what happened next? Did you get caught by Filch after the run-in, or what? Well no, I didn't get caught, and I could see it was severe disappointment for Malfoy. Wait, you are always calling that Malfoy boy by his last name. Draco. The boy with the lightning scar snorted, which is why I refused to call him by his first name. The only dragon-like quality he possessed was its subtlety. So anyways, the boy with the lightning scar trailed off as he gazed out of the window and gained an apprehensive look. What is it, the boy with the lightning scar? Zoe inquired, concern laced in her voice. I really hope I'm seeing things. But I believe I see skeletons on hellhounds chasing the train. This got the attention of the rest of the occupants in the compartment. Is there an emergency stop on this thing? I really don't want to be fighting on a moving train and make this a cliched-filled trip. It's bad enough that those skeletons are riding creatures in the Arizona desert, Annabeth whined. Luckily there were only 2 monsters plus their mounts. Ready your weapons, I'll stop our compartment in 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, the boy with the lightning scar forced his magic into the emergency slot and it slowed almost instantly, coming to a full stop in just a minute and a half while not throwing the 5 demigods. Magic was wonderful, however, the monsters stayed right with the compartment and launched themselves at the demigods as soon as they stopped. The hellhounds lunged, while the skeletons slid off of the beasts and one was met with Talia's spear. The other hell who ND was blocked by the boy with the lightning scar's sword and sent back to Tartarus with a quick blow by Annabeth's knife. Hellhounds were only really good for cannon fodder with their numbers anyways. The skeletal warriors approached slowly and by an unspoken agreement the group of 5 split into 2 groups, Talia and Annabeth with Bianca, and Zoe with the boy with the lightning scar. Talia EPT their warrior back a safe distance with her spear as Annabeth and Bianca tried to get in close and slow the creature down. Although it was not noticeable, Bianca's blows dealt a little more damage than Annabeth's attacks. But it was hard to deal any damage to a skeleton. Bianca, Annabeth called, get to a distance and aim for the head, she ordered, brining out her legacy of Athena. While Bian, CA put away her new knives and brought out the bow, the warrior tried to break past the other 2 girls. Luckily, Annabeth was quite skilled with her knife and managed to give Talia just enough time to force the creature back. Bianca had the best shot she could make as a new hunter as the arrow landed in the eye socket, knocking the head off and watching the body turn to dust. While the 3 girls dealt with their enemy, the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe were leading their own deadly dance. Neither of them were still, but they could not damage the almost indestructible skeletal structure, the boy with the lightning scar. Zoe panted, gaining his attention as he too was panting. Can magic dent these things? For a moment the boy with the lightning scar didn't respond, and he was barely able to block the incoming strikes. Oh yeah, I can use magic in a fight. Flicking his wand into his non-dominant, the boy with the lightning scar cast a spell that seemed to work against all undead. The fire whip was used against all necromantic activities as it was only just weaker against dark objects' fiendfire. Well, that was fun, the boy with the lightning scar remarked as he observed the 2 piles of ashes. The girls could only sigh. Obviously I have taken care of Percy and he won't be in this quest. And whoever inquired about the lion's pelt, no, I have no other plans for it than sacrificing because I didn't want to deal with it. I understand everybody's complaints about the story staying close to canon, and it's going to stay like that mostly until after the Titan's curse. Sorry if this disappoints, but I have a vague idea of a plan. Also at the fight at the end, remember Bianca is a daughter of Hades and she got a kill shot. As far as the boy with the lightning scar's fire whip, we don't know much about the spell and fire is always used against the undead and super effective. I warn you now that next weekend holds no promise for a chapter. There are quite a few tests this week for me, and this weekend I'm a part of my brother's weekend, so don't hold your breath for a chapter. When I come back, my other HP and PJO crossover may be released, and for those looking for a non-canon attempt, that's one for you. Damn junkyard. As the dust of the skeletal warriors were blown away, the group realized that they had been effectively dumped in the Arizona desert. Great, now what are we going to do? Bianca inquired. This was her first quest and she wasn't used to things going wrong yet. Luckily she had an impressive group for support on her group and each had these things happen to them before. First we need to find out where we are. Also it seems that you have a blade, Bianca. That came from the skeleton you destroyed and those two already have a weapon, Zoe remarked, organizing everything in her mind. I've got that covered, the boy with the lightning scar remarked and summoned his bag from the long-gone magical train. It wasn't too far as the boy with the lightning scar's bag arrived in 10 seconds. Sticking his arm fully into the bag, Bianca could only gape at what was happening. How are you doing that? The boy with the lightning scar couldn't pass you. This chance to say what came natural to all magical beings when inquired to explain. So with a cheeky grin the boy with the lightning scar answered with, magic of course, and finished with a playful wink. The twitching of the female's eyebrows made him feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Aha, here it is. The boy with the lightning scar remarked, withdrawing a rolled up piece of paper. Let's see, he muttered as he straightened the roll out. Well, it looks like we're near a magical or mythological site right now. Where did you get that map? Annabeth inquired. That would be amazing for CAMPERS on a quest since we seem to get lost often. I got this from the goblins. I'll see if I can't buy a few of them for the camp when we get back. Of course I'll have to buy a few hundred if the demigod's luck hold out with everyone. He chuckled. It seems that if we head towards the southwest, we'll arrive at whatever the place is. Then let's go. I don't want to be in the desert any longer than I have to. Talia remarked, leading the way. The group traveled for half an hour until they came up on a rather large junk pile. The sign in front of the junkyard was easily read by the three new demigods, so it was easily determined to be divine in nature. The junkyard of the gods. My lady has told the hunters about this place. Don't pick up anything in here, the gods are very protective. Everything they owned and we don't know what kind of protection they've set up. Watch your step and let's try to get out of here in one piece. But wouldn't it be better if we just went around this place if it's really so dangerous? Bianca inquired. It would be for normal mortals, Zoe explained as she was the oldest and the leader of the group. But something would undoubtedly stop us, would most likely more dangerous options on either side of this location, or we would somehow get lost. Such is the life of a demigod, which is why we tend to go forward into known danger rather than try to get around it. Oh, Bianca remarked in a small voice. It's not that bad. Talia tried to cheer her up a bit. Although these things happen, as Zoe remarked, you only find it daunting because you're new to this life. Don't worry, it does become fun. Oh great, muttered Bianca, apparently being demigod also throws away all claims to being sane. Where's the rulebook where you need one? Oh, we make it up as we go along, Bianca, the boy with the lightning scar remarked while smiling. Come on, the sooner we get through this, the sooner we find Artemis. The junkyard was aptly named as there were mountains of junk. Thousands of machines that were chipped and split in half were piled up and even a few intact things were found in the piles. The gods are kind of wasteful, with the lightning scar remarked. Holy crap, is that the Sintamani stone? How in the world did that end up here? I'd blame either Aphrodite or Ares. It's a valuable pieces of jewelry and Aphrodite would to wear it while Ares wanted blood spilt for it. Of course we can't rule out Poseidon either, Zoe answered. Remember, we can't touch anything in here, as much as you may want to return it to the world, there are protections here. This was remarked just in time as Annabeth was about to pick up a rather old-looking book. Come on guys, the boy with the lightning scar called the group together. Stick together, and we can get through this junkyard without anything bad happening. And indeed, it almost glanced like they were going to get out without a death-defying fight, but the fates did not like to be tempted like that. Bianca had fallen just behind the group, and although she had heard the warnings, when the only figurine of mytho-magic that Nico didn't have was noticed by her, she just couldn't help herself. As soon as she touched the little figurine there was the sound of groaning metal and an engine slowly firing up. This of course attracted the attention of the rest of the group and brought Bianca out of her haze. A smaller version of Talos, but one still large enough to see over the mounds of junk, rose up and turned to the group of demigods. Bianca, move! The boy with the lightning scar yelled as the creation of Hephaestus made its way towards the young demigod. Bianca needed no further prompting, and the girls and one guy rushed to the exit, the figurine still clutched tightly in her hand. For such a big machine, it covered the distance between it and the group rather quickly and gracefully. Its sword came down between the group and exit, and it caused them to split like they had when dealing with the skeletons. Annabeth, the boy with the lightning scar yelled, "What's the history of the real one?" "I'm not sure, but this is just a machine. Maybe there's an off switch somewhere." Dodging just out of the way of an incoming foot, the demigods were able to see a trapdoor that was swinging on its hinges. "No way is it that freaking easy," the boy with the lightning scar muttered as the experienced demigods agreed with him. However, Bianca had been a demigod for 4 days and she did not see this as too good to be true. Before anyone could stop her, Bianca ran to where the foot was coming down and slid under the multi-ton machine. The resounding thud of the foot was too loud to hear if Bianca had been stepped on or not, so the four could only pray. As they continued to dodge the erratic blows of the machines, as the mini Talos raised its foot again, the machine suddenly stopped in mid-motion. With a resounding groan fell over, kicking up a rather large cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the demigods breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the machine was down and Bianca was slowly crawling out of it. That is, until a multitude of sparks started jumping out of the machine. The explosion came so fast that the 4 of them could only watch helplessly as Bianca was launched into the sky and came crashing down into a junk pile. Luckily, demigods were made of sterner things and she landed on a pile of mattresses. When Bianca landed, the demigods were broken out of their stupor as they all rushed over to the downed girl. Her chest was moving sporadically and she just held on to her consciousness. Shakily, when the 4 arrived, she lifted the figurine that had started this whole debacle. "Get this to Nico please, and tell him I'm sorry." Her breathing was becoming more and more labored. "The boy with the lightning scar," Zoe remarked, the desperation in her voice instantly grabbing his attention. "What about your portkey from the goblins? Can't that help us?" A smile made its way onto the boy with the lightning scar's face that could blind most people. It actually took a bit of self-control to not kiss Zoe full on the mouth. For her idea, summoning the portkey from his ever-present bag, the boy with the lightning scar knelt next to Bianca. "You can tell him yourself," the boy with the lightning scar remarked while pressing his gift on her. With a swirl of colors, the newest hunter vanished. The boy with the lightning scar couldn't hide his relief anymore and drew Zoe into a tight hug, trying to convey his thanks in her keeping a cool head. He did not want to watch one of his friends die in front of him, after all who did. They only had a few seconds to revel in their hug as Talia and Annabeth joined the hug. Eve Ryan was relieved to be done with this junkyard. Even though only the boy with the lightning scar knew about goblin healers, all were hopeful that they would see Bianca as soon as the quest was over. "Well, I guess we're on the right track for the quest," the boy with the lightning scar remarked as they walked out of the gates. "What do you mean, the boy with the lightning scar?" Talia inquired. "And one shall be lost in the land without Ron. Bianca is lost to us. I doubt she will rejoin the quest, and who knows what location the goblins had her transported to." "It is interesting," the boy with the lightning scar explained as they continued. Stumbling upon a truck, everyone was relieved to not have to walk through the rather hot desert. Talia volunteered to drive, and after the first 5 minutes that went without a wreck and no need for a cheering charm, the other 3 could relax. Annabeth had taken up residence in the cab, leaving the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe on the bed. "I can't thank you enough," the boy with the lightning scar. "I'm sure I would have lost another one of my sisters today if it wasn't for you," Zoe explained as her hand rested lightly on his arm. "I'm sure that you would have found something that could have saved Bianca. After all, you were the one that remembered the portkey. I'm afraid that we would have lost her if you hadn't been able to think with a clear head. And yet, we wouldn't have had the option if it weren't for you. No one else would have wondered to stop at a bank for funds and help beforehand. Granted, not many demigods have Millas that left a rather large inheritance for them. We make a good team," the boy with the lightning scar. "That we do, Zoe, that we do." The rest of the ride was spent in silence as the two simply enjoyed the ride together. If they ended up close enough for their legs to slightly touch each other, well, what did they have to complain about? Talia managed to pull in the truck that was running on Me's into the parking lot of the Hoover Dam. That's a big dam, the boy with the lightning scar stated the obvious. The boy with the lightning scar. Talia mocked gasped. How dare you say such things? It took a moment for the boy with the lightning scar to realize what was going on before he grinned at Talia. I just complimented the dam. Come on, I know that Annabeth is itching to go tour it. And maybe there's a damn gift shop we can visit. Personally, I want to find a damn food court, Talia remarked back. That does sound good, Zoe remarked, joining in the conversation. The banter between the two had brought a grin to both her and Annabeth's faces. Come on, we can take a short break before continuing the quest. We wouldn't want to be tired when we face whatever has my lady. The group of four did enjoy looking over the Hoover Dam after their snack break, and were particularly interested in the angelic-looking statues whose toes had been rubbed until they were a different color. Of course, that was to be expected after Annabeth told the others that they were formerly a gift to Zeus. While they were touring the dam, the group moved close enough to the water that a mythical creature was seen. A soft gasp from Zoe informed the others that this was no ordinary creature. Zoe, what's wrong? The boy with the lightning scar inquired, eyes darting around trying to spot the danger before it surprised him. That is the Ophiuchorus. It's remarked to be the key in destroying Olympus by burning the entrails. Holy Hades, we need to capture, Halia remarked, getting an agreement from everybody. Before they could move though, the remaining skeletal warriors arrived and distracted the group. They had been surrounded and there was no way through. While preparing to fight, Annab had noticed a girl at the edge of unaware mortals looking straight at them. The girl obviously knew what was going on. Ladies, perhaps you could pray to one of your parents. I doubt that we can hold of the 11 of them. Perhaps they can give us a way to capture the Ophiuchorus as well. Of course this served to bring attention back to the creature who was no longer in sight. Well damn. As the warriors approached the group, Annabeth had already began muttering prayers to her mother, but it took a bit more prompting for Talia to ask for help. When she did though, the group of 4 experienced a feeling of weightlessness before the dam was being left behind, and the group of 4 found themselves in metallic hands and flying through the air. Suggestions are always welcome, and I hope you have enjoyed the story so far. Until next time, against a titan, 4 semi-humans and 2 metallic statues landed on a deserted stretch just outside of San Francisco. Talia of course dropped to the sand in relief as the boy with the lightning scar wasn't able to move his arm enough to send a cheering charm at her while they were flying. The boy with the lightning scar felt bad for the black-haired girl, as flying gave the boy with the lightning scar his greatest sense of freedom, but still it was a tiny bit funny that a child of Zeus was scared of heights. He'd never point fun at the girl of course, but the irony didn't fail to bring a smile to his face. With an odd goodbye that fit the location, the 4 questers were left alone on the beach and reveled in the silence that they had for a moment. Okay, the boy with the lightning scar remarked, breaking up their silence. We're obviously close to the end of the quest. Now, what's next? He inquired, turning towards Zoe. I'm not sure. Zoe hesitated. I have a feeling that I know exactly where we are supposed to go now that we're close, but I want confirmation before we try. Alright, then how do we do that? Thinking for a moment, it was like a light bulb went off in her head. Nerus. That could work, Annabeth muttered, but how can we be sure that he's actually around here? Perks of being the lieutenant of the hunters. Some of the lesser-known gods have their usual haunts and they have to tell the hunt on where they plan on being for the next few months. After all, a concentration of divine energy isn't too different from a horde of monsters. They wouldn't want to be waking up at the end of our pointy sticks. I'm told that it isn't fun when it happens. Alright, the boy with the lightning scar interrupted, that sounds good. But I would like to remind you all that I've only been part of this world for about 5 months, so if someone could explain. Talia surprisingly took over the explanation. Right now, the basics are enough for you to know. Annabeth or Zoe can fill you in later about the history. Nerus is the old man of the sea and knows everything. However, the only way to get an answer is to pin him down, which is difficult. And you can only get one question. Alright, that sounds like a plan. The boy with the lightning scar nodded. So how do we do this? An intense feeling of dread washed over the boy with the lightning scar as the girls turned to him with grins that almost seemed feral. 10 minutes later the boy with the lightning scar found himself dressed in ratty old cloth that smelled like rotten cabbage and bad meat. The three girls were in the same alley, but they made sure to be downwind and a few feet away. Remind me one more time why I have to dress and smell like this. The boy with the lightning scar complained. Oh come on, the boy with the lightning scar, you know that this is the only way you can get close enough to Nerus without him sensing you, Zoe answered. She's right, now remember. Annabeth continued, you want to ask where Artemis is being held. That's really all we need to know. With a sigh, the boy with the lightning scar nodded his head and prepared to wrestle an old man. That sounded so easy, but as the boy with the lightning scar soon found out, it was anything but. He was slippery, kind of like the giant squid's tentacles at Hogwarts. And it took all the boy with the lightning scar had to keep him away from the sea. As he once again pushed the old man back, the boy with the lightning scar had an epiphany. Gods, am I a wizard or not? The boy with the lightning scar muttered. Pulling out his wand, the boy with the lightning scar quickly bound Nerus in ropes and simply sat on his chest. Since when are there wizard demigods? Nerus spluttered. That's got to be cheating. You didn't say that before the challenge started, so that's your problem, the boy with the lightning scar shrugged. Nerus stewed for a few moments before relenting. Fine. You'll be the only one that gets to pull this little trick. Now hurry up and ask your question. Who captured Artemis? The boy with the lightning scar's eyes never wavered from the old man's as he inquired and waited for the answer. Artemis was his friend and they were so close to rescuing her. As if your little group doesn't know, he remarked as the girls walked up. Hell, your little girlfriend is just too scared to admit to what you all are facing. But, I guess I must answer. The one who captured Artemis is second in command. He is the general and he who resides under the sky. Have fun facing Atlas. Nerus laughed as he slipped out of the bonds and made it to the ocean before any of them could react. Well, Zoe remarked shakily, at least now we know. Walking over to her, the boy with the lightning scar wrapped her in his arms trying to provide a little comfort to her. Remember what the prophecy remarked Zoe. The Father's blade shall be stayed by fate's marked hand. None of us are going to let you die because your dad has issues. He's right, you're our friend, Talia agreed with Annabeth nodding alongside her. Right, Zoe nodded, acting herself as the boy with the lightning scar finally let go. Come on, we have a mountain to climb. Not so fast, a vaguely familiar voice drifted over to the group. Turning to look, the Demigods were confronted with a decently sized group of monsters and Dr. Thorn at the forefront. Although the boy with the lightning scar had no doubt that the four of them could take down the group, it would be a struggle and mostly likely they would all end up injured. We are here for the daughter of Zeus, the rest of you may go. Not deigning to answer the insane monsters, the group drew their weapons. Seeing a water fountain near them, the boy with the lightning scar discreetly passed a drachma to Annabeth, who quickly figured out what was going on. Casting a small severing charm, a spray of mist appeared behind them. Now, daughter of Zeus, we are simply giving you the opportunity for power, drive. Thorn remarked, the gods do not care for you. You spent years as a tree when it would take Barel. A wave of their hand to undo the curse Zeus put on you. Come with us to hunt down the Ophiuchus. You can shape the world. While the monster was speaking and all attention was placed on Talia, Beth had managed to get in touch with Camp, Mr. D to be more precise. Fine, I'll help you, but only because you have Harriet with you, Mr. D's voice caught the attention of everybody. Soon, the grow-up that had surrounded the demigods was on the ground clutching their heads and screaming. There you go, death by madness. By now, did he seriously just call me Harriet? The boy with the lightning scar inquired, eyes narrowing slightly, with smiles on the girls' faces they walked off, leaving the boy with the lightning scar without an answer. For some reason, there was a slight bit of dread had crept up the boy with the lightning scar's spine with those smiles. Sighing at being outnumbered on this quest, and honestly since it wasn't bad, but the boy with the lightning scar needed more guy friends. The demigods had found an abandoned car that still ran to get them at least partially up Mount Othris. Who remarked the gods didn't look out for the demigods? With the fog encroaching on the car and the fact that the trail had run out, Zoe ordered everyone out. The demigods walked a few minutes before the fog cleared up and they could see a tree with a dragon curled around the trunk. Intruders, a voice remarked coming from one of the bushes. A girl that glanced quite similar to Zoe soon walked out followed by two others. Indeed, but why are they here? Perhaps they're here to steal another one of our apples. The second one remarked. Or perhaps they're here to see the prisoner we have. Sisters, Zoe remarked neutrally, how wonderful to see you again. Oh, you aren't dead yet? The first sister inquired. Well, that's a pity. Just move aside, sisters, Zoe remarked, I have no quarrel with you today. Fine, we'll move, one of the girls remarked, but we aren't the ones you need to worry over anyways. Oh, Landon. The sleeping dragon woke up as the girls moved to the edge of the garden. Zoe squared her shoulders and made her way over to the dragon, but was stopped. When the boy with the lightning scar's hand captured hers and would not let her go. What are you doing, Zoe? Why are you risking your life? Unnecessarily. Move the boy with the lightning scar, Zoe remarked kindly, I must do this. Why, Zoe? Why do you have to do this? You left this life centuries ago, you don't need to prove anything anymore. We need to go rescue Artemis, remember? But, Zoe, you have grown so much farther than you would have if you had stayed here. You have friends here, an older sister figure that we have to save. You've got me. Come on, there's nothing to prove to these girls. If you approach Landon, you are simply confirming to them that you haven't outgrown them and you still need to prove yourself. Zoe by now had stopped struggling and was visually trying to come up with any excuse she could use. Of course her face did heat up a bit when he remarked that she had him. Fine, she huffed, it should be illegal to use logic in any arguments. Zoe finished with a small smile that was mirrored on the faces of all the others. Ah, but you should know that rules seem to bend and stretch around me. I'm sure I could find Logic's cousin if someone outlawed him. Oh, Talia raised an eyebrow. And what makes you assume that Logic is male? From what I've seen, Logic seems to hang around females a lot more than male. Exactly. Why would a bloke hang around other blokes? We all want to hang around the beautiful women, the boy with the lightning scar smirked. This caused all of the girls to sigh, which brought another smirk to the boy with the lightning scar's face. All right, you lot, everybody grab hold of some part of me. At their questioning glance, the boy with the lightning scar sighed. There wasn't a real reason for them to know what he wanted to do. But at the same time it was tiresome to explain what he was about to do. Look, he started, I have a feeling that Landon can stretch the entire length of the garden, right, Zoe? Her confirmation allowed him to continue. So obviously, we need a way around the garden. I for one have no plans on wasting any more time by trying to go around, so I'm taking everyone by apparating to the other side. To do this though, I need everyone to be touching me as well as closing your eyes and holding your breath. Nodding at the boy with the lightning scar's orders, since they had no other expert in magic to ask, they did what he ordered. Twisting his body slightly, a sharp crack sounded as the group went from one spot and appeared almost instantaneously on the other side. The girls, having little experience with magical travel, fell to their knees as soon as they landed, and the boy with the lightning scar could hardly blame them. He had been apparating the past 2 months and he still got slightly queasy. What the hell was that? Annabeth yelled. And now you know why I haven't inquired before, the boy with the lightning scar answered. All magical travel will basically leave those not us. Ed to it flat on you backs and sick as a dog. You actually did better than I wondered you would, since I expected one of you to heave. Now come on, we've got a goddess to rescue and some monsters to destroy. The fog was gone now as the demigods walked the remaining distance to the top of the mountain. As they walked, the ruins seemed to be reforming in front of their very eyes. It wasn't quick, here and there a brick seemed to appear out of nowhere and be placed where it was needed. It seems the Titans are confident in their rise. Their palace is slowly being built. Finally, the group of 4 had reached the end of their quest and the very air seemed to be pressing down on them. It made sense since Artemis was pinned down by an unseen force and the general stood waiting for them. Luck. E was also on the mountain top grinning at the group. Well, what do we have here? It seems that my daughter has come home and look, she brought friends. Atlas' voice was of the booming sort and you could feel the power radiating off of him. Have you come to beg forgiveness for following the gods all these years? Ha, as if I would be ashamed of being in the hunt. No, father, you could HEA. The venom that came out of Zoe's mouth as she remarked, father, no, I just feel that you missed being under the sky and I would you return you there. This seemed to anger the Titan as he glared at his daughter before thrusting his spear at the group. The four had plenty of warning to dodge the incoming weapon, but it was faster than the three who were younger than a century expected it to be. By some unspoken agreement, the girls had taken up positions surrounding Atlas using hit-and-run tactics on the larger man. They didn't always get hits on him due to the armor on his shins and when as got lucky at the direction he thrust the spear. Of course Zoe had to show off unconsciously as she refused to dodge once and actually jumped onto her father's spear, giving her room to slash at his hands. While the girls were getting in close, the boy with the lightning scar stayed back a bit and sent distracting spells at the Titan. However, even after Ichor seemed to form a puddle under the Narrow, he didn't seem to be slowing down while the girls were perspiring. Knowing that they needed a bit of extra firepower, the boy with the lightning scar turned to free Artemis. After all, the Prof. ECY did say that one had to bear the Titan's curse. However, before he could release all the chains, the boy with the lightning scar was blindsided by Luke, who had been forgotten by everyone. Smirking, Luke watched as the boy with the lightning scar shook the daze off and stood up. No words were spoken as the boy with the lightning scar drew his weapon. The only thing that's missing, the boy with lightning scar wondered in the back of his mind, is a thunderstorm. There was a gust of wind, and as a leaf slowly touched the ground between them, they launched at each other. Clashing the swords to each other, the two broke off. The boy with the lightning scar was a tad faster than Luke and brought his blade in an arc which was easily blocked by Luke, which gave Luke the opportunity to slash at the boy with the lightning scar's stomach. Jumping back, the boy with the lightning scar avoided danger and took another step back for a quick breath. Luke tried to press on the perceived moment of weakness from the boy with the lightning scar, but the boy with the lightning scar was ready as he sent Luke's thrust past him. Using Luke's momentum against him, the boy with the lightning scar spun and his elbow came down on Luke's temple. When the boy with the lightning scar's elbow came down, the boy with the lightning scar felt like he had come down on a piece of metal and Luke was simply pushed away. Seeing the boy with the lightning scar's surprised look, Luke laughed, "You can't defeat me, Pativ up now, and I promise a swift death." Looking in Luke's eyes, the boy with the lightning scar saw the glint of madness that he had once seen in Voldemort's eyes, and he knew that Luke was completely corrupted by whatever power he had gained. The power did not frighten the boy with the lightning scar, but the fact that Luke was the same age as him did. One as young as them should never have such a look. "I don't know how you know my name, Luke, but you seem to not know much about me. I'm a wizard, Expelliarmus," the boy with the lightning scar yelled, and Luke's sword was sent flying, luckily knocking Atlas' spear just off and saving Zoe from being hit. Bombarda Maximus, and Luke went flying off the cliff. Savoring his victory for only a minute, the boy with the lightning scar quickly released the last chain and stepped up beside Artemis. "The boy with the lightning scar," she gasped in pain. "I can't let you take the sky, you'll be crushed. We can't beat Atlas without you though. Annabeth was able to hold up the sky for a minute, and with magic augmenting my body I can give you 3. So just go quickly, Mom," the boy with the lightning scar argued while preparing his body. The mom had just slipped out and the boy with the lightning scar hadn't realized he had remarked anything like that. Artemis had heard though, but before she could say anything the boy with the lightning scar had taken the sky and pushed her out. Knowing that the boy with the lightning scar's time was limited, Artemis joined the fray and became a falcon in comparison to the girl's ant bites. Wasting no time, Atlas was pushed back, and with a kick that movies wished they could reproduce, the boy the lightning scar was pushed out as Atlas retook his place under the sky. The boy with the lightning scar rolled twice, ended up on his back, and did not move. Rushing towards the down wizard, Artemis and Zoe were the first to reach him. "The boy with the lightning scar, the boy with the lightning scar, oh thank the fates that you are all right, my son," as she placed his head in her lap and Zoe brushed his hair out of his face. Everybody heard Artemis call the boy with the lightning scar her son, and the boy with the lightning scar had a brilliant smile on his face. "I'm tired," the boy with the lightning scar yawned. "The stars are nice tonight," he remarked after a pause. With a small chuckle and a shake of her head, Artemis spoke. "Come on, we need to get to Olympus. There should be a meeting going on that will need our input." Quote, "Wondering what happened to the Ophiuchorus? Wait until next chapter, that will be explained later. Next time the boy with the lightning scar meets the rest of the council and he joins the hunt for a few weeks. So, until next time, peace." Council. With the completion of the quest and the thwarting of the Titans' plans for now, Artemis gave the 4 in the grow up a lift back to New York in her chariot. 4 is an odd number for such a group on a quest. Quests are usually handed out to a prime number of questers and maybe a guide along the lines of a satyr or dryad. Artemis mused as they crossed the width of the U.S. "Well, we did start out 5, but 1 was lost. Part of the way though," the boy with the lightning scar shrugged while throwing up air quotes around the word lost. "That makes a bit more sense." "What do you mean by lost?" "One of our own was hurt in the junkyard of the gods, my lady," Zoe answered. "Luckily the boy with the lightning scar visited Gringotts before we began our quest and they gifted him with an emergency portkey. Hopefully, she is fine and has either rejoined the hunt at camp or will shortly." "I see. Well, it is good that she is safe. Tell me, the boy with the lightning scar, do you have any idea of where she may have been transported to?" "I know it is Goblin Run, but beyond that I have no idea." "That would really defeat the whole purpose of being lost now, wouldn't it?" Of course. That earned a slap to the back of the head from Zoe. "Ow, what was that for?" the boy with the lightning scar inquired, rubbing the spot where she connected. "I'm just going to assume that you are still recovering from holding up the sky and not trying to be sarcastic towards me," Artemis remarked nonchalantly, but she did remove one hand from the reins of her chariot to figure one of her hunting knives. Paling quickly enough to be almost comical, the boy with the lightning scar tried desperately to save his bacon. "Yes, of course," the boy with the lightning scar stuttered. "That must have strained me more than I realized. It won't happen again, I promise." All the while Artemis had a small, satisfied smirk on her face while the girls were stifling giggles in their hands. "That was just one of the unfortunate effects of adopting the hunter as your mom. There was a lot less leeway compared to other teenagers and Artemis was a bit scarier than average soccer mom." Grumbling good-naturedly, the boy with the lightning scar sighed as they were able to get a few good digs in. They flew towards Olympus. The inside of the nation's buildings were impressive to all that had the honor to see them, and the boy with the lightning scar was one of the lucky few in the last century to have done so. However, the splendor before the bow, why, with the lightning scar's eyes, that was Mount Olympus, made those cavernous structures look like they had been dug by blind rabbits. Attention was paid to every detail, including the very paths themselves. Depending on where they were on Mount Olympus, the paths were done in various designs in colors, but as they approached the throne room they became uniform. The stones were a golden white and cut in such a way that you appeared to be walking on top of solid clouds. They landed at Artemis Palace on Olympus and it suited her domain perfectly. The columns that were a staple in Greek architecture stood as trees, which seemed lifelike, around her temple. Where ancient Greek and current places of power in the U.S. were a near white in color, Artemis Palace was not. Instead, the palace was covered with a mural of one of the many forests in the world. If it wasn't for the fact that no sounds of rustling leaves in the wind could be heard, many would be fooled to think that there was a forest in front of them. Only Zoe had visited Artemis Palace before and it was quite amusing to see the other three's gaping expression. However, they had a meeting to attend and could not afford to waste time. "Come on, you three," Artemis remarked, breaking them out of their gazing. "We can't keep the other gods waiting." Since Annabeth had been to Olympus for the winter solstice before, the goddess, hunter, and Athena's child were tinquired with keeping the boy with the lightning scar and Talia moving to the throne room. It was actually quite comical as the two stopped to stare at various TNGs and their jaws were flying off their hinges. Finally, they arrived at the doors of the throne room. "Now, I shall enter and take my place on the council. Wait here until we summon you," Artemis marked as she grew to a rather impressive height and entered the room. As they were waiting, Zoe gathered the little bit of courage she needed to talk to Zoe. "And how," she inquired, "was your first quest in the Greek world?" The boy with the lightning scar was amused with her question and it showed on his face. "Well, I guess I will never be bored again as long as I stay here," he chuckled. "The tea was something else and I'm kind of glad this happens to all demigods and not just me." "What do you mean?" "Well, it seemed that at the end of every year at Hogwarts I was placed in a life-threatening situation. It was always me that faced the last great danger, ranging from a possessed spirit to a 60-foot basilisk. I'm just glad it's the luck of the gods rather than just my abysmal luck. I believe that you're the first to be happy about the abysmal conditions that a demigod quest is pretty much required to have." "Well, I'm not exactly happy per se, but I am okay with it. After all, it's not all too dissimilar from my years as a wizard." "Fair enough, I guess." The conversation could continue. The doors of the throne room opened and a voice bade them to enter. The boy with the light Scar and Talia took positions behind Zoe and Annabeth to make sure that if there were traditions needed to be followed. Following their examples, all four bowed to Zeus and then Annabeth turned to bow to her mother while Zoe went to Artemis. However, who the boy with the lightning scar chose to bow to sent many of the gods reeling. Hera had an amused glint in her eyes as the young wizard bowed down to her and threw the rest of the council off of their games. Knowing why the boy with the lightning scar had bowed to her, Hera threw them off even more by smiling at the boy. "And why, young the boy with the lightning scar, did you bow to my wife?" Zeus inquired, but it could have been phrased better, as he inquired it like he was questioning why anyone would bow to Hera. Hera's gaze could have melted lutetium metal. She is the queen of Olympus, is she not? Since you gods are supposed to also reflect the civilization they reside in, so I probably would have been okay to just bow to her. "Oh, and why do you say that?" What the boy with the lightning scar remarked next had many of the gods and goddesses chuckling and sent Apollo and Hermes to the floor in laughter. "Well, Lord Zeus, if she's anything like the average wife of America, she's got you by the balls." The dumbfounded expression on Zeus' face was priceless and there were many flashes of light signaling the snapping of pictures. "Yes, well." Zeus stumbled as he tried to regain his composure. "Congratulations demigods on a successful quest and a job well done. We have a problem however," he remarked looking towards Talia. "The prophecy speaks of a choice made by a child of the big three on their 16th birthday and Talia, you turn 16 on the morrow. Well then, just kill the little girl," Ares offered, and received many glares in return for his suggestion. Not that it truly fazed the war god. "We will not kill her," Artemis yelled with firm nods backing her up. Talia soon found an intense interest in the floor of the room as she blushed a magnificent shade of red. "I have a suggestion that can delay this great prophecy, but I must speak to you alone first, Father." With a nod, the two flashed out of the room. As the two deities talked, the group that had just gone through so much together moved closer to Talia in support. Although they could not do much in the throne room against the gods, they would provide all the support needed. With a flash of light the two gods returned with from their conference. "My daughter," Zeus spoke, "has devised a way that we can at least stay the decision of the prophecy." "Artemis, Talia Grace, you have shown great skill and courage. Throughout this quest, you never wavered from the path or from the gods. I offer you a place among the hunt, to serve with me and Zoe. I offer you immortality, to never age another day, if you take my oath." Talia was visibly shocked, but you could see the traces of hope within her eyes. Here was a chance to be rid of all the burdens that were placed on her at an early age. Perhaps now she would be able to have a true home. Even though the camp had accepted her, there was a lot of staring and pointing. As a daughter of Zeus she was glanced to as a symbol more than a person. Artemis was a daughter of Zeus as well, so Talia would not be seen as some great leader. It was really no decision in the end. "I gladly accept this honor." Zoe and the boy with the lightning scar smiled for Talia and her choice, and even though Annabeth was losing one of her friends to the hunt, she knew what Talia felt in the camp. With a smile Artemis spoke again. "Then speak the oath and become a sister of the hunt." "I pledge myself to the goddess Artemis. I turn my back on the company of men, accept eternal maidenhood, and join the hunt." Talia completed the oath with a smile. And I accept this oath. Welcome, sister. Congratulations, Talia. Now, Artemis the Beast is still out there and we cannot let that power stay outside of our domain. I charge you with finding the Ophiuchorus and harassing the Titan allies wherever they may gather. However, we cannot afford for you to be captured again, so I ask that you take your hunters with you. Of course, father. Then this solstice meeting is over. Showing his flair for the dramatics, Zeus called a lightning bolt to him and disappeared with a flash. Demeter, Poseidon, Ares, Dionysus, and Hephaestus followed suit as they did not see any gain from staying after the meeting. However, the rest were eager to meet the new wizard demigod. Aphrodite was the first to reach him. Well, before I even get involved, your love life is already interesting. Perhaps I will leave you alone and see how this plays out. Or I could try for you myself. Oh, just think of all the possibilities. Aphrodite remarked sensually and then left, never giving the boy with the lightning scar a chance to speak. Not that the boy with the lightning scar was sure of what he could say. Luckily, the duo that approached next took his mind far off of the love goddess. Hermes was a little down, but that was understandable as the boy with the lightning scar knocked his son off a cliff. However, the camaraderie of pranking soon had the campers shiver in fear at their impending doom, and it was not caused by the Titans. The duo tried to get the boy with the lightning scar to prank the hunters since he had an in. But the boy with the lightning scar liked adventure, he wasn't suicidal. The next goddess frightened the boy with the lightning scar truthfully. Hera was queen of the gods and she could make his life miserable if she wanted to. For a minute, which felt like an hour to the boy with the lightning scar, Hera stared at him and the boy with the lightning scar felt like a bug against a giant. You're much better than my brother's kid. You will do just fine. And then she vanished. Hades was the last god to approach the boy with the lightning scar, and a smile on the god of death's face was out of place to say the least. Thank you. I did not want to meet my daughter sooner than her time. You have the gratitude of the dead for both saving my daughter and the soul of Tom Riddle. Finally, the gods who wanted a piece of the boy with the lightning scar were gone and he felt that he could finally breathe. Artemis and the girls, along with Athena, had watched the various interact. Ions, and when the boy with the lightning scar sighed, all laughed. Come, my son, Artemis remarked, which received a raised eyebrow from Athena but nothing else. We need to pick up the rest up the hunt from camp, and I believe it's time for you to join me for a while. Yes, Mum. Flashing down to Camp Half-Blood during the campfire would definitely leave an impression on all that saw it. And leave an impression it did until a blur of black hair hit the questers. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Bianca cried as she clung to Talia and Zoe and tried to grab the boy with the lightning scar and Annabeth. Oh man, I was so scared. I almost died, she sobbed. And you are welcome. You will always have us and your new sisters to protect you. Welcome back, my lady, Chiron remarked as he trotted up. Thank you, Chiron, for looking after my girls. Girls, we leave. Tomorrow, we have a new hunt. Chiron, I will also be taking the boy with the lightning scar with me. Very well, my lady. The boy with the lightning scar. There is a visitor in the big house that is here for you. You might want to see him before you leave. I'm here, Chiron. There is no reason to have the boy with the lightning scar come to the house. A grandfatherly voice remarked. Professor, the aging headmaster, what are you doing here? You know I don't plan on coming back. The hunters took a defensive stance at these words. Not to worry, the boy with the lightning scar, not to worry. I have no plans on making you come back, but there are a few things that I would like to discuss with you. If I could have a few moments of your time alone. Very well, the boy remarked. Together the wizards walked off and the hunters relaxed. All the while a certain son of the sea god was wondering why he wasn't the de facto leader of the camp anymore. Now the boy with the lightning scar, as I remarked out there, I am not here to bring you back to Britain, although a visit to explore the mysteries of any magic you may discover here would not go remiss. However, I feel that even though you are in America, you should stay with the times, so to speak. It's only been 5 months since you left us, but there have been a few minor changes already. Our defense professor this year was the undersecretary of Fudge, and the plan was to torture all students in the hopes of finding your location. Luckily, we discovered this, and with as much bad press as Fudge is getting now, she was fired and we now have a competent Auror as professor. Not all news is good news though. It seems your former friends and godfather are planning on ensnaring you with love and loyalty potions as soon as you show your face again. Your godfather blames you for James and Lily. I am sorry. The boy with the lightning scar. The boy with the lightning scar glanced out over the ocean in silence for a few moments. I really hoped that I had overreacted, Professor. I knew they weren't true friends, but I wondered we at least had some connection. As for my godfather, I am not surprised. After all, he spent 12 years in Azkaban and another 2 on the run. Perhaps if he were ever to go to a mind healer, he would be the Sirius that I've heard about. But thank you for telling me this, Professor, the aging headmaster. Not a problem, my boy, the aging headmaster responded with a smile. For another hour the 2 wizards reaffirmed the relationship of a grandfather and child. The boy with the lightning scar forgave the man of his actions quite easily. After all, they were the actions of a busy and desperate man, and all turned out well in the end. Joined the hunt honestly, but I guess it wasn't too necessary. I truly believe that if the aging headmaster had lived, the relationship with the boy with the lightning scar would have been improved to its original place. Perhaps that wasn't needed, but whatever. A few of you have pointed out that the fight in last chapter was summarized too much, and for that I apologize. I should have just kept very thing for another week and then reworked it, but what's done is done. Next chapter we are on the hunt for Bessie, and before anyone asks, I have plans for the creature already. Until next time, Hunters Camp. The sun was up, but not by much, as the hunters, Artemis, and the boy with the lightning scar began packing up ready to leave the camp. Although the hunters weren't as vicious to the campers this time due to the boy with the lightning scar's involvement, and there was less animosity between the 2 groups, camp was still never going to be their favorite place to reside. Talia was one of the more antsy hunters, ready to get out of the camp and be surrounded only by her new sisters and the boy with the lightning scar. The few hours that she spent with the campers last night just reminded her of why she had chosen to join ARTEMIS. As tradition dictated, all of the campers were up to see the hunters off, and there were many grumblings heard, especially from the Aphrodite cabin, about getting up at such an ungodly hour. In previous visits the hunters and Artemis used this knowledge and left as soon as the sun's rays could be seen over the horizon. This time they waited another hour to give the questers a little rest, and Artemis needed a bit of recovery time as well, even though she would never admit it to anybody. The boy with the lightning scar stood with the hunters as Chiron remarked the goodbyes to the group as the elected camp mouthpiece. Chiron was the only one that could be relied on to always be around and also have a somewhat cordial relationship with Artemis. Thank you, Lady Artemis, for gracing this camp with your presence. And I thank you, Chiron, for opening the camp to my hunters. If nothing else, the knowledge that they were safe helped me get through this ordeal. Then I was happy to help my lady. If I could borrow just a moment more of your time and speak with Talia and the boy with the lightning scar. You may. Artemis nodded and then motioned the 2 mentioned over. Chiron started with Talia first. I am glad that you have found a home, my child. Even though you were not in camp for long, I saw how out of place you were. I'm sorry that I did not help as much as I was able. But I am happy for you, my child. Leaving Talia with a smile and a nod, Chiron turned to the boy with the lightning scar. Now the boy with the lightning scar, it has been a pleasure to teach you so far, and I am greatly enjoying learning of the wizarding world again. Your place in the camp will be waiting for you when Lady Artemis wishes for you to return. Thank you, Chiron. The boy with the lightning scar responded with a small smile. I'll be back sometime, but I think Artemis has a few plans for me while I reside with the hunt. Indeed I do, the boy with the lightning scar. Artemis remarked in agreement. Now come on, the sun is up and we have a hunt. Until next time, Chiron. As the hunters +1 left, a certain son of the sea god saw his opportunity. Now that the boy with the lightning scar was gone, he could become the leader of the camp again. The hunters moved much quicker in the presence of Artemis than the group was ever able to move on the quest. Indeed, by the time noon had hit, the hunters were already in the middle of Georgia and all they had done was run. The boy with the lightning scar questioned why they were stooping until they had fully stopped. All of a sudden, Talia and the boy with the lightning scar were doubled over in need of air, and Bianca was panting harder than the rest of the hunters. Another perk of my blessing. Artemis answered their questioning looks. After about 2 weeks under it, As long as you are running with me we can cross the country 3 times over without stopping. Since you'll be spending a bit of time with the boy with the lightning scar, you'll receive a bit of the hunter's ambient power and be able to run with us at least 1 time over. There's no need to worry about slowing us down either, Artemis remarked, cutting off the boy with the lightning scar protest about staying with them. We needed a few days to go over all of the duties for Talia and Bianca need to be off. I'll even assign you a few jobs around the camp as well. Nodding his head in agreement, the boy with the lightning scar finally caught his breath and was ready to help however he could. Already the relaxing of tension in the hunters' shoulders and Artemis' companions had showed up. All right then, what do I need to do? Well, Artemis answered, I have to give the introduction to the hunt. To Talia and Bianca, and unfortunately no male has ever been allowed to see it. However, I'll have Zoe show you the various jobs we do around here. Here she tried to hide her smirk at the boy with He lightning scar's reaction to Zoe's name. I also asked that while you are here if you could give a few lessons in magic to those who have it in camp. We'll be staying here for a few days for everyone to get used to being out of camp again. Stay here and I'll grab Zoe for you. Artemis truly wished for the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe to get together. After all, those two were the closest she was ever going to get to having children, because she was never going to break her vows. And, if those two ever got together, then she could have grandbabies to spoil. She wanted to help raise the babies. There was just that oath and the hatred of almost any man alive, dead, or to be born. Artemis knew that the boy with the lightning scar's character would never allow him to cheat after all. Artemis had a plan to release Zoe from most of her oath and keep the immortality, but she was still developing something for the boy with the lightning scar. Artemis found Zoe with a group of relatively old hunters, and with the hunt for at least 2 centuries. Zoe, since I have to take care of Talia and Bianca, the boy with the lightning scar is left out of the loop. Would you mind showing the bow? Why with the lightning scar what he needs to be doing? Show him the ropes. Oh yes Zoe, one of the hunters remarked, go and help the green-eyed hero. Just remember, it's polite for you to wait until he invites you into his tent. Indeed, another one continued. He must be stressed out being around all of us and the only male around. He'd probably invite you in if you were to promise a massage. I'm just saying. Artemis sniggered into her hand, but seeing Zoe turn a rather interesting shade of red from the innuendo, she decided to step in. Come on, he's waiting and I'd like for him to start teaching as soon as he can. Of course my lady, Zoe remarked, and she practically ran away from the girls. Now girls, Artemis remarked since Zoe was out of earshot. The hunters were slightly scared now. Since Zoe was Artemis' lieutenant and unfortunately Artemis' favorite, you have to tease her gently at first. You can't go right in for the kill. You do that to the boy with the lightning scar, Artemis finished with a wink. Artemis and Zoe found the boy with the lightning scar lounging against a tree close to where Artemis had left him. Found her for you, the boy with the lightning scar. You two have fun now and I'll try to catch up to you in an hour or so. Right then, Zoe remarked as Artemis disappeared into the camp, where would you like to start? You don't get to do laundry, but there's feeding the animals. Setting up the range, gathering firewood, just an assortment of things really. It doesn't really matter to me love. Let's start with the animals, they seem fun. Zoe snorted in amusement at the boy with the lightning scar's choice of words. Sure, the companions were fun, if you didn't mind them acting like hyperactive 4-year-olds when there was any mention of food. After all, they were only animals, extremely loyal and intelligent, but only animals. Sure, Zoe drawled, if that's what you want. The wolves and other creatures that enjoyed spending time with Artemis were on the other side of the camp, so they had a bit of a chance to talk. So, how long do you girls usually stay in one area while on a hunt? The boy with the lightning scar inquired. It just depends on the hunt. My lady spoke to me while we were on our way and mentioned that the Ophiuchus creates a very weak bond to those it meets and tries to stay near those bonds. Since all who went on the quest are on the eastern seaboard, the Ophiuchus will be as well. Or at least will be in a few days. If we were hunting the Cursed Sisters or something along that nature, we would be moving every day as we track the creatures. That makes sense I guess, the boy with the lightning scar shrugged. I don't know, I'm more of a doer, so I'll have to help on this hunt to fully understand. What do the hunters do when you are not on a hunt? Well, archery is a must for all hunters even when we have downtime. When we aren't hunting monsters, we're usually scouring the country for abused girls and try to give them a good home. Some of the little girls join us, and others we simply drop off at one of the orphanages in the know of our world and worship with her Hera or Artemis. Wait, there are adults that actually know about our world. There are a few. Many of the adults that are aware are actually the parents of the demigods. Some of the mortals just happen to be clear sig. HTED, so they know that the gods are real and can be worshipped. A few of them are demigods, as monsters seem to lose interest in the demigod once they get around 19. Granted, not a lot of people make it, but there is a bit of hope. Oh look, we're here. The guardian of the camp was there, as was its pups. It made sense that the giant wolf was female, but it never did occur to the boy with the lightning scar. He guessed that he had fallen into the trap in thinking that a vicious beast would be male. There's what? The boy with the lightning scar counted the pups, 8 of them. Indeed, Zoe answered. They were born just under a year ago, so they'll be with the camp for about 3 more years. Then what happens to them? It just depends. 1, maybe 2 of them will join Ares' dogs of war, which is why Ares is usually Lady Artemis' staunchest supporter on the council. A few of them get lucky and find a companion among the demigods or hunters. There's more wolves in the camp after all. Or they will be released into the wild and start their own packs. The guardian will keep one of the ladies and train her to be the next guardian. Even though they live longer than the average wolf, she is reaching the end of her life. Quote, having most of his questions answered, the boy with the lightning scar motioned for Zoe to show him what needed to be done. The hunt, when finding food for themselves, got about the same for their furry companions. However, since there were pups within the camp, someone was designated to bring a deer to the designated area and skin whatever animal was captured. What made the job so undesirable is when the first incision was made into the fur of the animal, the pups went wild. The boy with the lightning scar soon found this out and was swarmed with vicious fur balls with wet, pink tongues. It was difficult to complete. Later that night, after the boy with the lightning scar was sufficiently cleaned from the saliva of wolves, Talia had found the boy with the lightning scar around one of the campfires with Zoe and a few of the magicals. Hey, the boy with the lightning scar, she greeted him as she took the available to his right. Well, hey Talia, how was the tour? This is awesome. Oh man, everything about the hunters is just what I needed, well except for the feeding of the animals, but that's why we have you, right? Talia batted her eyely DS at him and the other girls joined in as well. Girls, the familiar voice of Artemis called out from behind them, are you using your feminine powers against the boy with the lightning scar here? She inquired with a stern look on her face and hands on her hips. The girls had a worried look on their face while the boy with the lightning scar had the beginnings of a smug feeling welling up in him. That was quickly reversed by Artemis' next words, I am so proud of all of you, and she delivered that with a smile which earned a groan from the boy with the lightning scar. Oh, cheer up, the boy with the lightning scar. Even if you are a far better example of the male population than anybody else, I know that you aren't complaining about being around all these beautiful girls. The boy with the lightning scar smiled as he shrugged. Guilty as charged, Mum. That's something I wanted to ask you about the boy with the lightning scar. Why do you call Artemis your mom? Talia inquired. It just came up in one of our talks. At the confused looks, the boy with the lightning scar laughed. What, you didn't think that I wouldn't stay in contact with Lady Artemis after she basically gave me a returning invitation to camp? I am one of the richest wizards in the world, so I can afford a few of drachmas. That, and I learned how to do simple enchantments, so we have a journal and mirror to keep in contact. I told her once that she was the closest thing I ever had to a mother, and she unofficially adopted me then. Of course there were the AWWS from all of them around the fire. Yes, well, enough of that. Get some rest, everyone. We hunt tomorrow. These next few chapters will be solely the boy with the lightning scar and the hunt, and they won't go back to camp until the Battle of the Labyrinth. He may have a few flashbacks of time spent at camp, but nothing is definite. So, what monsters should the boy with the lightning scar hunt, and should he go back to England for a brief trip before the battle? He will be going back afterwards to clean up Britain, so there's that. Also, should I heal serious mind? Until next time. The end of Bessie. Hunting aquatic creatures was an X on land. It wasn't fishing, but if they were normal, they also couldn't have followed any of the trails. However, the group was made up of demigods that had pledged themselves to Artemis, Artemis herself, and the strongest wizarding teen of the time. They were able to throw normal right out the window. It did help that the boy with the lightning scar had managed to teach those with magic in the hunters the EU tracking spells that he had managed to discover. Since the hunters that he had been teaching had been a part of the demigod world for so long and thus had a deeper connection to magic, wandless magic came easy to them. The boy with the lightning scar was gaining that connection, but he had been using magic with a wand for almost 5 years. It was hard to break that habit. With all the experience, CE and tracking and all the advantages they possessed, finding the Ophiuchus was pure chance for the boy with the lightning scar. The hunters had taken a break from the hunt, and while the boy with lightning scar loved them like sisters, except for Zoe, who he was now fully aware of his obvious crush for, but he was still a male and he needed some time alone. Since they were hunting in the early January, not many beach goers were out and about, putting his feet into the water and just enjoying the sounds of the surf when he was interrupted by a loud moo. In front of him, appearing just above the water, was the very monster that they were hunting. The boy with the lightning scar had a sudden urge to go to Vegas. When the creature approached the boy with the lightning scar to be pet, the boy with the lightning scar sent off a Patronus message to him, Mum. When the silver buck burst into the camp, it was riddled with arrows. The hunters had seen the boy with the lightning scar's Patronus before. But it was a natural reaction for a group of hunters when a deer came into camp. If it was possible for a Patronus-formed deer to look offended, the boy with the lightning scars came close to pulling it off before the buck continued on to deliver its message. Artemis was worried for a moment before she heard the message and couldn't help but to smile at her adopted son's antics. Hey Mum, I beat the hunters and you. The Ophiuchus is down by the beach and I have it occupied. Approach with caution. On an unrelated note, do you know if the mist could allow me to enter any casinos? Shish. Acting her head in amusement, Artemis exited her tent and rounded up the girls. Girls, I am disappointed in you, she remarked in fake disappointment, which was obvious to all of the girls. It seems the boy with the lightning scar is a great hunter to have found the monster all by his lonesome when he wasn't even looking for the creature. He seems to have a natural ability that rivals my own. She smiled and many of the hunters laughed. Come on, let's go help him take care of the monster. The hunters, with Artemis, Talia, and Zoe in the front, arrived to a scene that had Zoe blushing furiously. Apparently, the Ophiuchus had a playful spirit and with its constant mooing and splashing had drenched the boy with the lightning scar, resulting in the boy with the lightning scar discarding his shirt. Gone was the pale, skinny, malnourished child and in place was the body of a warrior. The boy with the lightning scar half-heartedly splashed back as he knew the creature wasn't long for the world. Talia of course could not pass up this opportunity to mess with her best friend and whistled to get his attention. Damn, she remarked with a grin forming on her face, hunk. Alert. The rapid color change of the boy with the lightning scar was comical to almost all the hunters. Zoe couldn't stop her own red face and not so subtle gazing at his body to do much of anything. You know that you were already accepted as part of the hunt, you didn't have to prove yourself. Again, Artemis teased. What can I say, I'm an overachiever, the boy with the lightning scar shrugged, the monst. R was now wary and slowly swimming away as to not draw attention. I need all those who can use magic to help me freeze the water around it so it can't escape. With a solid wall of ice surrounding it, as well as it being 2 feet above the water to prevent escape, the Ophiuchus lost all pretense of being sneaky. It was not a fighter, so the creature resorted to swimming around quickly and slamming into the ice to try and find an escape. The hunters sprang into action and quickly surrounded the creature on the ice or shore with spears at the ready. A few of them also joined the boy with the lightning scar in the water and tried from that angle. The Ophiuchus tried to escape, but it did not have unlimited stamina, and with the shallow cuts that the boy with the lightning scar and the hunters managed to place on the creature, it took a little over 10 minutes to wear the monster out. Thrusting her spear into the water, Talia managed to land the killing blow and the hunt cheered as one. of the threats to Olympus was partially taken care of. Dragging the creature to shore, the hunters watched as the body of the beast dissolved, leaving only its entrails behind. Now what to do with these? Artemis wondered out loud. We can't keep the entrails at camp as it would be too easy for someone to attack the camp and somehow spirit them away, but we also can't leave them here to be disposed of. Any suggestions? Well, I've got a question, then a suggestion maybe, the boy with the lightning scar volunteered. As all of the entrails required to be burnt to give the power to destroy Olympus. Well, almost all the pieces are required, at least 75 I would say. Then let's divide it up into 12 parts and give a part to each of the Olympian Council members. As long as 4 of you are able to keep up with their piece, you should be safe. Excellent idea, the boy with the lightning scar, but what do I do with my part? I still don't trust that monsters won't be attracted to the pieces. Well, you've remarked that you enjoyed your Aunt Hestia and trusted her. Why not send it to her? And that was the plan that was followed. 10 minutes later the ice had melted and the remains were distributed amongst the gods. Later that night, as the boy with the lightning scar was relaxing near one of the fires and listening to stories go around, Bianca approached him. The boy with the lightning scar. Can I speak to you for a moment? Sure, Bianca, the boy with the lightning scar remarked as he got up and followed Bianca out of earshot. So, what's up? My dad wanted to thank you for my safety and the fact that he received one of the pieces to protect. He sent me a message earlier today to share the gift that he wanted to give you. Okay, not that I really need anything, but what did Lord Hades decide on? The boy with the lightning scar, how would you like a chance to talk to your parents? My parents? The boy with the lightning scar gasped as he tried to process what Bianca had laid on him. Yes, the boy with the lightning scar, my father has given you a few hours where you can contact your parents. This is a one-time deal, of course, as it breaks most of the ancient laws. But he got permission from both Zeus and the Fates. So what do you say? The boy with the lightning scar could only nod as emotion overwhelmed him. Gather anybody you want to be there then. I'll be on the outskirts of camp preparing the ritual. You deserve this, the boy with the lightning scar. The boy with the lightning scar was so emotional as he gathered Artemis, Talia, and Zoe, that he could only ask for the 3 to follow him. Bianca was ready for them as they entered the clearing that had been picked out for the ritual. When everybody was in position, Bianca summoned a portal and 2 spirits walked out. The 2, even though they were a ghostly image, were unmistakable to the boy with the lightning scar. Mum, Dad, the boy with the lightning scar managed to get out. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny had a plan to enact and they were ready. September 1st saw for the first time ever the Weasley family show up at the platform early. Instead, rain pulled out. The betrayers knew that he Dursleys were not kind to the boy with the lightning scar and loathed his presence, so the boy with the lightning scar would undoubtedly be dropped off early. They waited for half an hour, with Mrs. Weasley ready to smother the boy with the lightning scar in one of her famous hugs and slip him some potion-laced food for the train ride. Since the boy with the lightning scar was a kind person and would most likely share the food, those in the plan had already ingested the antidote which would protect them for a full week. They waited and as the whistle blew, they sighed in their lack of success in finding the boy with the lightning scar. It wasn't a guarantee that they would see him through the crowd, but it would have made the plan so much easier. Wishing her children and Hermione good luck, Mrs. Weasley left the platform while the students climbed on board. Since Hermione and Ron were selected as prefects for the year, it was up to Ginny to find the boy with the lightning scar and get him the food. The betrayers couldn't believe their luck. They had searched every compartment throughout the train ride and they had seen neither hide nor hair of the boy with the lightning scar. When inquired, no one had seen any sign of the boy with the lightning scar. They had even inquired Draco because he seemed to always know where the boy with the lightning scar was and show up to try to get a rise out of him. Ha! Draco laughed, so Scar had finally wised up and dumped. You losers. I bet he's feeling pretty foolish for turning down my rather generous offer of friendship first year. No, I haven't seen your golden boy, I have much better things to do with my time. Draco puffed out his chest in obvious pride in his self-importance. Thinking that the aging headmaster had just grabbed the boy with the lightning scar from his relative's house and hadn't told anyone of his plans so there would be no danger. satisfied with their made-up scenario, because Hermione came up with it and she was the smartest witch of her age. The three settled in and prepared to get the boy with the lightning scar at Hogwarts. Others on the train had also conducted their own search for the boy with the lightning scar. But they did it to confirm the letters that the boy with the lightning scar had sent during the summer. The girls were slightly disappointed, but Daphne Greengrass discovered that Draco had already taken the dark mark and she had a good laugh with the boy with the lightning scar's secret friends. When they got to Hogwarts, the false friends once again could not find the boy with the lightning scar Potter. Professor McGonagall, Hermione began that night after the feast. We can find the boy with the lightning scar and he wasn't on the train. Do you know where he is? I'm sorry, Ms. Granger, but the boy with the lightning scar has withdrawn from Hogwarts and did not give any information about his future education plans. I'm afraid you will have to search for him during breaks. The horror-struck faces of those three put a smile on McGonagall's face as she turned around. It served them right for planning to harm one of her all-time favorite lions. When Molly and Sirius found out the information the next morning from letters from the children, one question was on their mind. Where in the world is the boy with the lightning scar Potter? Does anybody want me to send the boy with the lightning scar to England before the Battle of the Labyrinth? I plan on sending him right after and picking up his allies for the final battle, but I can send him before if you want. I am going to heal Sirius, for those of you who were complaining, because I feel the same as you all. He was the good thing in the boy with the lightning scar's life. He needs to be healed. Though he spent 12 years in hell on Earth. What monster would you like to see the hunt go after next? The Minotaur is out, but most every other monster is fair game. Until next time, meet the parents. Silence filled the clearing as the one male demigod stared at his parents and they stared back at him. No one dared to move as they saw the emotional scene before them. It took all of the boy the lightning scar's willpower not to run to his dead parents and wrap them in a hug, but he knew that they weren't corporal, which now that he was facing them sucked. Finally getting his emotion under enough control that he could speak, the boy with the lightning scar stepped forward. Seeing this as a signal, the spirits of James and Lily also moved closer towards the boy with the lightning scar. I see now why people always commented on my likeness to you. The boy with the lightning scar stared at his father. Although they weren't corporal, there was a bit of color added to them, so the boy with the lightning scar was able to see what they glanced like when they died. But you have your mother's eyes, James continued. Those eyes are weapons, the boy with the lightning scar. Promise me you aren't using them for evil. Oh please James, our eyes are lovely, Lily remarked, taking up a spot near the boy with the lightning scar and turning towards James. You were just too much of a big softy to go against me. That and you didn't want to sleep on the couch. Just like that, the boy with the lightning scar had established a rapport with his parents. If he had gotten this chance a year ago, he probably would have been a bubbling mess for as long as he had a chance to speak, but after learning all about the mythological world, he was a bit desensitized to it. Tears still leaked out, but it was manageable and the girls watching would never say anything. We've been watching you all your life, son, and we couldn't be any more proud of you. Especially this past half year. And I am so sorry for what my sister did to you as a child. Lord Hades has already set up a special place in his domain for the Dursleys. He's even allowed me to design a few punishments for them. Lily remarked with a grin and a hint of madness in her eyes. The boy with the lightning scar was slightly scared of his mother at the moment and turned to look at his dad. If there is one piece of advice I can give you, the boy with the lightning scar, in your life, it is to never piss off a redhead. Honestly, that goes for all women, and especially if they have anything sharp and pointy nearby. Lord Hades was slightly disturbed at some of her punishments and the mad glint in her eyes when she began planning. Believe me Dad, I know. Artemis smirked as she heard the father-son banter and how they were right to fear the redheads. It was also a good idea for the boy with the lightning scar to be good to all women since he was in the hunters' camp. It was then that the boy with the lightning scar remembered the group of girls that he had grabbed to come with him to this chance. Oh yeah, Mum, Dad, there's a few people I would like you to meet. Grinning, the boy with the lightning AR went over and dragged the 3 girls and Artemis over to meet his parents. He released them all except Zoe, whose hand he kept in his. Somewhere in his subconscious, even though they were dead, he still wanted his parents' approval on what girl he was crushing on, and Zoe seemed to only tighten her hand around his. "Mum, Dad, I'd like for you to meet my best friend Talia." Talia shyly waved at the spirits of her friend's parents. She was a daughter of Zeus, so death wasn't something she enjoyed. "Bianca, my surrogate little sister and the one who was responsible for tonight's adventure." Bye. Anka was a lot more comfortable with spirits since it was her father's domain, and smiled as the spirits smiled at her. "Artemis, my adopted mother." At this the boy with the lightning scar and Artemis both glanced at Lily nervously. Artemis may have been a god, but she didn't want to impose on someone else's child even if that person was long dead. "Thank you for taking care of him, my lady," Lily beamed with a wide smile. She was glad that the boy with the lightning scar found a motherly figure in a strong woman. She was so ith the lightning scar had been drifting to have Molly Weasley field a roll until she saw the boy with the lightning scar shudder after one of her hugs when no one was looking. She howled with laughter and cheered her boy on when he began distancing himself. Smiling, the boy with the lightning scar continued. "And Zoe, my friend," he managed to get out. Talia and Bianca chuckled at their friend's discomfort, and they still hadn't let go of each other's hands. They acted like this in a hunter's camp, so their relationship was found out fairly quickly. Since Artemis remarked nothing and indeed glanced like she was actively encouraging, nothing was ever remarked. Right now, the relationship could be what it was, but if anyone mentioned it, Artemis would have to do something about it. Lily and James knew this and simply smiled at Zoe, which placed a smile on both the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe's face. "So, the boy with the lightning scar, I know this a lot to ask from you, but is there any way you can get back to England when you are able to and get Sirius some help? I know you don't have much of an attachment to him, but he was a good friend that was put away without a trial and to prove his innocence. Azkaban is not a nice place." The boy with the lightning scar, and although I don't expect you to have as good a relationship as I wished you would have with my brother in all but blood, he would be a good person to have in your corner, James inquired, slightly pleaded. His son, Sirius, was James's best friend, and he never would have wondered that his friend could have turned against his son like he had. The boy with the lightning scar had nothing against Sirius, and in a better world, he knew that he would have grown up with Sirius as an uncle. He wasn't sure though, so he turned to his mother, who was the least biased in the clearing. "I think you should get Sirius some help." The boy with the lightning scar, Lily remarked after the boy with the lightning scar's prompt. "I was never great friends with him, but no one deserves what he went through." For another hour, the boy with the lightning scar and his friends were able to talk to his parents until they started flickering. "Honey, remember that we love you and we will always be watching over you. Nothing can make us truly disappointed by you. Also, my lady," Lily remarked, turning to Artemis before she completely disappeared, "the fates have many plans for the two and yours is only one. Do not worry too much, because it will happen and you will have some to spoil. Spoil them a little bit more for me, okay?" The 4 teens stared confused as the ghost and the god talked. But nothing else was shown from the two other than a conspiratorial grin between the two women. James just had a calm expression on his face. His wife was smarter than him, he knew this, and he had known it since the first moment he had met her. James knew that if it was important, Lily would tell him when it was needed. James had an idea of what it was, but even so he was content to let Lily just gossip. The flickering of their forms became more frequent and notified all those in the clearing that it was almost time for the spirits to return to Elysium. The boy with the lightning scar, W.E. will always be watching over you and know that we will love you no matter what. You know that our love transcends the grave and we are always with you, Lily told the boy with the lightning scar as ghostly tears made their way down her cheeks. What your mum remarked, champ, James continued. You have made us prouder than you will ever know, and although we would love to be able to hug you, we do NT want to see you on our side of the fence for years to come. The forms flickered out a few seconds later and the boy with the lightning scars, I love you, was carried off with the wind. He broke down in silent sobs as the 4 ladies with him wrapped him in a hug, trying to give him all of the love and support they could. When they returned to camp later, a stern look from the four were all it took for the rest of the hunters to back off with the questions, as the tear tracks were still visible on his face. The boy with the lightning scar was so mentally exhausted that the girls had to lend him support all the way to his cot, where he barely hit the pillow before he was out like a light. Smiling, Talia and Bianca tucked him in while Zoe and Artemis laid a gentle kiss on his brow. ASM. Eel made its way on to the boy with the lightning scar's face, and he slept soundly throughout the night. When he woke up the next day, he felt as if a weight that he never knew existed had been lifted. And it was noticed by all of the hunters. It was almost a week later before Artemis called all of the hunters in for a meeting. The past week had been a time for the girls of the hunt to unwind from the stresses of camp and for them to get used to magic in the camp as the boy with the lightning scar's lessons picked up. The boy with the lightning scar enjoyed teaching like nothing he had ever done before, and he greatly enjoyed the moments when the hunters' faces lit up in wonderment as they succeeded in a new spell. All of those that had enough magic to cast spells managed to cast a corporal patronus as well. All of the hunt had joined in on various potion lessons as well, since the boy with the lightning scar covered healing potions and the dreamless sleep potion. Ambrosia was great, of course, and much more effective than the simple healing potions, but ambrosia could only be taken in small quantities. Lord Zeus has given us the customary week off that is required after you stay at Camp Half-Blood. Now, it is time for us to do our job once again. The Titan's army is gathering more and more supporters every day, and we are tinquired with disrupting all groups that we come across. The few times the gods' supporters have managed to find one of these groups has seen that these monsters are looking for something. So, we will also be trying to figure out what these monsters are hunting. Is there any monster that we are specifically hunting, my lady? There's not a monster that we are hunting above all others, but we do need to keep an eye out for the Lamia. It appears that so. One in this camp killed a 1,000-year-old basilisk and she isn't happy. There was amusement dancing in her eyes as she stared directly at the boy with the lightning scar and all of the hunters UGHT it and turned to the boy with the lightning scar as well. I'm sorry, the boy with the lightning scar mumbled. Next time I'll simply let the king of snakes kill me if that's what it takes. Of course, the amusement in his voice could be easily heard, and the grin on his face helped as well. You do that, Artemis remarked haughtily, you stupid boy. Then she acted her age as she stuck out her tongue at him. The hunters enjoyed this byplay as many of the hunters began to see the boy with the lightning scar as a brother to them all, and Artemis had relaxed greatly since the boy with the lightning scar had shown up. Anyways, tomorrow we move out at dawn. There's a decent-sized gathering of monsters in Arkansas, and we need to take care of it before the numbers grow too large. That night the hunters, Artemis, and the honorary hunter slept soundly as wonders of disintegrated monsters danced in their head. They were the hunt, and tomorrow they would take up their jobs once more. They were ready, earlier than usual, as I don't know what the plans are for this weekend and if I would have time to publish it. For those of you that read The Eldest Potter Child, fear not, for I will update that when the new year rolls around. You all had some pretty cool ideas on what monsters the boy with the lightning scar was to face, and the only reason that I decided on not using magical creatures was because it doesn't feel right in this story, or at least not yet. They just learned about these new creatures filled with magic, so they would be horribly outclassed if they were to fight, say, a Nundu or dragon right now. Well, I hope you all enjoyed this chapter, and leave a review if you complained, meaning a suggestion regarding something that happened in the story. I am the writer, guys, and I'll try to have another chapter up next weekend. Adventures in the Hunt. It had been a few months since the boy with the lightning scar had talked to the spirits of his parents, and his time was spent between the hunt and the camp. The campers and hunter had a strained relationship, and the recent visit had reawakened old wounds. Some of the campers saw the boy with the lightning scar betraying them and convinced others to think along the same lines. The boy with the lightning scar was no fool when he arrived at camp, and he knew he wasn't as accepted as he had been. The campers never went out of their way to point this out to the boy with the lightning scar, and to an outsider it would have glanced like the relationship was fine. The boy with the lightning scar was okay with this, though he had never had many friends growing up, and he now had a family in the hunt. While he was at the camp he spent most of his time with Nico, Annabeth, Chiron, and the Apollo cabin. The Apollo cabin, He had bonded over archery tips and the fact that he was a favored male of Apollo's twin. They were the cabin that tended to stay out of the hunters' way, and the hunters returned the favor. It was just godly politics at work. The boy with the lightning scar's trouble, if he could call it that, came from Percy Jackson and the Ares cabin. Percy did not antagonize the boy with the lightning scar too much. Especially after he realized that the camp wasn't as warm to the boy with the lightning scar as it once was. However, the boy with the lightning scar was far too close to Annabeth for his liking, and his male genes showed. The Ares cabin simply held themselves the wrong way. Being bullied until he had discovered magic had made a lasting impact on the boy with the lightning scar, and it showed. If the boy with the lightning scar saw bullying, he was quick to step in and put a stop to it, which unfortunately led to many encounters with the war god's children. The boy with the lightning scar knew that they would fight in the war with him, but other than that he was on his own in the camp. During the last few months, the boy with the lightning scar had also learned a bit more magic, mainly offensive and defensive spells and runes. Magic was still incredible, but having been in the demigod world for over half a year now pushed him more towards physical training with the sword and bow. Since he was constantly in the demigod world and one of the few that truly had talent for the sword other than just being able to swing it around, not many were able to match his abilities. It was speculated that Luke may have been able to handle him for a short while, but people really wanted to see the boy with the lightning scar and Percy duel when the boy with the lightning scar had a constant stream of water on him. Sadly for the campers, Percy wasn't a year-round camper, and since it wasn't summer, they weren't able to see the fight. The boy with the lightning scar had also spent some of his time with the hunt and had grown closer to almost all of the hunters. There were a few here and there that glanced at him with barely hidden disdain. These were usually the hunters that had almost been forced on multiple times and the wounds were still fresh in their minds. The boy with the lightning scar didn't mind given the girls' situations and tried to stay away from them as much as he could to ease the suffering. He knew he couldn't please everybody and that not everybody would like him, so it didn't concern him too much. The boy with the lightning scar and Zoe had also grown closer to each other in the months from his parents' visit, and many times had stayed up late talking and debating about anything and everything that crossed their minds. Zoe often talked about the different civilizations that had risen as she traveled with Artemis and the few places she had never seen due to the gods moving with the heart of the West. Many of their conversations lasted well into the night, and one ended up in an embarrassing situation. The sun was up, but that was not what woke the boy with the lightning scar. No. What woke the boy with the lightning scar was the laughter and not so quiet whispering of the hunters around him. He didn't have to be up yet though, as today was a rare day off for the hunt. Trying to ignore the girls, the boy with the lightning scar burrowed into his comfortable pillow. One which must have been replaced during the night as it was much softer and warmer than it had ever been before. "You know, my lady," Faye's voice grew over the others, "I would have never pegged the boy with the lightning scar as a cuddler." "Oh, I don't know," Talia remarked before Artemis spoke. "We all know the boy with the lightning scar's just a big softy, especially when it involves her." From her smile, Artemis piped up, "I can tell that Zoe doesn't mind his cuddling." It took a few moments for Artemis' words to sink in before the boy with the lightning scar's eyes shot open and he discovered his pillow. The intensity of his red face soon had the girls around him falling to the ground in laughter. They were loud enough that Zoe was finally stirred from her slumber. The boy with the lightning scar froze in the process of moving as he stared wide-eyed at Zoe's opening eyes. When both fully registered their position, it was almost as if they were burned, how fast they had moved apart. Of course this did not help the hunters and their laughter. "Did you enjoy your sleep?" the boy with the lightning scar, Zoe, Talia inquired, chuckling. Dumbly, all that they could do was nod their heads. The entire day, the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe refused to meet each other's eyes, and this set off many hunters into a laughing fit. They were fine by the evening, and from now on, their late-night discussion generally took place in the boy with the lightning scar's tent. Nothing was remarked when both of them walked out from the boy with the lightning scar's tent late in the morning some days. While the boy with the lightning scar was with the hunt, there were many monsters to fight. The boy with the lightning scar grew quite proficient with offensive curses and shields. He was just glad that most of the magical creatures would run away when they sensed Artemis' godly presence within 10 miles of them. Facing some of the darker creatures that could only be affected by spells, and he was the only one in camp that used his magic consistently, would have been a real pain. Especially if a Nundu had ever made its presence known. Of course, after one of the boy with the lightning scars. Magical creatures lessons where they discussed the Nundu, many of the hunt had stars in their eyes. Something about hunting and big cats just went together no matter how dangerous the hunt. That's not to say that all creatures shied away from camp. The hunt had occasional sighting of pixies, unicorns, and nifflers, but when the boy with the lightning scar arrived and magic became more widely used, the sightings became more and more common. Fox was also a regular sight in camp as the boy with the lightning scar had taken to riding the aging headmaster. Many obscure charms had been given to the boy with the lightning scar, and new spells had been passed on to the aging headmaster from America's books. The content of the letters also varied greatly in inns, and ramblings by both were found in the letters. The boy with the lightning scar soon found out that he should never broach the subject of socks after he received a book that was penned by the aging headmaster himself, exalting the wonders of woolen socks. It was volume 1 of a 12-set series. The hunt was rather amused by the great Albus the aging headmaster. Not all the monsters were cakewalks, however, and sometimes the hunt would come back bloodied and bruised. This was especially true whenever they went up against a band of Cyclops with more than 10 members. The giant buggers were hard to kill. One of the hardest fights was when Lamia finally caught lightning scar and the hunters. Many hissing noises was what first alerted the guards of the camp, and the alarm was quickly raised. The first snakes were harmless in the fact that there was nothing magical or mystical about them, although they were still poisonous. Luckily, the hunters were good enough that all of the snakes were killed before anyone was bitten. The boy with the lightning scar tried to speak to the snakes, but in the end had to kill all that approached. What did they say, the boy with the lightning scar? Zoe inquired after the last snake was dispatched. It seems the rumors of Lamia hunting me were true. All they really remarked was that the snake mother had called and they obeyed. That isn't good, ARTEMIS remarked, overhearing the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe's conversation, although it was slightly difficult with all the hissing going on. Lamia is a beast to deal with at the best of times, and judging on the volume of hissing she brought along quite a few of her babies. We are just lucky that those of dragon origin refused to spend time with the snake mother. You flatter me, huntress, a woman remarked from the tree line. Although it sounded more like hissing than anything. Give me the boy who killed my baby and I shall leave you and yours alone. Zoe and the rest of the hunters began knocking arrows in their bows while Artemis laid a hand on the boy with the lightning scar's shoulder. Come and get him. The boy with the lightning scar wasn't going to argue at the moment. He was a Greek demigod, so he knew that being the hero in these types of situations was insanely stupid. After all, why be the hero when you have a crack squad of dangerous women behind you? He would Saint make sure none of them fell in this battle. Very well. Get them, my darlings. Indiana Jones' worst nightmare came slithering out of the forest as snakes of all shapes and sizes went after the hunters. There were so many of the snakes that the only ones left to deal with Lumia were Artemis, Zoe, and the boy with the lightning scar. The boy with the lightning scar tried to end it quickly so he old help out his sisters by sending a flame whip at the mother of snakes. Unfortunately, Lumia was too agile and dodged the flames before striking at Zoe. The size of Lumia did not diminish her speed, and it was all the three of them could do to avoid her poisonous strikes. The only comfort that the three could draw was the fact that the hissing steadily diminished as the twang of bow strings and the sound of metal ripping scales were heard in abundance. Zoe and Artemis tried to shoot arrows at the mistress of snakes, but they could never draw fully back before Lamia turned to strike at them. This meant that the arrows did not have their usual force and would glance off of the scales. Occasionally, an arrow struck true from a luck shot and would find a weak point, but it never seemed to slow the creature down. The boy with the lightning scar was having the hardest time of the three as he could never get a verbal spell off before having to dodge, and his nonverbal repertoire still needed work. At least he knew what to work on once they were done with this fight. Hedwig tried to help the boy with the lightning scar in his fight, but after near misses that distracted the boy with the Lightning Scar he managed to convince her to help the hunters out with their own fights. The fight had been going on long enough that the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe were slowing down. Their near misses became closer and closer, and Artemis was worried. Right before the boy with the lightning scar was struck, a bird-shaped form sprang out of the fire and sung the song of the phoenixes. Fow! Kes had once again saved the boy with the lightning scar's life from a deadly serpent as Lamia thrashed on the ground. No evil could stand the sound of the phoenix cries, but the defenders gained strength as their energy was restored. Soon Lamia's babies were taken out by the hunters, and all that was left was Lamia herself. Each hunter and Artemis took turns to shoot one arrow at the mother or one slash with their knives. The hunters were a bit sadistic, especially when their camp was attacked, and many would be having nightmares of snakes for weeks to come. This had happened once before in N. Gland, and was why there were supposedly no snakes on the island country. The final honor was given to the boy with the lightning scar as he easily lopped off her head. Fox had already started crying his tears on the hunters' wounds and healing them of their poison. Although they would never have an immunity to poisons like the boy with the lightning scar did from the basilisk, they all had an increased immunity after that day. As the sun rose over the battlefield, the boy with the lightning scar noticed while much of the camp was covered in golden dust, there were still bodies of normal snakes littered across the grounds. Artemis noticed this as well. "All right everyone, pack up camp. We'll move a few miles out of the way and rest up for the rest of the day and tonight." Getting no complaints from any of the hunters, the hunt broke camp and then set up again in record time. All were soon asleep, whether in their own tent, or the boy with the lightning scar's arms, it did not matter. Chapter will be the Battle of the Labyrinth, and then it's off to Britain, where we will discover how the boy with the lightning scar will be able to stay with an immortal hunter. Not that Zoe will be a hunter for too much longer. So, I've finally started reading The Blood of Olympus, I know, but I've been busy, so I'm looking forward to finishing up that book. For those of you who keep saying you want the boy with the lightning scar to end up with Artemis, write your own dang story. Ever since I've read The Queen's Champion, that is a fanfiction story on here in the Percy Jackson section, I haven't felt confident in writing an Artemis pairing. Until next time. Maze and Britain, which is worse? The boy with the lightning scar took a breath as there was a small lull in the battle surrounding him. The hunt had arrived at camp just a few hours ago, early enough for them to help set up defenses as a portion of Chrono's army was coming through the labyrinth entrance. The boy with the lightning scar wanted to know why they simply hadn't destroyed the entrance or set a lot more traps around the entrance before they knew that the army was coming. After all, they knew the army was looking for a way into camp. So they probably should have been more prepared than simple barriers. That was a point that the boy with the lightning scar was going to bring up after they got out of this fight. Feeling danger approaching from behind, the boy with the lightning scar ducked and was brought back into the fight. Twirling around, the boy with the lightning scar's sword bisected the creature, then had to hastily jump back to avoid a pair of rather sharp claws. He moved his sword to catch the claws, and then the monster turned into a shower of golden dust by two separate, but rather familiar, arrows. Sweeping his eyes across the battlefield, the boy with the lightning scar saw that the demigods and hunters were barely holding the tide back, and all the while monsters kept pouring out of the maze. He also caught sight of Percy, who was a force of nature to himself. The boy with the lightning scar may not have liked the kid that focused on the wrong things, but that didn't mean he couldn't appreciate his skill with the blade. Blasting an approaching horde away from those around him, he knew that something needed to happen before camp and those fighting to defend it were overrun and killed. Another lull in the battle, and he cast his eyes across the battlefield once again. The boy with the lightning scar bit back a few stray tears seeing some demigod bodies on the ground. Morning would come after. He could only think of how awful the war that was foreseen for the Wizarding War could have been. The brief glances of lifeless eyes chilled him to the core. As his eyes moved further on, he saw the figure of a man-talker see. The figure had a connection to the labyrinth that the boy with the lightning scar could see with the beginnings of his mage sight. Apparently, it was an inherited power, similar to snake speech or foresight, although it had to be unlocked by an extremely powerful ancestor first, so it was just as rare. The boy with the lightning scar couldn't tell why the M-like figure was connected to the labyrinth, but he knew that nothing good was coming from it. The boy with the lightning scar couldn't explain the other feeling that he had though. Somehow he knew that the figure was a mortal that had long escaped the underworld against the wishes of the gods. Filing the feeling away for later, the boy with the lightning scar began to cut a path towards the three. Later, when the war was over and the campers once again shared stories, many would say probably the funniest part of the war was as the boy with the lightning scar cut a path through the invading army at the Battle of the Labyrinth. Somehow, the boy with the lightning scar had infused his sword with his magic, more specifically a blasting curse. All you could see was a cloud of golden dust, and when the boy with the lightning scar leapt out of the dust, some of it trailed behind him. Also, all precious metals tend to shine, and the blood and remains of the monsters were no exceptions. So, as the boy with the lightning scar leapt over a down monster, with golden streaks wrapped around him, he sparkled. Somewhere in the universe, a pedophilic vampire sneezed. By the time the boy with the lightning scar had made it to the group of three, he realized just what was wrong with the Elder One. The spirit was released from the robot body, and the boy with the lightning scar saw as it dispersed. And then all of the spirit was pulled into the ground. The boy with the lightning scar, as well as the rest of the demigods, saw the labyrinth collapse, and this bolstered the defenders. Although monsters still were a pain to put down, the demigods no longer had to worry about being overrun, and so were able to quickly dispatch all of the creatures. The battle of the labyrinth was over, and it was time to clean their wounds and pray for the departed. They all knew of the prophecy that revolved around the war in Percy, and Percy was not getting younger. Within the next year, everything would come to a head. Later that night, when everything was as clean as it would get for the time being, the boy with the lightning scar sat at the top of the stands that surrounded the sword arena. He was lost in wonder until another presence entered the stands. They noticed each other immediately, and Emerald stared into a darker sea green. For the first time, the boy with the lightning scar noticed how similar he and Percy glanced, and they could have been mistaken as brothers if they were a bit younger. There were subtle differences, but they did look like family, and the boy with the lightning scar wondered if it was a requirement for all of those the fates had chosen to have dark messy hair and green eyes with at least one parent absent in their life. Percy Jackson walked over to within 5 feet of the boy with the lightning scar and sat down. There was silence between them for a few minutes before Percy spoke. "I don't like you," he stated bluntly. The boy with the lightning scar snorted in amusement. "And the sun is yellow." This was fairly obvious, I wondered. "I don't like you," Percy continued, not paying attention to what the boy with the lightning scar had remarked. I admit that I messed up in dealing with you. I've been able to get along with Clarice after she tried to give me a swirly and left plenty of bruises on my body the first 2 years. You aren't even in camp for very long, so I'm sorry. Let's just stay out of each other's way." With his piece remarked, Percy was ready to leave, but the boy with the lightning scar's voice stopped him. "I don't like you either, Percy Jackson. You are brass and arrogant, but I can tell you have started to change. I will even admit that you are quite skilled with a sword for your age. When you unlock your full powers, you will be a force of nature. However, you need to realize that this is a war of mortal nightmares and terrors. You and Annabeth are prepared to sacrifice everything you have to save the demigods on the other side. But you don't seem to realize that this will cost our side. I am responsible for the deaths of at least 100 witches and wizards in Britain through a ritual. I didn't know what the ritual would do, but if I had the choice to do it again, I wouldn't hesitate in doing it again. Those 100 had to die because without their deaths, thousands of innocents would have most likely faced a fate far worse than death. I had the fate of the world lifted off of my shoulders when everything was remarked and done, and now you face similar choices. I will do as you inquired, and we'll stay out of each other's way when I visit camp, but remember that your actions have consequences, and if you fall, the world will be thrown into chaos. Think on it." The boy with the lightning scar glanced at Percy one last time and then walked off towards the cabins. Percy sat there for a moment, trying to adjust to the information he had just been given. The next morning saw the boy with the lightning scar approaching Artemis as she watched over the hunters at the archery station. "What's the matter, the boy with the lightning scar?" she inquired as she turned to face him and saw the contemplative look on his face. The boy with the lightning scar sighed. "I'm going to need to be back across the pond for a month or two as soon as possible. Professor, the aging headmaster mailed me a few YS ago, and many of our government wizards have finally fallen. No one can claim the seats that are now vacant, except me, and there are enough seats vacant that everything has ground to a halt in Britain. If I don't get over there soon, riots will start pretty soon. I need to at least claim my seats and then find some delegates for all of my votes. Artemis did not enjoy thinking about the boy with the lightning scar being gone for a month. Even when he spent time in camp and away from the hunters, there wasn't too much of a separation. After all, the boy with the lightning scar was close to Mount Olympus, and Artemis tended to keep to the East Coast when he wasn't with them. Both for the boy with the lightning scar and to keep her stepmother's secret. Now, however, the boy with the lightning scar would be beyond her immediate reach, and it was a little disconcerting for the both of them. And you can't put it off until this time next year. No, Mum. The wizarding world may be slow to react, but even they would notice the government shutting down for that long. It would probably be best if I were to go now and be back by the time everything picks up around here. I have a feeling that the hunt will be rather busy in the coming months, the boy with the lightning scar answered her. Artemis sighed. Very well, but then she got a rather mischievous grin on her face that made the boy with the lightning scar terrified. But I am not letting you go alone to a place that holds so much misery for you. No, I think Zoe would be a great bodyguard for your month in Britain. But, oh, don't worry, sweetie, I won't be without a lieutenant. You've seen Talia take over or help a lot with Zoe's duties, and the hunt is growing. Yes, perhaps this would be a great time to see how Talia does in complete charge, to see if she is ready to be my second lieutenant. That may even help Zoe catch more sleep so she doesn't fall asleep during your late-night conversations, Artemis finished with a teasing grin. Her grin grew wider as the boy with the lightning scar grew red in embarrassment. Don't worry, the boy with the lightning scar, I'll tell the ladies for you. You just be prepared for your trip tomorrow. I'll take care of everything else. Artemis walked off to find the two mentioned girls, leaving the boy with the lightning scar on the small hill. What the hell just happened? The boy with inquired after a moment of silence. The boy with the lightning scar discovered something about portkeys the next morning on their trip to Britain. Apparently, the more people that the portkey carried, the faster it spun. The boy with the lightning scar was very woozy at the end of their trip and could barely keep himself up, along with supporting Zoe as she fared no better. I do not envy you two and your trip, the voice of Albus, the aging headmaster, remarked from the right of them. The aging headmaster approached the two as their knees finally stopped wobbling. I haven't taken a long distance international portkey since the end of the Muggles' World War II. After all, Western Europe is quite a bit closer than America. Come, Gringotts is waiting for us. As they walked through Diagon Alley, Zoe's eyes darted around, trying to take everything in. Do they know how haphazardly this area has been thrown together? Zoe inquired as she leaned into the boy with the lightning scar a bit to be heard over the bustle. All of the hunters had visited a magical alley since the boy with the lightning scar had joined to simply explore, and all of those alleys were rather organized. Apparently, the aging headmaster's ears were rather sharp as he chuckled. They do, my dear, but you can't deny a bit of charm with the way the alley is put together. Anyways, we are here, he remarked as he topped in front of the ornate doors of Gringotts. Now the boy with the lightning scar, you know of their policy on wands in the bank, and Olivator has mentioned wanting to see your wand again. Would you mind if I took your wand to his store while you deal with this mess? The boy with the lightning scar found this odd, but remarked nothing as he passed his wand to the elder wizard and then entered the bank with Zoe on his arm. Approaching a teller, the boy with the lightning scar stated his name. He quickly figured out that it would be an interesting day as all the goblins within Gringotts gave a toothy grin. The aging headmaster's reasons. Wait right here, Mr. Potter, the goblin teller remarked before he rushed off into the catacombs of Gringotts. The boy with the lightning scar and Zoe were confused, and their confusion did not diminish when a much burlier goblin walked out into the front of the bank, causing all of the goblins to fall into a bow. Not wanting to offend someone of high standing in a warrior race, the boy with the lightning scar bowed as the goblin approached, prompting Zoe to do the same. The leader smiled a goblin smile which made the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe shiver at the sight. They may have had experience with weapons and facing monsters, but they knew power when they came in contact with it, and they also knew they had no chance against this leader. Not to mention the rest of the goblins would probably not take too kindly to their actions. Well met, the boy with the lightning scar, son of James and vanquisher of the painful blight on magic. You have caused a great deal of upheaval within these ancient halls. That is without going into the various consequences in the rest of Wizarding Britain. Oh, sorry. The boy with the lightning scar offered. How were you supposed to react around a goblin leader that just told him that he had caused all sorts of problems? The goblin chuckled. No need for that, Mr. Potter. No need for that. I am Lord Ragnarok, king of the goblin nation of Europe, and we have much to discuss. Your mate is welcome to come as well. Before the two could argue with Ragnarok's statement, he had turned and was already halfway across the floor. Hurrying to catch up, the two were led deep into the catacombs, although the only reason they knew they were underground was caused by the lack of windows and the fact that the S.E. portion of the bank was not as large as they were walking. The halls were beautifully decorated, even though the art left the two semi-humans wanting. A few of the paintings were also rather vicious in nature. When they reached whatever room Ragnarok had been leading to, which the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe had wondered to be the throne room, the two were slightly disappointed. Instead of a grand throne like those the gods had, it was a simple banker's desk. Well, on closer inspection it wasn't so simple, as there were intricate designs carved into the desk, but it was different than what they were used to. Ragnarok must have been used to this reaction and knew what the humans were thinking as he chuckled. Perhaps not up to the splendor of the gods, and once we had thrones like the ones on Olympus. Since the last Goblin War, though, we have let the puny wizards think they have defeated us, but in all honesty we constantly defeat them by controlling most of their money and using the greatest evil of all: paperwork. Across the multiverse, thousands of leaders all nodded their heads at the same time for various reasons. The boy with the lightning scar and Zoe glanced at each other with a bit of fear in their eyes as they realized they were in a room with a slightly insane being. The boy with the lightning scar bravely spoke up. Why are we here, Lord Ragnarok? Ah yes, Ran. OK remarked as he came back from his internal rant against the vile paperwork. You are the reason the Dark Lord Voldemort and his merry band of followers has been defeated. I assume you know about the right of conquest, in which you control the family. Yes, sir. The boy with the lightning scar responded. I gained control of their family's votes and all that it entails since I defeated the one who branded them like cattle. Not just the family votes, young the boy with the lightning scar, but control of the family. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Ragnarok went a bit further. In effect, you are now the head of all the houses you have defeated and in charge of all finances the house controls. Here's a list of the amount of liquid assets you own now and what everything is worth. Ragnarok R.E. marked as he passed the rather large stack of papers towards the boy with the lightning scar. Slowly, the boy with the lightning scar went through the stack with Zoe looking over his shoulders, and her eyes grew wider and wider as they read. When they reached the end of the packet, the boy with the lightning scar remarked the only thing that could really be remarked, damn, that's a lot of zeros. Zoe nodded dumbly at his side. Indeed, it is needless to say that you and many generations after you will never want for money. Now, to make this official, and receive your seats, you need to place the head of house rings on your finger and have the house's magic accept you. There shouldn't be any problems there. A dozen boxes or so were brought in and placed on Ragnarok's ornate desk. These are the main branch rings and one or two lesser houses. We have removed all the nasty curses that people have placed on them, especially that Gaunt family ring, and all should be perfectly safe. If you just slip them onto your right ring finger, they will fuse together and you can be on your merry way with your mate. Once again not giving the two to contest what he remarked, he placed another packet of papers on the desk. This a bit smaller than the papers that Zoe had found in her hands. These are various suggestions of what to do with the money you now possess, with a few bonus ones throw in since you are so fond of America these days, as well as being in contact with the gods. The boy with the lightning scar took a deep breath before grabbing the various rings out of their cases and deplacing them one at a time on his finger. As each one was placed, the ring would change shape and color, adding minute details of the various families' crests that he now possessed. He saved the gaunt ring until last, not consciously. But there was probably an unconscious fear of the curses that it once possessed not being removed. When he placed the ring on his hand, the boy with the lightning Carr felt a rush of wonderment and the small bit of power that he had experienced the first time he had touched the invisibility cloak. This time though, he could sense that the PG in which was rather Urias, and he filed in the back of his mind. Well, that's done and was all that was needed today. We expect you back in the bank within the next week. Now leave, he remarked calmly, but it was taken as an order, and the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe had too much on their minds to even think of arguing. They were guided out to the entrance by a pair of goblin troops where the aging headmaster sat patiently for them, his usual smile and twinkling eyes in place. So you are done here? He inquired as he got a look at the two of them. With their nods, his smile got a bit wider. Good. Now I'm not sure if you acquired a place of rest for the duration of your stay here in England, so I would offer you a place at my own home for as long as you need. He handed the boy with the lightning Carr back his wand as well, and the boy with the lightning scar was still a bit distracted as a familiar feeling washed over him. The boy with the lightning scar glanced at Zoe as she glanced at him. He didn't have any plans as far as lodging was concerned, and the boy with the lightning scar's relationship with Albus was slowly healing and growing stronger than ever. Zoe could see the underlying hint of want in his eyes, but ultimately he was leaving it up to her, which touched Zoe deeply. Since she knew that the aging headmaster was one of the few truly great men in the world, she didn't have a problem with them staying with him for a month or two. That and the boy with the lightning scar's look had her molded into his hands. With a nod, the boy with the lightning scar's face lit up and he turned to the aging headmaster. We would love to, Professor, he stated. The aging headmaster's smile grew that much brighter as there was genuine warmth behind it rather than the customary smile that he held. Excellent, the aging headmaster stated. Then would you like to leave now, or is there something that you would like to pick up before we go? This time it was Zoe who answered. We can always come back another day, Mr. The aging headmaster. Very well, but I must insist that you two call me Albus while you reside in my home, Albus remarked as he led the two that glanced like teens rough the streets into the apparition point. I apologize for the coming discomfort, but if you two would grab onto my arms I will take us there. The feeling of apparition was never a pleasant one. Even if the boy with the lightning scar had learned how to do it and had used it to transport Zoe a few times. It did allow them to stay on their feet though, and that was good. When the boy with the lightning scar glanced around, he saw the very familiar sight of Hogwarts Castle and smiled. You and I have the same mindset when it comes to Hogwarts, the boy with the lightning scar. There's no place quite like home, is there? Albus smiled. Then his smile turned slightly dimmer and the boy with the lightning scar was on guard. The boy with the lightning scar, Albus spoke softly, I know that you are slowly forgiving me. But there is something that truly prevents full forgiveness. I have no reason to ask you of this, but would you listen to an old man's tale so that I may explain my actions? Ms. Nightshade, while I know the boy with the lightning scar trusts you a great deal, I ask this be a conversation left between me and him for the time being. He may tell you anything you ask about, but it is hard enough to tell the tale to just one person. Another silent conversation took place between the two before Zoe nodded. Very well, Albus. Zoe took a seat near one of the oaks that surrounded the lake as the boy with the lightning scar and the aging headmaster began their journey around it. It took a few minutes before the aging headmaster spoke. She is an amazing girl, the boy with the lightning scar, and I truly wish you the best of luck for making your relationship work. The boy with the lightning scar didn't react anyway, but to smile at the aging headmaster. He had grown confident in himself and his feelings for Zoe, but wouldn't dare voice them until they had found a way to be together. The aging headmaster turned his gaze to Hogwarts for a minute before launching into his tale. When I walked the same halls as every student does, I was lauded as a genius. The nation expected great things from me at the time after the customary trip around the world. However, before I could even truly plan my trip, my mother died and I was forced to take up my duties as head of the house and watch over my siblings. My brother Abe runs the Hog's Head now, but my little sister Ariana, here small tears formed in his eyes, did not get to see her 13th birthday. I had let the tales of my superiority get to me and I was stuck in Godric's Hollow taking care of my family. Don't get me wrong, I loved each family member dearly, but I felt I was ready for bigger things. That was when Grindelwald showed up in our little town and brought much needed companionship into my life. The same Grindelwald that I would face to end the vicious war 40 years later. Gellert and I quickly grew as thick as thieves and finally, I wondered to myself, there was someone that could match my intellect. We spent that summer together discussing all sorts of things, from theory to plans to push the wizarding world into the future. I did not know at this time that this would be the spark that Gellert needed for his rise to power. I was so engrossed in the discussions with my new friend, that I soon began forgetting about my responsibilities to my family. It all came to a head a month before Abe returned to school. Abe confronted me during one of my sessions with Grindelwald and reminded me about the duty I had to my family. It was usual for him to do this as he only saw me as Hi's big brother and not the aging headmaster genius. However, Gellert did not like Abe and wands were drawn. I of course helped family, but somehow Ariana had managed to get out of the house and into the middle of outfight. I still do not know whose spell it was that ended her life. I was left to pick up the pieces of my shattered heart while Gellert fled and I did not see him again until the end of the war he started. I tell you all this to explain that I too know the feeling of loss when it comes to losing family members, the aging headmaster remarked with a stray tear or two running down his cheeks. And to show how quickly I was thrust into the leadership positions that I hold for a few months longer. The boy with the lightning scar was silent as he processed what the aging headmaster had told him while Albus was trapped in his memories of so long ago. I taught Tom Riddle, the aging headmaster remarked as he began again. I was his transfiguration teacher while Professor Dippet was headmaster. I was the one that confirmed for him that he was a special boy and saw such potential in him. He was a charming that had much of the staff under his spell. I was perhaps the most cautious around him due to the follies of my youth and I think Tom noticed this as well. When he disappeared off the map I truly breathed a sigh of relief that the young man would at least be someone else's problem if he truly turned to the dark. It was a cowardly way of thinking, but to harm a former student of yours is nothing short of agonizing. The aging headmaster yelled the last word which startled the boy with the lightning scar. I am sorry the boy with the lightning scar, but my methods were always questioned in both wars, but for a teacher to put down a student that they were in charge of molding. It truly is a terrible thing. And so when Tom returned to England, I could see the darkness within him and prepared for a war that would be long and dangerous. Unfortunately, the darkness had spread to many families and I could only watch as more and more joined Tom and the war grew longer and longer. Then I heard a prophecy that could end the darkness. I knew 2 young boys would fit the prophecy and I tried to set it up to where Tom would mark one of you and I would be there to lend my strength to vanquish this riddle had died long ago. Sadly, plans never seem to come to fruition or are twisted a great deal. When I learned that Lily and James were killed and you had survived, I mourned the loss of a couple that I could call friends. I left you on the doorstep of your aunt, knowing that it would be a difficult road ahead since your true parents were no longer with us. You have to believe me, the boy with the lightning scar, Albus remarked, placing his hand on the boy and looking into his emerald eyes. I had no idea that you were being abused. I checked on you a few times, only for a few minutes while you were working in the garden and simply assumed that you were wearing older clothes to keep your good ones clean and enjoyed gardening. If I had had any whisper that you were being abused, I would have whisked you away. You were never supposed to be treated unfairly and never supposed to be a part of any events that had transpired while you were here. The boy with the lightning scar could see the truth lying in the aging headmaster's crystal blue eyes and the emotion that he held within them. It was clear that the elder professor simply was looking for the boy with the lightning scar to understand that he wondered he was doing right, and not looking for complete forgiveness. Smiling slightly as they approached Zoe, the boy with the lightning scar spoke. Things could have been a lot better, the aging headmaster, and we both know that. To never know, if you were the one to kill a family member and then have to destroy someone you once considered a friend has to be tough. How different would this world be if something different happened when you were 17? But the blame never rested on you, Albus, not really. You did what was wondered to be the right thing when it was inquired of you and had no one to truly stand beside you and remind you of what you were doing. My life could have been better, but you have tried to be honest with me as much as possible. I'm glad my life turned out this way since I received a new mum and met Zoe. I can never forget, but I can always forgive." Tears swelled in the aging headmaster's eyes as the boy with the lightning scar spoke, and he gently pulled the boy with the lightning scar into a hug. Albus, surrogate grandson, forgave him of his foolish deeds, and that was truly the only thing that mattered to him. The rest of the boy with the lightning scar's visit would be great if the aging headmaster had anything to say about it. Question though, I'm making the boy with the lightning scar immortal more than likely, but I don't know if I want to make him just immortal or a god. What do you guys think? If you want to see the boy with the lightning scar as a god, give me just one of his domains. Deals with the ministry. The boy with the lightning scar slowly woke up the next morning to a mess of black hair on his chest that he now wondered how he could sleep without it. For the past few months he and Zoe had shared late-night conversations that usually ended with the boy with the lightning scar inviting Zoe into his bed so that she would not have to travel to her own. There was always a token effort, but that was usually followed by a well-placed yawn that soon had Zoe caving into his offer. Nothing ever happened, other than innocent cuddling, but both were happy that they were allowed to get away with that much. The boy with the lightning scar hoped that they would find a way for Zoe to stay with the hunt, but also have room for him in her life, as she was the one and he knew it. Therefore, it would suck if he was stuck in the friend zone for the rest of his life and as a wizard of a large power. His life would be long. Slowly the mass of black hair, and what it was connected to, stirred and yawned, signaling that Zoe was up as well. Black eyes met green as both smiled in greetings. Morning, the boy with the lightning scar, Zoe greeted. Good morning, Zoe, the boy with the lightning scar responded, squeezing her arm as well as the rest of her body into a hug. Are you ready to get up? Give me a few more minutes, she remarked, snuggling a bit deeper into the covers, enjoying the warmth that she was currently wrapped in. So what's on today's agenda? The boy with the lightning scar wondered for a moment and then groaned as he realized what today entailed. I have to go to the ministry today and at least start the process of changing the wizarding world. Zoe snorted in amusement as the boy with the lightning scar told his plans. You have to change the wizarding world today. No small order there, the boy with the lightning scar. Of course you've done it twice already, so what's once more? Quote, the boy with the lightning scar smiled a little at Zoe's words. I've never wondered of it like that. Of course this is technically just an extension of the second time, so I'm already halfway here. Quote, true. So, do you know what you are going to say today? Even if you got rid of the supremacists, there will still be a lot of traditionalists on the ruling body. Yeah, the boy with the lightning scar remarked as he reached over to one of the drawers on the nightstand. A lot of the last few letters sent between myself and the aging headmaster, or Albus as he wants to be called, discussed the various things that I needed to say. I'm going to try to set up the government like their mundane counterpart, with a House of Lords and a House of Commons. I'm sure the House of Lords will have more power at first, but that's how England's houses started out. Anyways, sounds like a plan, the boy with the lightning scar, Zoe remarked as she enjoyed the piece she had at the moment. Sighing, Zoe broke the piece first and began to move. Come on, it appears that you have a lot on your plate, so we need to get ready for the day. Grumbling, but ultimately agreeing with Zoe, the boy with the lightning scar got up as well and claimed the bathroom first. Zoe may have been an immortal maiden that was born a few thousand years ago, but beneath it all she was still a girl and took a bit longer than the boy with the lightning scar in getting ready for the day. It was amusing to be with the hunt as they stopped in civilization and 2 days in a hotel about once every 3 months. During those 2 days, they became the teenage girls that they so resembled. When the two were ready to face the day, they left the guest room that the aging headmaster had provided them for the night and made their way to the kitchens. Albus had told them the previous night that the Great Hall was just a bit too large for 3 people plus whatever teacher decided they wanted to drop in. So during the summer those that visited Hogwarts were directed to the house elves' place of work. When they arrived at the kitchens, they witnessed the elves running around, and the boy with the lightning scar wondered if they ever took anything slow. They found Albus sitting at one of the tables calmly sipping his morning juice. Ah, There you are, the aging headmaster remarked as he noticed the newcomers pull up a chair. I trust you two had a good sleep. It was just fine, dumber Albus, Zoe answered when the aging headmaster sent a soft glare at her for using his last name. Well, that's good, Albus smiled. Okay, the boy with the lightning scar, we have about 2 hours before we need to be in the council chambers. Are you ready? It should be fine, Albus, the boy with the lightning scar remarked, taking a bite out of his eggs. We've prepared quite a bit for this the past few months, and I get to change the world with you once more. The aging headmaster smiled as he boy with the lightning scar continued eating. To be that great of a young man spoke highly of just about everything in his life. The boy with the lightning scar was forged by trials in fire, and some of the would-be greats found that they snapped under the heavy hammer of the forge. This young wizard had grown all the stronger for it. His eyes then glanced at the young woman by the boy with the lightning scar's side, and Albus was reminded of the old saying of behind every great man stood a great woman. The iron moved to the mundane with tales of the past year filled the air and eased the soul of this old man. After years of suffering from the ministry's pomposity, especially last year, the boy with the lightning scar wasn't at all surprised to see the grandeur of the atrium and the solid gold statue that sat in the middle of it all. The workers of the ministry seemed to be skittish, but after the boy with the lightning scar wondered about it, it was understandable since many of their co-workers had snuffed it. He was fairly sure that no one had made the connections between those who lost their lives and those that had claimed the imperious defense after the First War. The ministry was so paranoid that the guard that usually took the wands of those that entered simply waved them through. Who knew where the killer would strike again? While the boy with the lightning scar was mentally pointing out the various faults in almost everything he saw in the ministry, Zoe stuck close to him and wondered much of the same thing. All the ministry reminded her was that life was much better in the hunt, and that the boy with the lightning scar was one of the few males in the world that was any decent. She knew she was beautiful, as many of the bards had spoken of her and her sister's beauty when she was still in the garden, but for the low-level employees and security guards to send her those stares, they quickly glanced away when they saw the hardened stare that the boy with the lightning scar sent their ways and the possessive hand that had snuck around to claim her. Zoe wasn't one for romantic gestures or possessive feelings, but she had to admit it felt nice. The aging headmaster showed them to one of the various entrances to the bureaucratic chambers. I shall leave you two here while I go and introduce you the boy with the lightning scar to the council. You can allow NCH into your speech as soon as someone questions why you are here. Ms. Nightshade, while normally you would not be allowed into the chambers without proper authorization, I wish to make an exception for you. However, there are a few die-hard traditionalists here, so you shall be the boy with the lightning scar's secretary if that is okay with you. Seeing nothing wrong with the aging headmaster's plan, Zoe agreed easily. Well then, good luck. When Albus left the two demigods, a silence descended on their waiting area. Luckily, their relationship, even though they could not define what they had just yet, was one where silences were comfortable and did not have to feel with awkward small talk. Finally, they were given the signal to enter. The chambers were just as magnificent as the rest of the ministry, meaning overly grand and tied up way too much money. Many of those inside the chambers were rather old, but surprisingly there were a few former classmates of his sitting by their guardians. From the look on their faces they were just as surprised to see the boy with the lightning scar having the floor. It was nice to know that there were a few that he could look at and be a bit more comfortable with his speech. Why is Mr. Potter here? A wizened old wizard inquired. I am here to share news, take up my spot amongst this esteemed body, and call for change in our world, the boy with the lightning scar spoke clearly. And what news do you have? And who is the girl besides you? Another inquired. The girl beside me is fulfilling the role of secretary for me today and thus is needed. As for the news, I am proud to announce that Lord Voldemort, here a collective gasp went up and the boy with the lightning scar resisted the urge to eye roll, but Zoe did not, and his followers have been completely wiped out. This got the reaction that the aging headmaster and the boy with the lightning scar had expected as an explosion of shouts washed over the chamber. The aging headmaster let this continue for a few moments before banging his gavel and demanding attention. Now that we are all settled, Perhaps we could ask Lord Potter what he means and just how this came about. With many nodding in agreement, Albus motioned for the boy with the lightning scar to continue his spill. The summer after my 4th year, through a ritual between myself and the goblins, Voldemort was stripped of his many otherworldly powers and would have died if he had not branded his followers with his mark. Because the mark had to be taken willingly, their souls, and more importantly their magical cores. Not that the boy with the lightning scar or Zoe believed the magical core was more important, they were drained unknowingly of their magic to sustain their master. However, magic can be drained forever and they lost either their ability to perform magic or their life entirely. So that's it. He's gone for good, as well as his mad followers. Lady Longbottom inquired with a bit of hope in her voice. Yes, Lady Longbottom, the darkness that has plagued this land is gone for now. This brings me to my next point, that darkness will never truly go away. Voldemort rose because there was enough corruption in the ministry that he easily swayed those that had the money to his side. For too long we have not given a voice to the Muggleborns and half-bloods. It is time to change how our world works. We will not just give up our traditions to satisfy those that do not understand our ways. I'm not saying to. The boy with the lightning scar responded calmly, keep this table body intact and allow some of the minor noble houses a chance to join. Then create another body that you can be elected into regardless of blood status. They can propose new laws that perhaps this body would have never wondered of. But that you all have to approve. And from now on hire because they can actually do the job, not based on their family. Why in the world is the head of the Muggle Artifact Office not a Muggleborn who knows how to work some of the cursed items? We need to make this world a better place, and all it takes are a few small changes. If you are so concerned with those not from this world ignoring your traditions, I suggest someone from here go and teach the young children at Hogwarts. They do not respect your traditions because they do not understand them or know them. The only reason I know half of them is because of a crash course that I have received in the past few months. These are all very good ideas and should be glanced into. All those in favor of researching Mr. Potter's suggestions? Amelia Bones inquired, calling for a vote. With a chorus of ayes, the meeting continued and the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe desperately wanted to get away from it all. An hour later, and the meeting was finally over. Neville had made his way over to his former roommate and both were catching up when the aging headmaster came by. Oh hey Professor, the aging headmaster, Neville remarked cheerfully as he caught sight of the colorful robes. Hello Neville, the aging headmaster smiled at him. I'm sorry to break this reunion up, but it would be best if we continued the rest of our activities today. Or at least start them. The boy with the lightning scar sighed at the aging headmaster's truthful words. Very well Albus, turning to Neville, the boy with the lightning scar spoke. I'll be here at least until next council meeting, so we will catch up eventually. See you soon then. The boy with the lightning scar, Neville waved the group of three goodbye and made his way over to his grandma. So are you ready? The boy with the lightning scar, Zoe, Albus inquired cheerfully. Sighing, the boy with the lightning scar shrugged at the aged headmaster. I guess we can't really put this off any longer, can we? Zoe sensed the distress in her very good friend and squeezed his hand in support. That did the trick as the boy with the lightning scar broke out of the depressing wonders with a smile as he squeezed her hand back in thanks. The aging headmaster smiled at the interaction before speaking. Very well, the boy with the lightning scar, if you would grab my arm and Ms. Nightshade. Zoe, he remarked with a grimace as she told if she was allowed to use his first name, he would use hers. He was reminded forcefully of his slightly young years when a young Minerva remarked much of the same to him as well as a young Lily. If you would tightly hold on to the boy with the lightning scar, we can leave. Experiencing the usual uncomfortable feeling of being squeezed through a tube, the group of three landed in a rather dreary room. Welcome to the ancestral black home. The boy with the lightning scar, James Potter. Also, a lot if you wanted me to have the boy with the lightning scar, Artemis pairing, but I'm not changing this story. I have ideas though, and when I finish this story, I'll work on that. Until next time. Sickness of an unfortunate man. The boy with the lightning scar, James Potter. Where have you been? The harpy-like voice of Molly Weasley reverberated across the house. The boy with the lightning scar, cool Dee say with certainty that Molly's screeches were harpy-like since he had spent time at Camp Half-Blood and it was not a pleasant sound. Unfortunately, her screeching brought another problem to the fore. Efront as dozens of feet started towards the entrance. The first person that made it to the room was Remus Lupin, who smiled at his cub and moved to wrap him in a firm hug, completely ignoring the fuming Molly Weasley. "It's good to see you again, cub. You look really good." "I mean really good. What happened?" Remus inquired as others started to trickle into the room. "This is apparently how I should have glanced if I had led a healthy lifestyle and didn't have a leech from the Dork Lord latched onto me for 14 years, the boy with the lightning scar remarked, smiling at his honorary uncle. "Remus, this is Zoe Nightshade. She's my friend," he remarked finally, and Remus knew there was a story behind that. "Zoe, this is my uncle in all but blood, Remus Lupin." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Nightshade," Remus remarked in his usual cultured tone. Zoe stiffened slightly as she shook his hand, but the boy with the lightning scar's reassuring squeeze helped her relax. Of course, the boy with the lightning scar's actions did not go unnoticed by those that could see them and instantly caused a reaction by all redheads in the vicinity. While the twins and Bill smiled at the two raven-haired teens, Molly, Ron, and Ginny had the telltale signs of a welly eruption. Ginny was the first to break. "The boy with the lightning scar. Why are you touching that skank? You should leave her and be with me, where you belong," she screeched, trying to immolate her mother, and she was getting close. She started her way towards the two, but couldn't take another step when the temperature seemed to plummet, and the boy with the lightning scar's killing curse eyes stared at her with such intensity that she was scared to breathe. She had wanted an intense look to come from the boy with the lightning scar to her. But this was not what Ginny had planned. "What did you call Zoe?" the boy with the lightning scar inquired calmly, but all could hear the poison lacing his words. Unfortunately, Ron, who was considered a great strategist by many, was not known for his common sense or tact. "Duh," he remarked blandly, and the rest of his family tried to stop him from drawing the ire of the wizard he was talking to. "He called the slut on your arm a skank. Come on, mate, you can do better than that, like my sister." He reached out to lay a hand on the boy with the lightning scar and pull him away, but Ron, nor any others, were expecting for the boy with the lightning scar to grasp the offending hand and then have Ron on the floor. It was then everybody truly got a truly good look at the boy with the lightning scar and saw his changes. It wasn't only that the boy with the lightning scar had grown taller and lost the glasses. No, instead of the scrawny boy that they had come to know, they were refaced with an athletic young man that obviously had been training in the last 2 years, and it showed. He wasn't a bodybuilder by any means. His body was more along the lines of an Olympic athlete, meaning streamlined and simply solid. Although he was only 16, it didn't stop the younger women of the order from briefly imagining the young man a few years older. "If you call Zoe any of those foul words in my hearing again, you will have a personal taste of what I have gone through these past 2 years. Understand, mate?" the boy with the lightning scar bit out in a whisper, but everyone heard it. Zoe was by no means a girly girl and despised any of the females that relied heavily on their boyfriends, but at that moment, she could almost understand why everybody loved to feel that protected. The moment was easily brushed aside, but it was a nice feeling to have, and Zoe wouldn't mind feeling it again. "Shall we adjourn to the kitchen?" the aging headmaster inquired, breaking the silence. "After all, it is getting quite crowded in here and we may have a few that are claustrophobic." Those that had decided to betray the boy with the lightning scar were fuming as they saw all of their plans unraveling. But they still held hope. After all, the aging headmaster had agreed to their plans and he would be able to get everything back on track. As they made their way to the kitchen, Fleur had managed to slide next to the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe. "Hello, the boy with the lightning scar," she smiled while giving him a one-armed hug. "I have heard from a few of my cousins in the hunt since you were last here. You have been quite busy, have you not?" The boy with the lightning scar grinned unrepentantly at his blonde French friend. "I started my adventures in America as soon as I landed. Since then I have been quite busy, but it's been fun." "Then I am happy for you." Then Fleur leaned a little to face Zoe. "I have also received letters about the lieutenant of the hunt and her description looks remarkably like you. I didn't think that you would be allowed to come overseas, with a boy no less, and be away from the hunt for a few months. The boy with the lightning scar here is a special case. Zoe snorted. My lady has all but blood adopted the boy with the lightning scar and is quite partial to his well-being. Since the hunt has had quite a few new initiates in the past years. She has decided that it would be for the best if we had 2 lieutenants. Her trial run is for however long I am here watching the boy with the lightning scar since he tends to get in a bit of trouble every time we walk outside. The boy with the lightning scar pouted a bit as Zoe teased him, but could not in good conscience refute her claims it wasn't his fault that he was a trouble magnet and Murphy had it out for him. Besides, teasing was an immature gesture, and when he stuck out his tongue at the 2 giggling young women he felt a lot better and had the higher ground. And Dee then turned to the Weasley twins following him. Talk to me after this meeting, you two, unless you have given up your dream of owning a joke shop. He was met with empathetic nods. The rather large group of the Order of the Phoenix and the few non-members who had been staying at Grimmauld Place for the summer piled into the kitchen and took up various positions around the table. The aging headmaster, of course, took up the head of the table with Severus to his left and McGonagall to his right. Usually Mad Eye or Shaq would take up the spots next to McGonagall, but by some unspoken reason the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe sat there and no one remarked a word against it. The rest of those present took up their seats or made sure the house was structurally sound. Ah, much better, aging headmaster remarked when everyone was situated. Now, obviously the boy with the lightning scar Potter has returned to us and he brings great news. The boy with the lightning scar, if you would. The boy with the lightning scar decided to have a bit of fun and deliver the news bluntly. Voldemort is dead. The group had almost missed the boy with the lightning scar's statement because of the gasps that came from hearing his name. But somehow news being heard no matter what. There was a moment of silence before most of the Order lost their heads. It took a few minutes for order to be re-established. What do you mean Voldemort is dead? Is he coming back? He did that before, you know, Tonks inquired. Yes, I know he did, the boy with the lightning scar remarked and smirked a little at her sheepish expression. I guess it is okay if I tell them most of it, Professor. With a nod from Albus, the boy with the lightning scar sighed before launching into a brief overview of the start of his summer almost 2 years ago. The summer after the whole Triwizard fiasco, I made my way to Gringotts on the advice of Professor Flitwick to have my scar checked out and a few health issues fixed. Why did you go to the goblins? You know you can't trust anything that they say. Oh, you poor dear, that has to be why you ran off and got with this hussy, Molly cried. She's right, you know, Hermione chimed in. The goblins are very untrustworthy. I wouldn't be surprised if they had done something to you. The boy with the lightning scar and Zoe stared at the two and all those that agreed with them in disbelief. The boy with the lightning scar, Zoe whispered, does having magic make you lose all common sense? If so, tell me now so I know to slap you, repeatedly. I knew they were a bit dense. But this is beyond anything I would have guessed, he whispered back. Anyways, the boy with the lightning scar continued, completely ignoring Molly and Hermione, when they were casting their diagnostic spells. They noticed a dark leech that never should have been there. Apparently, Voldemort had split his soul and made certain devices to try to extend his life unnaturally. Unfortunately for him, the goblins have a ritual that only required one piece of soul and a few minutes for a ritual to take place, and Voldemort's days were numbered. The only reason he lasted as long as he did after the ritual was because he had marked his followers and siphoned off magic to help keep him going, which is why almost all of the known Death Eaters are no longer with us. You lie, Ron yelled. If you were telling the truth, then Snape and his slimy snakes would be dead. Especially that filthy Malfoy. The boy with the lightning scar blinked before turning towards Snape. I would have wondered that Draco would have taken the dark mark instantly. How did he avoid it? The Dark Lord was too busy these past 2 years to bother with witches and wizards that weren't even legal, Snape answered in his usual silky tone. Draco did not want to join the Dark Lord's forces anyways. He is just a product of his environment. Fair enough. I'm glad he has a chance to grow then and didn't succumb. Many that knew the boy with the lightning scar before he left were surprised at the young man in front of them. Before he would have blown up at the mere wonder of Snape or Draco being called good. But now he sat calmly in front of them, glad that Draco had been given a second chance. "You are a disgrace to your family if you are nice and wish the best of luck to Death Eater scum," a dark-haired man spat. It was the first time Sirius Black had spoken up, and it was shocking to see how far he had fallen. Where he was pale and his face sunken during the boy with the lightning scar's 4th year, he had improved from 3rd year. However, it seemed that the last of the blacks had regressed as it glanced as if he was only skin and bones, and his skin was so pale that it glanced like it was simply paper thin. "You should have died that night in the place of your parents." The only things keeping the boy with the lightning scar from pouncing on Sirius and making him eat his words were Zoe's hand clutching his heart and knowing that he was unhinged. Even Severus glanced, taken aback by what Sirius had just remarked. Turning slowly so as to not let out his frustration, the boy with the lightning scar spoke to Albus. "Am I needed at the moment? It would probably be for the best to take care of my so-called godfather before anything else is blasted out in the open." "Yes, of course, my boy. The rest of the meeting was simply to cover your news. I'll ask everyone that wants to talk to you to wait here." "Shall I?" "That's fine, Albus," the boy with the lightning scar remarked, which shocked many people that such a young person was allowed to call the aging headmaster by his first name. "Sirius, shall we go somewhere else to talk?" he inquired, rising with Zoe and making his way out of the kitchen. When the 3 dark-haired individuals left the room, McGonagall had to ask the question that was on everyone's mind. "You let him call you Albus?" "I inquired him too," Albus chuckled. "Why? Sometimes I will go months without hearing my first name and I am not getting any younger. I may one day forget it." In the library, the atmosphere was tense as Sirius and the boy with the lightning scar sat across from each other in the library. Zoe stood behind the boy with the lightning scar with her hand calmly resting on his shoulder so his temper wouldn't get the best of him. Finally, the boy with the lightning scar broke the silence. "What's this all about, Sirius? I know you wouldn't have remarked what you remarked anything like that while I was in the tournament, so what happened?" Sirius snorted. "I realized the truth. You should have died that night as you haven't acted like you were supposed to since you were 1. Ronald came up with the perfect plan to leave the Potter fortune in capable hands and then take care of you. Then you upped and disappeared for 2 years and came home with your own girl. Now we'll have to change up the plans a little, but I won't stop until Lily and James are satisfied." The boy with the lightning scar and Zoe stared at the pale imitation of what was once a fatherly figure in the boy with the lightning scar's life in disbelief. "You followed a plan made up of someone whose IQ probably doesn't reach 80. Who else was with you?" Sirius began to grin, and it was slightly disconcerting to see his already taut skin grow tighter across his face and a hint of madness in his eyes. Molly, Ginny, and Hermione were all in on it. It was pretty fun to be among like-minded people after so long. "Sirius, what happened to you?" The laughter brought in those waiting outside in, and they saw the sight of a horrified teenage couple staring at a deranged middle-aged man on the floor. Nobody wanted to see such a sight. A few hours later, the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe had joined Bill, Fleur, Remus, and Tonks in the sitting room. The rest of the group had either gone home, were in another part of the house, or helping Sirius at the moment. "Well, this wasn't how I wanted to introduce you to, but the boy with the lightning scar," Remus began. "This is Dora Tonks. She's Sirius' cousin." Smiling at Remus' emotion as he introduced the young woman, the boy with the lightning scar extended his hand. "It's nice to officially meet you, though I wish it was under better circumstances. You and me both. So where have you been these past 2 years? The boy with the lightning scar smiled at his new acquaintance and the looks on the other 3 faces before he launched into his tale. They were all fairly impressed at the boy with the lightning scar's tales, even though he left out the mythological part of his stories. He trusted the 4 of them, and Fleur already knew of the other world, but he wasn't sure what rules he was under and whether or not he could speak of such things. The boy with the lightning scar was working under the assumption that everyone had to find out for themselves. Finally, the aging headmaster and Snape descended from the stairs. "I'm afraid we have done all that we can do for today," the aging headmaster remarked wearily. "Neither of us are registered mind healers, so we will only be able to do so much. We need to get Sirius cleared of charges against him for him to be truly healed." The occupants of the room all grimaced slightly at the bad news. I will retire back to Hogwarts for the evening. The boy with the lightning scar, old man. Of course, Albus, Zoe remarked, standing up. It was great to meet you all, and I'm sure we will be back later on for the boy with the lightning scar to share more stories. Of course, Remus spoke up for the group. Do you mind if I borrow the boy with the lightning scar just for a moment? Albus and Zoe nodded their permission, and Remus dropped back a little with his cub. I'm proud of you, cub, and how you've grown. Also, I don't know how much this will really matter, but as the last sane member of the Marauders, I approve of Zoe. Thanks, Remus. The bow. Why with the lightning scar smiled as he wrapped the longtime family friend in a firm hug. Smiling, the boy with the lightning scar took a hold of Zoe's waiting hand and then the aging headmaster's arm before they disappeared with a pop. Better than just saving Sirius, and it will explain why I don't want him in the story anymore. I'll make sure he gets help, but that's all I want to do. All deal, Mo. With the betrayers next chapter most likely. I still am on the fence about whether to make the boy with the lightning scar a god or not, so we'll see. Until next time, dealings with the unwanted. It was 3 days later that the situation with Sirius was finally taken care of. Since the aging headmaster was good friends with many of the country's magical leaders, he was able to arrange to get Sirius out of the country and into a true mind healer. While he was gone, the aging headmaster would be working on clearing Sirius' name in case he ever recovered from his dreadful ordeal. Now that the dreadful business of Sirius Black was taken care of, it seemed to the boy with the lightning scar that the fates liked pushing him on as he was left in the house with only Zoe and those he had once called friends. The stares that they were sending his way was actually disturbing in some cases. They finally decided to corner him when he and Zoe sat down for lunch at the kitchen table. The boy with the lightning scar was not letting Zoe out of his sight around these witches and wizards without someone he trusted around her. It was too bad for them that the boy with the lightning scar's trust was placed in rather powerful people. There was silence at the table as everyone ate. The boy with the lightning scar had made his and Zoe's food as they did not trust Mrs. Weasley in not putting a few potions in their meal. Hermione was the first to break the silence. What have you been doing? The boy with the lightning scar. Her tone was curious, but did not fool the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe. I mean, you've been gone for so long that we just need to catch up. Hogwarts hasn't been the same without you. I'm sure. The boy with the lightning scar responded stiffly before going back to his meal. Zoe squeezed his hand in support and he squeezed back, which did not go unnoticed by the other 4 in the room. Seeing that Hermione made no headway in reconnecting with the boy with the lightning scar, the supposed best mate decided it was his time to shine. So the boy with the lightning scar, does the skank have a sister? I mean, Hermione is great and all, but your girl is quite the beauty. Could you share? Ron didn't think anything about what he remarked was wrong, and that was what was truly sad to the boy with the lightning scar. Not only had he insulted Zoe once again, and he was taking all of their willpower not to snap the scrawny little boy's neck, but he had also insulted his cohorts in the Get the Boy with the Lightning Scar plan. But no, Ron didn't see anything wrong with what he had just remarked as he sat there grinning like a loon, and the boy with the lightning scar could practically feel the smugness rolling off of him, thinking that his plan was surely going to work now. Ron, I truly don't know you anymore, if I ever did, so let me make one thing clear. If you insult Zoe one more time, I will kill you. The boy with the lightning scar remarked this with such certain authority that those in the room couldn't help but to shiver. It was from pleasure in Zoe's case. But the boy with the lightning scar, mate, I'm your best mate. You shouldn't have left behind like you did these past 2 years, Ron remarked, trying to guilt-trip the boy with the lightning scar. The boy with the lightning scar sighed as it appeared that he couldn't just avoid the situation anymore like he had hoped to. Since it's obvious that you 4 won't let this go, now is the time to clear the air and list all your grievances with me, but let me make one thing clear. No ma, what you say. I will be going back to where I was before, and this will be one of the few times I ever return to England, and you'll probably never see me when I do return. The boy with the lightning scar, James Potter. I did not raise you to act like this. Molly screeched. You didn't raise me at all. The boy with the lightning scar responded, keeping his calm and even tone even though her loud voice pained both demigods. I spent maybe 3 weeks under your care. The sarcasm was evident in his voice at the burrow. 3 weeks of 16 years of my life. I had a mother and her name was Lily Potter. I have found another mother in the form of Artemis. You have never and will never even think of taking the role of a mother in my life. Watch it, Potter, Ron snapped. That's my mother you're talking about. I didn't put up with your shit for 4 years so you could leave us behind while you got more glory and gold. And books, Hermione chimed in. Ah, and now we hear the real reason you two were gracious enough to become my friends, the boy with the lightning scar drawled in a way that would make even Snape proud. Fame, money, and books. Tell me, is that how you two and the little Weaslette measure friendship and potential love interest? I can see why your friendships are working out so well when neither of you are a drop in the ocean compared to me. Normally, the boy with the lightning scar wouldn't talk like this to anyone, but they were really starting to piss the boy with the lightning scar off and he wanted to put them in their place. He had the full backing of Zoe, who was itching to grab the bow and arrows off the charm bracelet that the boy with the lightning scar had made her and find out if magicals could be effected by celestial bronze. If that didn't work on them, she was sure that her lady would allow Zoe the use of imperial gold or Stygian iron. Truthfully, Ron, you lost all the benefits of being the boy with the lightning scar, Potter's supposed best mate during the tournament. You know, the one that you betrayed me and incited with the rest of the school and then only offered a pitiful excuse to try and get back in my good graces. You were never going to get a single canute from me after that little episode. Ron grew red in anger as the boy with the lightning scar remarked the last sentence, as it was the only sentence that had anything relating to money in it. Hermione, you lost your chance in 3rd year when you went behind my back and took away probably the greatest gift I had ever been given up to that point. You didn't ask my permission. Your explanation was lacking, and you never did apologize. The bushy-haired bookworm sat there with her mouth open in disbelief in the fact that the boy with the lightning scar would keep her from any book. And Ginny, who the hell are you? Zoe couldn't help but to snort in amusement at the boy with the lightning scar's last question, which got her an appreciative smile from him. Hermione saw this and decided that she needed to attack from another angle, going straight for Zoe. Who the hell is this girl, the boy with the lightning scar? What is she, some kind of dark hair, Ed bimbo that can't even cast a simple Lumos with her wand? Well, she isn't wrong about you not being able to cast a spell, is she, Zoe? The boy with the lightning scar inquired with amusement, reaching his eyes. It would be difficult to cast any spell seeing as I'm not a witch, the boy with the lightning scar. You know that. You broke the statute, the boy with the lightning scar. Hermione shrieked. Oh, shove it up sideways, Granger. The boy with the lightning scar snapped back at her, losing his cool for a moment. No one wants to hear the insufferable know-it-all, especially when she knows nothing. Zoe was aware of magic well before I arrived, as was her group. Besides, the country I'm in wasn't formed before the statute went into effect, so it mostly doesn't apply and I can get away with a lot. The boy with the lightning scar's purposeful stumble was caught by Hermione and Zoe had to hide the grin that threatened her face. But why the bloody hell did you leave us? Ron inquired, but it came out as a demand. Let me answer that with another question. Why did you abandon me after the tournament? After I saw someone die in front of me in the return of the darkest wizard since Airpo the Foul, you left me to rot with the Dursleys. I know you were here for the summer. Professor the aging headmaster told me all about how you four and Sirius wanted to cut me off from everyone and then start feeding me love potions so I could be raped by the littlest welly over here. So, why the bloody hell would I have taken you with me when I got rid of Voldemort and started a new life? You were no friends of mine. The 4 betrayers sat silenced at the table, and that silence extended across the room before a gentle clapping interrupted it all, and 6 pairs of eyes were drawn to the corner of the room. Very good, Potter, Snape remarked in his usual silky drawl that no one could help but to listen to. It seems that 2 years without people worshipping the ground you walked on see me. To have finally improved your mental capabilities. Everybody out. I wish to speak to Mr. Potter here alone. Zoe was about to speak before Snape spoke and cut her off. Your companion may stay as well, Mr. Potter. Ron was about to retort that he would never listen to a slimy snake had to say, and really Ron was quite unimaginative, as that seemed to be his only insult, but Hermione was too much of A rule follower to go against any professor's orders. Ginny and Molly were too scared to go against Snape and so left as quickly as the other two did. Snape sat across from the boy with the lightning scar and stared into those emerald eyes that reminded him so much of the ones that used to bring him such joy. Those emerald eyes that the boy with the lightning scar had inherited that glanced at high last with such loathing that Severus had wanted to curl up and die right then. The boy with the lightning scar stared right back at the man that had caused him so much pain in his 4 years at Hogwarts and yet couldn't bring himself to feel anything for. Snape was a bastard, plain and simple, but there were many that were worse than Snape and many that were better. Spending the last 2 years fighting for his life, the boy with the lightning scar couldn't summon the energy to truly care about the man in front of him. The aging headmaster had shared a little of Snape's past in their correspondence by Fawkes, and the boy with the lightning scar knew that there was more to Snape's hatred than a schoolyard grudge match that had carried over a generation, but it truly didn't matter. "That was quite a performance, Potter," Snape remarked, breaking the silence, "and I am glad that I was able to witness such an act." The boy with the lightning scar did not reply, but to give a small nod of his head in recognition. Snape reached into his robe and pulled out 2 small vials and placed them on the table in front of him. The vials contained a potion that was golden in color. "This is a potion, known fondly to the masses as liquid luck. You defeated the Dark Lord, even if it wasn't the way many expected or wanted it to happen, and allowed me the chance to remove the stain on my soul that I had borne for the last decade and a half. I know that you did not kill Voldemort for me, but I must thank you and pay back my debt." These vials contain 24 hours each of the effects, and the potion is not an easy thing to make. Liquid luck does just as the name applies and grants the drinker of it unimaginable luck for the duration of the effects. The boy with the lightning scar and Zoe glanced at the 2 vials with a little higher regard at the obvious potential such a potion had. "I do not care what you do with this, but I was in your debt and one Potter already died before I could pay him back. Your father and I were bitter enemies, Mr. Potter, but I do not need to tell you that, and your father did save my life at one point during our school careers. Your mother, on the other hand, was my greatest friend until my 5th year of school, where I remarked something that I have regretted every day since and was then wooed by your father. You reminded me so much of how your father answered when you arrived that I could not help but to lash out at you for all the memories you had drug up. I will not apologize for my actions, but I am glad that you seem to be finally showing a bit of Lily in you after being drowned in James. I will not wish you a well and happy life, Mr. Potter, but for Lily's sake I will hope you stay safe. If only so an angel won't cry before her son was supposed to join her." Snape, having remarked his piece and not wanting to look at the boy with the lightning scar any longer, stood up and walked to the doorway. Just as he was about to close the door behind him, the boy with the lightning scar whispered just loud enough for Snape to hear, "She forgives you." Snape never admitted that a tear rolled down his cheek for the first time in 16 years. Wordlessly, the boy with the lightning scar grabbed the 2 vials in front of him and handed one to Zoe after casting half a dozen unbreakable charms on it. "Don't try to argue, Zoe, you are much too important to me, and I feel that we will soon need all the luck we can get." Knowing that the boy with the lightning scar would not be moved on this subject, Zoe bit down on her argument and placed the liquid luck in her pocket. "That was pretty smooth with the Granger girl and your supposedly accidental slip-up," she remarked, trying to cheer him up a bit. The boy with the lightning scar smiled a little. "I wondered it was as well. I know that those 4 will never give up on their plans, but since the British ministry is a joke in the national community at the moment, they'll have to go manually explore a few countries, which could take years. That was about all I could do to them, other that right, Hermione's parents, who will be getting my letter the day after we leave. Any debt or penalty that I forced them to abide under would affect all the other Weasleys, and I am on pretty good terms with the rest of them." "I understand the boy with the lightning scar," Zoe remarked, placing her head on his shoulders and tracing small circles into his hand. "I'm just ready for all of this to be over with so we can go back to the hunt. The rest of the lords and ladies are moving surprisingly fast, so hopefully we can go home soon." "That would be nice," Zoe agreed. "Never see him as the hero that Rowling and others say he is. 6 years of mental abuse is not able to be wiped away by 1 or 2 good deeds." So I dealt with the betrayers and sorry for those who were wanting more, but I don't see the boy with the lightning scar caring truthfully after 2 years of fighting myths that were out to kill him. He told them to leave him alone and then sent them on a wild chase if they did not. Personally, the boy with the lightning scar's question to Ginny deserves an amen since she was simply a filler character. Next chapter we are back to the States and most likely the Battle of New York. I have figured out what I want to do as far as godhood and immortality. We only have a few chapters left before the end of the story and I can't wait. Until next time, visit from a god. The boy with the lightning scar and Zoe ended up in a pile as the Portkey deposited the two back in America, but neither could bring themselves to care as they were finally away from the insanity that was wizarding Britain. The boy with the lightning scar's former friends had been sullen foe boy with the lightning scar laid into them. But they were nothing if not persistent and they chose to bug the boy with the lightning scar for hours in a day. Luckily, the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe were able to leave G. Grimmauld Place and explore the mundane side of Britain. Plus, England no longer had monsters so it was a very relaxing vacation for the few weeks they were there. They didn't slack in their training of course, it just wasn't in them. But at least they could unwind without having to deal with random monster hunts or the chores around the hunt. The wizarding government had also implemented many of He boy with the lightning scar's suggestions, or enough that things could finally begin to change, and the boy with the lightning scar felt no remorse for leaving after only a month. He had gotten word from the wizarding hospital in South Africa that Sirius had a chance to make a full recovery, but it would be a long process. The boy with the lightning scar wondered the life was such a waste and he wondered what his life would have been like if Sirius would have never gone to Azkaban. Of course he quickly stopped that train of wondered when he felt Zoe brush against him that day as he knew he never would have met her or his mother. Wow, my lady, I didn't know that they were so close, the teasing voice of Talia spoke breaking the peace that had settled over the two. Her voice also brought attention to the position that they were in and the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe couldn't help but to grow red. Zoe had ended up on top of the boy with the lightning scar and was currently straddling his waist. One of her hands was on his chest while the other was interlocked with one of his and her head was tucked over his left shoulder. The boy with the lightning scar's free hand as on Zoe's back and was precariously close to her butt. Indeed Talia, I shudder to think what they got up to without our supervision. Laughter was evident in ARTEMIS' voice. Quickly, but not as quickly as they would have 4 months earlier, Zoe and the boy with the lightning scar untangled and stood up and it might have been so they could get their blushes under control. It is good to see you two again, ARTEMIS remarked as she moved to hug the two with Talia close behind her. You don't have to go back there right? It wasn't the same in camp without the two of you here, Talia half whined. Ah, did you miss me that much? The boy with the lightning scar teased as he broke out of the hug. Who else were we supposed to tease every day? After all, you two are just too cute, Talia eased right back and showing her hidden feminine side. The boy with the lightning scar pouted for a moment as his teasing was turned against him which brought forth laughter from the 3 ladies around him. Come, ARTEMIS remarked as she turned to walk, let's return to camp, the others are also excited to see you back. As the sun set and the hunters gathered around the fire pit after a day celebrating the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe's return, ARTEMIS spoke to them all. There is an ancient being stirring in the west and although it is not Olympus' greatest threat, Typhon is something we cannot ignore. There were gasps from the hunters with the mention of Typhon and they knew that this was quite serious. When, and it is when and not if, when Typhon breaks free of his prison, the gods will be called to try and subdue the beast. That means that I will not be with the hunt as all my attention will be on trying to slow it down. Talia and Zoe are to lead you all while I am gone and the hunt is to stay on the East Coast. The war is reaching its peak soon and we will be in for the fight of our lives soon. So, until Typhon breaks free of his prison, we will be training and hunting the larger groups of monsters. After I leave, you will all continue to hunt and be within an easy distance of the camp to help them if they need that much help. I don't want to scare you girls. The boy with the lightning scar coughed, bringing a few smiles and breaking the melancholy mood that had settled over the hunters. And the boy with the lightning scar, but we are moving into the endgame. This time next year, We will be free of this war because I have no doubt we will be victorious. The hunters soon broke apart for their respective tents to try and get a bit of sleep before tomorrow and what promised to be a very tiring day of training. After hugging Artemis once more, the boy with the lightning scar and Zoe made their way to the boy with the lightning scar's tent and settled in for the night. When the boy with the lightning scar opened his eyes, he knew instantly that his consciousness was no longer in his tent within the hunter's camp. He found himself in a white room that had a vague resemblance to King's Cross Station. In the center of the room were two chairs, one of which was already occupied by a man. The man was no man though, as he had a pair of black wings attached to his back as well as golden eyes. He wore a cloak that reminded the boy with the lightning scar of his own invisibility cloak, and the skin color he chose was as black as the abyss. His presence dropped the area's immediate temperature by a good 10 degrees, and the boy with the lightning scar was able to see his breath. Greetings, the boy with the lightning scar. Potter, I have heard many things about you from the other gods. The man smiled, showing white teeth that greatly contrasted with his skin color. I am Lord Thanatos, and you have 3 objects of mine. I do. The boy with the lightning scar inquired, growing worried. Who exactly would want to meet the god of death and have remarked God say that you had a few items of death? You do, young demigod, but you can relax and take a seat. I gave up those items to wizards long ago, but I never expected a wizard to gather the items without knowing what they were and knowing of our mythological world. You are an interesting young man. Thank you. The boy with the lightning scar remarked in confusion while taking the offered seat. He was not about to refuse death personified. So, Thanatos rubbed his hands together. I'm sure your main question is, what items do I have that were death's, and how can I give them back before I enter his domain? Am I correct? At the boy with the lightning scar's nod, Thanatos smiled, which slightly freaked the boy with the lightning scar out. Not to worry, you are not entering my domain anytime soon. Honestly, you probably will never enter my domain unless I invite you. You see, you possess what the wizards have taken to calling the Deathly Hallows. Pick up a copy of the Tales of Beetle the Bard if you want to know the legend they have about the items, but I'll give you a quick rundown. There are 3 items that make up the Hallows: the Wand of Destiny, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility that came from my very own cloak. You've had that same cloak I gave hundreds of years ago, since your first year of Hogwarts. The cloak appeared on the table between them, and the boy with the lightning scar recognized it as his instantly. After all the adventurish he had used it on, it was quite familiar. I admit that is my cloak, but I don't know anything about the Resurrection Stone or this so-called Wand of Destiny, unless my Phoenix Wand is the wand you spoke about. Now why would you think your Phoenix Wand is the Death Stick? After all, isn't it the brother wand to what was once Voldemort? Thank you for sending him onwards, by the way. I hate those who think they can escape me. No, the previous owner of the legendary wand was one Albus the aging headmaster, who disguised his wand as yours and handed it to you. You were a bit overwhelmed after your meeting with the goblins, so you did not feel the rush that comes with possessing one of the hollows. Thanatos summoned the boy with the lightning scar's wand into whatever realm that the two were in at the moment, and then dispelled the illusion on the wand. The wood grew a bit longer and was also a tad darker, signifying the difference. Lightning Scar was slightly confused. But why would the aging headmaster give up his wand if this is supposed to grant almost invincibility during a battle? Who knows what goes on in the mind of Albus the aging headmaster? Perhaps he simply had a feeling that you would be in quite a battle soon and wanted to give you just a bit more firepower. Or perhaps Albus simply lost his marbles, who is to say? Okay, the boy with the lightning scar ventured tentatively. But what about the Resurrection Stone? The last thing I want is to deal with those from beyond. Thanatos smiled at the boy with the lightning scar's words. This is good, and you never avenue to use the stone if you don't want to, but you have it. An old wizarding family found the stone and didn't know what it was, so they placed it in their family rings. You found out within the last month that you took over as head of that house, which was also Riddle's family. Which family? I learned that I was head of over 20, so I didn't catch which one was Tom's. The Gaunt family, then. Otto's remarked while waving his hand once again and bringing the Gaunt family ring to the forefront. That symbol is actually the coat of arms for the Peverels, which was the last name for the 3BR. Others that were the original owners of the Hallows. Okay. Well, now what? I mean, what does the legend say that I will be able to do now that I have the 3 objects? The boy with the lightning scar inquired, his curiosity making its way up now that he wasn't terrified of the god before him or what would happen if Zoe and Artemis found out that he had died during the night. If you were to go by the legend from the wizards, you would be classified as the master of death, which is a laughable notion in itself. Let me make one thing clear, if you try to order me around like you would those TTLE house elves, I will take your soul and make it my new plaything. Are we clear? Thanatos inquired as the temperature around them dropped another few degrees. With the boy with the lightning scar's slightly terrified nod, the temperature returned to its normal state around Thanatos. Well, you don't get any special powers other than a decent boost in your magical prowess. If you get the chance to become a god, you won't be bound by the ancient laws since you are now the extension of me. Now don't worry, he remarked at the boy with the lightning scar's panicked look. What I mean is, UWILL be in charge of taking out those that think they are immortal or training those that have a prophecy to take care of one who is immortal. Once you hit 17, you'll gain the partial immortality that your hunter friends enjoy. Again, that is if you don't get the chance at godhood. What the boy with the lightning scar didn't know was that he had made quite the impression on many of the gods and goddesses on Olympus, and if he proved himself by some means, he wouldn't run into any real opposition to the idea. So, any other questions before you wake up? Not really. I have a feeling that here's a few things that will be left out simply because you want to mess with my head or you don't find it important like I would, so I'll just wake up now. Thanatos smiled at the demigod in front of him. You are an interesting kid. I honestly expected to see you as soon as you entered the hunters' camp, but instead you get adopted by Artemis and are in a semi-relationship with the oldest hunter. You seem to take all situations and make them turn out for the best, and I like that about you. I look forward to our partnership. With another wave, the boy with the lightning scar was thrust out of limbo and woke up to see the sun just breaking the plain. The boy with the lightning scar saw that Zoe was looking at him and he smiled. You will not believe what just happened to me. Zoe only raised an eyebrow in anticipation. Interesting just seemed to follow the boy with the lightning scar around. I will warn you now that it will be 2 weeks for my next update as it is finals week. I'm on the quarter system and I need my copy of Battle of Olympus for a few scenes that I want to mess with. Until next time. Battle of New York PT1. Zoe stood with the boy with the lightning scar and Talia in front of the hunters. All were silent. Artemis had left them a few weeks ago and the gods were barely holding on as they attempted to slow down Typhon. The boy with the lightning scar wondered just how much the mist could hide as the gigantic monster was simply passed off as a storm system, granted a deadly storm system, but it was still interesting and the boy with the lightning scar old probably study it after all was remarked and done. Now however, what seemed to be the final battle against Kronos was upon them. They had just received an iris message from one of the campers telling the hunters that New York had just gone dark and they were currently moving into the city to prepare defenses. The hunters would be joining them shortly after Talia and Zoe gave a few words. You all know what we are facing, and although we have greatly brought down the numbers of Kronos' army, there are still many monsters that we will face in the coming hours. Our Lady is currently with the Thayer Council members fighting Typhon, as you already know, so it is our duty to work with those from Camp Half-Blood in protecting her seat of power along with the other members. Zoe started being the eldest of lieutenants. Kronos' army marches on Olympus and we shall be there to stop them. We have our bows and knives. Talia took over before she was interrupted. And magic. Yes, thank you, the boy with the lightning scar. We have magic as well, Talia continued, sounding a little petulant, which drew a scattering of laughs and a bit of tension left some of the hunt. They had planned the IR speeches just before Artemis left, and the boy with the lightning scar's interruption was planned to ease the hunters for the battle ahead, and none of the hunters wondered it strange for the boy with the lightning scar to have a place in front of them. As Artemis' adopted son and Zoe's unofficial boyfriend, many of the hunters had taken to look at the boy with the lightning scar as one of their OWN and a brother to many, as many of the girls, like Bianca, had brothers before they joined the hunt. We were trained for this and Our Lady trusts us to handle these monsters and have cookies waiting for her after she is done. Let's not disappoint her, shall we? The hunters all smiled at Talia's words and prepared for their trip to New York City. There was a battle to be had, but they were ready. With a nod from all of them signifying that they all held a piece of the portkey, the boy with the lightning scar activated the unfavored form of magical travel and deposited the hunt just outside the boundaries of New York but within the monster encampments. The defense of Olympus was in disarray as the hunters arrived to help out with dozens of demigods running around trying to gather their weapons and go to wherever it was that they need to go. The hunters were not impressed, especially when not a soul tried to stop them as they headed towards what appeared to be the command center. "Hold it, Percy," they heard a demigod say. A son of Hephaestus, if the boy with the lightning scar remembered right, not that that mattered too much at the moment. "You forgot Lincoln Tunnel. How about you leave that to us?" Talia yelled out, making their presence known. The faces of the demigods lit up at the sight of all the hunters that stood near them, and why wouldn't they? The hunters were a force to be reckoned with when dealing with monsters. Talia exchanged warm greetings with those that she had grown close to before the hunt, and Percy and the boy with the lightning scar gave cordial nods to each other. They weren't friends, but right now was a bit bigger than their disagreements. After Talia and Percy exchanged a bit of smack talk, it was time for the hunters to take their positions. If they were quick enough, they could lay a few traps down as well. Even though they found themselves in a bay much determined the fate of the world, the boy with the lightning scar was actually enjoying himself, which slightly freaked him out. Perhaps it was the godly blood that he possessed, or perhaps he enjoyed himself more than he wondered at the end of the year at Hogwarts, but his heart's as another one of his arrows sent another monster down to the pits of Tartarus. His sisters in the hunt were doing well with containing their entrance to New York, and there were many times that he saw magic save a hunter's life, and he was so happy that he had taught them those spells. He was also happy to have learned warding, as he had had just enough time to set up a bottleneck that prevented all of the monsters from charging at them at once. It wouldn't hold forever, but it did give them enough time to really hurt their numbers. Just as the hunters were ready to push back the tide once again, a presence was felt that caused the monsters to bow and the hunters to tense up. A figure strode out of the tunnels and casually broke the boy with the lightning scar's wards that had held so many monsters back before him. The new Titan, for his power could be nothing but, had dark brown hair the color of bark on a tree and a rather impressive beard the same color. He carried a spear in one hand and a hawk rested on the point of the spear. "Greetings, hunters. I am Lelantos." Zoe and a few of the oldest hunters gasped in shock. "Ah, I see some of you remember me, but quite a few of you seem to not even recognize my name. Allow me to clear the confusion. I am Lelantos, Titan of Air, the Unseen, and the hunter's skill in stalking prey." The way that he stressed the word prey caused many of the monsters to shiver in fear, and those of the hunt felt ill at ease. "You do your mistress proud, and I must say I am impressed with how the hunt has evolved all these years, so I offer you a choice. My daughter, Aura, has always been jealous of Artemis, who was able to have hunting companions while she was banished just for me being her father. She is also Daddy's princess and has expressed her desire in her own companions, and I shall not deny my daughter much of anything. So your choice is surrender to me now and pledge your allegiance to Aura while renouncing Artemis, or be destroyed. And the boy with the lightning scar Potter, my daughter has a keen eye on you." Zoe stepped closer to the boy with the lightning scar a little possessively at Lelantos' last sentence, and all the hunters' eyes grew hard at the wonder of betraying their mistress and surrogate mother. Seeing the determination of his sisters and receiving various nods from them, the boy with the lightning scar stepped forward to attract the attention of the Titan. "Ah, you must be the boy with the lightning scar Potter. I assume you will be the first to pledge your allegiance to me and my daughter." "Actually, as going to tell you exactly what you could do with your offer. Personally, I would think you could take the offer, polish it up real nice, and then shove it up sideways, because none of us are interested." The boy with the lightning scar's comment brought grins to the faces of many of the hunters and brought out an exasperated sigh from Lelantos. The heroes always talk big when they are faced with impossible odds. "Very well, as I have not fought in millenniums, I shall grant you the honor of dying by my hand." He waved his arm and a barely visible barrier sprung up. I shall give you every chance to land a hit on me and none shall interfere with our battle. After all, I enjoy the kill as much as I enjoy the hunt. For a 12-foot being, Lelantos moved deceptively fast and the boy with lightning scar was just able to dodge being impaled by his spear. Many of the hunters began firing arrows to help their brother while Talia, Zoe, and Phoebe joined in helping him in melee. While Ir hack and slash plan had worked against Atlas, Lelantos did not give them a chance as he was able to dodge and deflect almost all of their blows and the arrows that were flying at him. A few hits were made on him. But their blows must have been shallow, for none of the usual golden ichor flowed from the wounds. Lelantos laughed as there was a brief pause in the fight as the four stopped to see their breath and the rest of the hunters paused to conserve their limited amount of arrows. Oh, this is fun, to be in the thrill of the fight once again. It gets boring to hunt the same monsters. Down in Tartarus as I know all of the best hiding places, but sadly I think it's time to end this. Once more he leapt into the fray and the boy with the lightning scar met his spear with his swords. The boy with the lightning scar was not arrogant or stupid enough to think he could simply block the strike, but instead deflected it just enough for the spear to be thrust in the concrete and have Lelantos pull it out. Normally this would be the perfect time to strike at the occupied Titan, but the blow caused the boy with the lightning scar's arms to deaden and it was all he could do to block the next blow and recover in time. While the boy with the lightning scar blocked one blow, his eyes caught the sight of an arrow flying towards the Titan, but going wide of its mark and instead heading towards the overly large hawk that had stayed in the vicinity. Lelantos reached up his hand without a wonder, but he was not as quick as he wondered apparently as the arrow was able to just scratch the bird, but that wasn't the end of it. As the bird was scratched, all of the wounds that Lelantos had received let out a trace amount of ichor and the boy with the lightning scar could see a thin trail coming from his nose. The boy with the lightning scar's eyes widened, but his momentary distraction did cost him as the butt of the spear came crashing at his side and sent the young man flying. He boy with the lightning scar quickly discovered that he did not enjoy all forms of flying and had a particular distaste for crashing that was compounded by the fact that he heard a few ribs crack and he knew that he would be covered in a bruise in a few hours. Are you all right? The boy with the lightning scar? The concerned face of Faye inquired. Target the bird, the boy with the lightning scar told her as he gritted his teeth and stood up. When whoever it was shot the arrow and grazed that hawk, Lelantos started bleeding. Target the bird so we can bring both it and the Titan down. Taking a deep breath and wincing slightly, the boy with the lightning scar charged back into the fray. Now that one of the hunt knew what to aim for, she would be sure to tell the rest of them what to attack. Kay and they were one step closer to banishing the Titan back to Tartarus. The boy with the lightning scar wound up next to Zoe and Talia as they each tried to catch their breath while Phoebe took her turn at trying to harm the Titan of air. Any plans yet? The boy with the lightning scar? Talia panted. The bird, hawk thing. I don't know if you two have noticed it, but there is a bit of dried ick or around the various cuts he has and that was caused by an arrow grazing his companion. Perhaps if we distract him enough we can give the rest of them a chance to kill that flying pigeon and have a chance at winning this fight. With their enhanced senses from joining the hunt, Zoe and Talia easily verified the truth of the boy with the lightning scar's words now that they knew to look. With the wondered of having this battle ending soon, a second wind came to the girls and the three of them soon joined Phoebe in the fight. Before, when all four attacked him together and didn't draw the blue of the immortals, they had been disheartened and had gone to attacking him in turns until they solved the mystery. Now, even though Phoebe did not know why they were trying again, they attacked with the same viciousness that they had begun the day with. The boy with the lightning scar and Talia were the two that took up most of Lelantos' attention as they had weapons that could defend against a rather large spear. Plus, in the boy with the lightning scar's case at least, the OTND a bit more athletic, meaning they could reach more places as they attacked. What the Titan didn't see was the few missiles that were directed solely to his bird as his attention was mainly focused on the four demigods in front of him and the other hunters weren't without their own wonders and still attacked the Titan. Unnoticed to Lelantos his wood started flowing freely and he was getting slower and slower in his movements. That was not to say his attacks were any less painful, but now when Zoe and Phoebe managed to cut him The wound would pour his life force rather than appear as just a scratch. He finally noticed that he was bleeding when he overextended his hands on one blow, and both Talia and boy with the lightning scar were able to land a blow on them. Lelantos glanced confused as he watched his ichor seep out of the wounds, but the cry of his familiar brought him out of his trance. He turned to see his hawk, riddled with arrows, and a very angry Hedwig with blood on her talons flying above him. When the hawk hit the ground, it exploded in a small shower of ichor. "No, I will have my revenge, you huntresses. I will have my..." Lelantos was cut off as he disintegrated into a cloud of dust. The hunters had wide smiles on their faces as the Titan was vanquished and were about to start celebrating before the snarls and hisses of the monsters that had been contained by the barrier reached their ears. The hunters were tired, and facing a force like what was in front of them was suicide. Yet none of them ran and abandoned their calling. Each one of them grabbed their weapon and prepared to fight for their lives. Just as the monsters prepared to charge, a war horn that made the hunter's hair stand on end was sounded, and grudgingly the monster force turned around. As they watched the monsters disappear into the tunnel and away from them, many, read all, of the hunters collapsed in relief, and a few had tears streaming down their face. Zoe was the first to recover and glanced over everyone. "Come on, let us return to Olympus. This point has been lost and we need to regroup. We're nearing the end, and I just want to thank all the readers for staying patient and not giving up. Until next time." Battle of New York PT2. The boy with the lightning scar and Zoe leaned against each other as they sat on rather comfy couch, taking a brief rest as they watched the other demigods go to and fro, healing their comrades and preparing for what was to come. It was a few hours from dawn, and for now they were safe. "You know, after all of this is over," the boy with the lightning scar whispered to Zoe, "I think I deserve a vacation. 4 years of defying death at school and then running around with the hunt these past 3 years, I think I deserve one." Zoe hummed in agreement as the boy with the lightning scar's hands gently stroked her hair, attracting a few curious stares from those from Camp Half-Blood, as they were not aware that the boy with the lightning scar was so close to one of the hunters. And they glanced even closer than what was allowed for a hunter and male. "What do you plan on doing?" "I'm not sure. I'd like to travel. Probably to the Orient, or at least the Polynesian Islands, somewhere I can relax and have fun. Hopefully, where no monsters love to reside." "That does sound fairly nice. Of course, you'll be welcome to come with me, not that Mum would let me go alone, and you know she would send you to supposedly keep me out of trouble." "Then I'll to see if Thanatos can give you at least the partial immortality that I have." "Wait, why would I need to have the immortality from another deity? I already have it partially from my lady." "Fair enough, but that immortality has stipulations, and I really want to be able to kiss you." The boy with the lightning scar remarked this so casually, that if one were just going by the tone of his voice, they would assume that the boy with the lightning scar had just remarked it was going to be sunny tomorrow. "That would be nice," Zoe agreed in the same tone of voice, but snuggled deeper into the side of the boy with the lightning scar, showing her appreciation for the idea. "I don't know if I would be able to leave the hunt, but it would be nice to do some of the things that regular couples in this age do." "Who remarked anything about you leaving the hunt?" the boy with the lightning scar inquired, and Zoe glanced up in confusion. "After all, Artemis has all but confirmed the adoption and loves having me around. I highly doubt that she would say no to my girlfriend if it meant that I wouldn't be around camp as much." Zoe's eyes lit up at the boy with the lightning scar's words and burrowed into his side even more. "Now I really want to kiss you," she stated matter-of-factly. "You are making it very hard to stay true to even the loosest definitions of my vows." They both chuckled a little and just enjoyed the feelings that they were currently enjoying. "So did you get the story of why there are no Ares kids here helping out with the defense? You would assume, if nothing else, that they would be here to protect their father's throne," the boy with the lightning scar questioned after enjoying a few minutes of utter silence and contentment. Phoebe inquired one of the Apollo campers. "Since she's a daughter of Ares as well, it seems they are tired of being overglanced and only appreciated when battles roll around. Plus, they are seen as the camp bullies, so unless they get a PR. Omise to be treated better, Clarice has decided that she would keep her cabin at camp." Stupidity has no bounds, the boy with the lightning scar sighed. They want things to change, but if this defense fails all they will do is die. If this defense succeeds and they don't show up, their treatment will only get worse as they won't be considered bullies anymore, but the cowards of camp. Plus, even though it isn't rational, every one of these deaths will be laid at their feet. He shook his head ruefully as he tried to make sense of it all. Don't try to make sense of it all, the boy with the lightning scar, Zoe chided. It's not your place to figure out what people are thinking. Besides, you're more of a man of action, not thinking. She descended into a teasing tone with a small smile on her face. Oh, you wound me. The boy with the lightning scar swooned dramatically, getting a giggle from Zoe. Before they could descend into any more seriousness, Percy came out wide-eyed and frantic, alling for all the counselors, and even though Talia was the designated spokesperson of the hunt, they were not above going to the meeting and figuring out what was going on. The boy with the lightning scar and Zoe may not have agreed with Percy on a lot of things, but he usually was a calm one on the battlefield or anything pertaining to it. The boy with the lightning scar idly wondered if Beth was pregnant, and that was why Percy was panicking at the moment. I just had a demigod dream and it isn't good, Percy intoned, and Lee Fletcher couldn't help himself. When are they ever good? For once I would love to have a dream where I wasn't about to die and instead had directions to an island full of beautiful women that want to love me. This got an amused snort from everybody, and Zoe couldn't really get mad at that, as demigod dreams tended to be very bad. Not that she passed up the chance to glare at the Apollo counselor. Kronos is sending a Draken soon, and he remarked that we couldn't beat this monster. Apparently our spy is rather good, as he knows we're missing a child of Ares from our forces, and this Draken is destined to fall to a child of Ares. It appeared that Percy forgot about the hunters. But now was not the time to remind him. Okay, we really need to find out who this spy of ours is, because they are really starting to piss me off, the counselor of Hermes' cabin stated. Now is not the time for that, Annabeth remarked. In case you have forgotten, there's currently a Draken flying towards us and we don't have a plan to stop it. Where are we going to find a child of Ares? We'll just have to hope that our defenses will hold. Come on, we need to take up our positions. The monster will be on us at any moment. As the campers scrambled to prepare their defenses, the boy with the lightning scar glanced around, and if it wasn't such a desperate situation. Now, this is why we should be the ones pitching the hissy fit and not the Ares cabin, he told Zoe and Talia. What do you mean, the boy with the lightning scar? Talia inquired, while Zoe knew exactly what he was talking about. Seriously, Talia, look at Every running around and preppa ring for this fight and not expecting to win because there's a prophecy that only a child of Ares can defeat this monster. Yes, and we don't have a child of Ares here. They are all at camp in Selene. A's trying to convince them to come and help us defend Olympus. Talia, think about what you just remarked and then about your sisters, Zoe counter-argued. Phoebe is one of Ares' daughters, and I'm fairly sure we have another 5 sisters that share the same godly parent. But, Talia started, and then she paused as Zoe's words sunk in. Oh yeah, that makes sense, and now I feel stupid. It's understandable, especially when you get caught up in the campers panic, but you must remember that we may be hunters first, but we all have our parents. Then why didn't you or the boy with the lightning scar stop them? They are out there panicking because a monster that is supposedly unbeatable is winging its way towards us. Talia half inquired, half yelled at the two. I simply let the boy the lightning scar lead, as he was the one that pointed this out to me, Zoe answered slightly sheepishly. I fell into the same trap as you did, unfortunately. It seems we both kind of panicked. Well then, why didn't you say anything? Talia stared at the boy with the lightning scar expectantly. The boy with the lightning scar shrugged and had a bit of rueful smile. Although I don't like the panic they are in right now, they do need to learn to not take everything so literal. I mean, look at me, I was subject to a prophecy the same as Percy, and it ruined my life because of a literal interpretation and what one man wondered it meant. Supposedly I was supposed to fight a glorious battle to finally end the Dark Lord's existence after what basically amounted to a scavenger hunt and absolutely no training. Instead, I skipped all of those deaths and that time wasted just by asking a few simple questions with the right people. Now, I'm standing here with you all in a world that I was Ably never meant to meet with sisters that would have had a much different reaction to all males. Prophecies are real, there is no question to that after all we have been through, but the translations aren't literal. We'll be there able to save their sorry butts, so it doesn't matter too much. I don't think this is right and I don't think you make sense at the moment, Talia stated, but, you haven't steered us wrong before. So I'll trust you this time. Hopefully, this won't happen again, but if it does, you need to promise me that you will tell whoever we're fighting with. That's fine, now come on. The boy with the lightning scar agreed while pushing himself off the wall. We need to prepare for this baddie and tell the rest of the hunters of our thinking. The hunters were very happy with their leader's interpretation of the prophecy for this monster. After all, telling the hunt that they couldn't defeat this monster had put a few arrows in the campers that were brave enough to tell them that they hadn't ended up in anywhere life-threatening, but having an arrow even lightly graze you hurt like Hades. There were actually 6 girls that were the daughters of Ares that were looking forward to bringing down a draken. It was only a few minutes after word had spread and everybody had taken their positions when a terrifying roar reverberated across the streets of New York City. The boy with the lightning scar had to admit that if he would have had to face that creature in the first task of that blasted tournament, he probably wouldn't be here at the moment. This draken dwarfed the Horntail, and although it made the Horntail look like him when he was a firstie next to Hagrid, it moved with a grace that was rarely seen in the air. If it was another time and the boy with the lightning scar knew that the beast wouldn't kill him, he would have loved to fly with something that glanced that amazing in the air. The boy with the lightning scar, Zoe hissed, "You're drooling about flying with that monster, aren't you?" She knew of his love for flying, although he hadn't flown much since he arrived in America. However, he had flown almost every day when they were in Angle, and had taken her up with him a few times. She hadn't seen such a pure expression on someone's face in quite a while. Yes, the boy with the lightning scar grinned, not repentant in the slightest and freaking out those around him. Whatever, Zoe huffed before shaking her head fondly at the raven-haired boy. Archers, prepare to draw, you know the plan. Many of the campers stopped and stared for a moment as the hunters smoothly launched wave after wave of arrows, and many finding the few vulnerable spots of the monster. The Apollo cabin had their share of skilled archers, of course, but the Y only practiced an hour or so a day and then had other duties to attend to. The hunters, however, were always practicing with the bow or using it against the monsters that they hunted. The arrows flew in concert, and if the campers would have paid attention, they would have noticed that while all arrows were flying on a path to hurt the draken, only 6 were going for vital areas and hitting as all others turned by some other force. "What is that idiot doing?" the boy with the lightning scar yelled as Percy stepped forward to face the monster with nothing but his sword. "I don't know whether to applaud his bravery, or kill him so he can't procreate and pass on his stupidity." Talia wanted to defend her friend, but she couldn't completely disagree with the boy with the lightning scar's word. So she settled with a noncommittal grunt. While the campers stopped their onslaught on the monster, the hunters did not. Just as the beast roared at the tiny human in front of it, Phoebe let loose an arrow that soared through the open maw of the monster in an overly used cliché, not that anyone would complain, as it soon crashed to the ground dead to the surprise of the campers. Before anyone questioned just how the beast had been defeated, a war cry that could only come from that of humans carried to the defenders, and a small group on Pegasus's approached. "Are we late?" the newly arrived Clarice inquired as she and the rest of the Ares cabin landed, with Selena leading the charge and sending her spear through the head of the draken and starting the disintegration. Now, everybody was really confused, especially when Zoe caught the glint of silver around Selena's neck and exposed the scythe. The boy with the lightning scar knew the following conversation would be a doozy. "This is the end." With the brief pause in the battle that followed the explosion of golden dust from Olympus, the boy with the lightning scar sat down heavily. He saw a few of the monsters escape from the army of the undead, and he knew that the hunt would be tinquired with their eradication, but the boy with the lightning scar couldn't bring himself to care. He was tired, with his core being stretched to IGHTS that he didn't know he could reach today. He watched as the demigods and hunters alike cheered from his vantage point on the 6th floor of the building. The boy with the lightning scar had been tinquired with watching Selena through the final battle, and since he could shoot past his army, he was able to lay vast destruction. Granted, there was now going to be quite a few months of shovel babying. But that was beside the point, and the boy with the lightning scar was happy to discover that almost no monsters that he would be dealing with was magically resistant. It's done, Selena breathed. Ed from the nearby couch he battled just as easily as the boy with the lightning scar could. I can't believe this stupid war is finally over. You know you're going to be punished, right? The boy with the lightning scar inquired, making sure the girl wasn't deluding herself. She may have shown up at the right time to save the day, but she was also a spy for the enemy and there was no way she could cover up her betrayal. He didn't want her punished too badly, but giving out free second chances was what led Magical Britain in need of a thorough cleaning. Don't worry, the boy with the lightning scar, she answered. It glanced like she was going to wave off the question, but her hands were bound at the moment. The boy with the lightning scar trusted her and her change of heart for the most part. But he wasn't naive and she was going to be bound if the boy with the lightning scar was watching her. I'm not like Percy and his group. I know I'll have to make up for my betrayal of the gods, as long as I'm not giving some impossible task that can't be completed for 100 years, I'll be good. After a moment of silence, the boy with the lightning scar spoke up, you know as much as. I would like to say that this is completely over, I don't think it is. It's just a feeling I have, but I think there's something coming that would make us wish for something as simple as fighting Kronos. Selena had to snort at that. The boy with the lightning scar, we all love you even though you aren't a first-generation demigod, but you keep up that pessimistic attitude and we will be likely to forget that. A moment's pause as they listened to the cheers of the defenders and the wild parties the centaurs were planning on throwing. I truly hope you're wrong about whatever is coming, the boy with the lightning scar. But I won't deny I feel dark clouds on the horizon. One can only hope that we've done our part and whatever is coming will be kind enough to stay away until the next generation. But we're demigods, the boy with the lightning scar pointed out, and our luck is historically unjust. But we're demigods, Selena echoed, closing her eyes. She shook off the dark wonders that threatened to consume her. Now isn't the time to worry about it no matter what's going to happen. We just won, and although I won't really be welcome at the party, I really want to. The two logged head lightly, and that was how Artemis found her son, laughing with the traitor. Well, hello you two, she remarked, gaining their attention. While Selena stopped laughing in an instant, the boy with the lightning scar's smile grew wider as he calmly walked towards her and swept her in a bone-crushing hug. It was a good thing that Artemis was immortal. I'm glad you're okay, Mum, he whispered. The boy with the lightning scar wouldn't admit it to anyone, but the last few weeks had been nerve-wracking for him and he had refused to look at the so-called storm system that was moving through the country. Briefly, before the armies of Atlantis had managed to drag him down, the boy with the lightning scar had felt the power of Typhon and he shuddered at how insignificant he felt. The boy with the GHTNING scar knew that if he had faced the Titan when they had recovered he would have felt like an ant against a boot, but it was in the back of his mind, hidden under layers. He was forced to feel the power of Typhon and he couldn't believe it. It was no wonder that it took the Olympic Council to even attempt to slow him down. I am too, the boy with the lightning scar, I am too, Artemis remarked as she returned the hug. Now, there's a meeting planned for a few minutes on Olympus, and you and your prisoner are needed to be there. All right, but can you vote for an easier punishment for her? I know how Lord Zeus is, and although she did betray us, I'd be willing to fight with her again in a few years at least. Artemis stared at her adopted son hard for a few moments, but the boy with the lightning scar did not flinch. He told the truth that after a few years he would fight with Selena, as she was just someone that you could trust, present situation notwithstanding. The fact that she had been influenced by the king of the Titans actually kind of helped her, as she was not the only one to ever fall for his manipulations. Very well, I don't know why you are asking me for this, but I will vote for a more lenient punishment. Selena let out a breath that she didn't realize she was holding as Lady Artemis agreed to give her a chance. She would have to do something for the boy with lightning scar because he was now her most favorite demigod sibling. Artemis took a hold of both of their shoulders and flashed them into the throne room where the rest of the gods were already seated. Artemis left the two in the middle next to the rest of the demigods. Demigods, Zeus' voice boomed out, catching all of their attention. You have done us a great service in defending Olympus and thus you need to be rewarded. But, before that we must deal with the traitor that you discovered amongst your own. Selena Beauregard stepped forward. Wait a minute, why are you wanting to deal with Selena? She saved us, Percy yelled. The gods were about to weigh in on Percy's outburst when the girl in question snorted. Good one, Percy. I didn't save you as the Draken. Was already taken care of. Plus, I was a spy. I need to be punished. Although I really hope that they don't decide to kill me. Oh, and what do you wish to have done to you, child of Aphrodite? Athena inquired while Aphrodite was near tears herself. To think one of her children could betray family, although if she really wondered about it, it may be her fault. After all, she had rarely remained faithful. I am not sure, my lords and ladies. But I ask for leniency as I did not affect the final battle much and I realized my mistakes. I would have fought in the final battle once we arrived as well, but the other demigods bow. Me in what was perhaps a smart decision. Percy had of course argued that Selena should have fought, but he was almost unanimously overruled in a rare show of unity. While Percy's fatal flaw was High-S loyalty, that was simply the fatal flaw of Poseidon's children and not one of Aphrodite's children. Right before another wave in the battle was not the time to allow the young woman a chance to prove herself. Zeus hummed for a moment, before looking towards the other demigods in a rare show of humility for him and inquired, "You have fought with her and more importantly, the betrayal hit closer to you than us. What do you think should happen?" Percy opened his mouth, but Zeus beat him to the punch. "Someone speak that isn't related to my brothers directly." Casting a subtle glance to the authors and seeing that no one else really wanted to speak up, the boy with the lightning scar took the initiative. "My lord, although Selena did betray us, she originally fell to Kronos and his servant's silver tongues. She also proved herself as she broke through their machinations and came to fight as one of the few Aphrodite's campers that do. I asked for leniency and perhaps she could help out the satyrs for a handful of years until their numbers return to what they once were." "Yes," Athena remarked wonderedfully, "she can prove herself to us once again while bolstering the camp's numbers. Of course, she will have to be told exactly where they are, but it is possible. I am in agreement with this punishment." "Very well, is there anybody that thinks this punishment is unjust?" "Aphrodite," Zeus inquired, giving the girl's mother a chance to argue. "Very well, if we are all in agreement, Selena Beauregard, you are sentenced to no more than 5 years of collecting and protecting those demi-gods that have not been informed of their heritage." Selena let out a sigh of relief as her sentence was passed. Even though she had been guaranteed of support from at least Artemis and most likely her mother, there was still a chance that she could have just been tossed into Tartarus. Perhaps Zeus was in a good mood today. "Thank you, my lords and ladies," she remarked as she bowed low and tied the boy with the lightning scar who had Zoe and Talia around him now. Sending a silent thank you towards the emerald-eyed boy, she let herself relax for the first time in hours. "Now that is taken care of," Zeus remarked, "it is now time for the rewards." The boy with the lightning scar honestly tuned Zeus out at that point as he wasn't really interested in the rewards and he doubted the hunters would be rewarded too much. It wasn't like they really needed anything anyways, as the hunters had come out of the defense of Olympus relatively unscathed. Magic was a wonderful thing. The boy the lightning scar had focused a little more when Percy was offered godhood, but he was impressed with the concessions that the younger man had gotten instead. He couldn't blame Percy's reasoning either, as leaving Zoe would have been unbearable. "And now, we come to those of the hunt," Zeus' voice boomed, "those that provided needed support for the defense. The boy with the lightning scar, Potter, Talia Grace, and Zoe Nightshade stepped forward. Before anything more could be remarked, 3 new presences entered the throne room, and just as he was about to bellow about being interrupted, he ticked just who had entered and bowed low to the newcomers. "Fates, what do we owe for this honor? There are 2 new gods that shall be introduced today, ones that will not be bound by the ancient laws. But welcome all the same," the 3 ladies remarked. This shocked many of those present, as godhood was offered rarely and to have it offered 3 times was something unbelievable. Although he boy with the lightning scar found that it was rather amusing and had been too long since he heard twins speak. Zoe Nightshade, and the boy with the lightning scar, Potter, "Step forward so we may carry out Lord Chaos' will." Seeing as they had no choice, The boy with the lightning scar and Zoe stepped forward and were instantly enveloped in a bright light. The boy with the lightning scar gasped. Ed at the rush of power and knowledge that entered him, and he was dimly aware of Zoe doing the same. Zoe was the first for the light to leave, and the fates launched into their introduction. All hail Zoe Nightshade, daughter of Atlas and lieutenant of the hunt. Goddess of perseverance and loyalty, a guiding light to women everywhere. And now minor goddess of the hunt. May she serve Lady Artemis well. Artemis had a blinding smile on her face that was mirrored by Talia. Now, Zoe would forever be a permanent fixture in the hunt, and they would have their best friend with them always. Artemis also wondered of how Zoe was now free from her vows and had immortality still. Perhaps she could get grandkids in a few years. Just as Artemis wondered this, the boy with the lightning scar's bright light disappeared. All hail Lord Potter, adopted son of Artemis. God of fate's chosen ones and charisma, death's right hand and his extension. Minor god of magic, so basically, I'm in charge of your playthings. The boy with the lightning scar inquired with a raised eyebrow as he got used to the power now coursing through him. Many of the gods and demigods had flinched slightly when he had been introduced as death's right hand. The fates simply smiled and vanished before any other questions could be inquired, and the next thing anyone knew, Artemis was out of her seat and crushing the TW. Oh, that she saw as her own in a massive hug. I am so happy. Apollo's jaw dropped at seeing his sister actually act like a female before smiling softly. He was happy that his sister was so happy, and he wouldn't hold this against her for a few years at least. This sounds like a good time for a party. Hermes yelled and everybody cheered, as the mass of gods and demigods made their way out of the throne room. The four that were hugging held back. So, the boy with the lightning scar remarked as he was released from the hug, does this mean that we're both immortal and you are no longer bound by your oath? With a nod, the boy with the lightning scar smiled. Good, then that means I can finally do something that I've been wanting to do for years now. As he remarked that, his face grew closer and closer to Zoe's, and although her eyes grew wider, she made no move to avoid what was coming. As their lips connected, the boy with the lightning scars only wondered was that this was well worth the wait. Chapter was a pain in the butt, and I really don't like endings. Is there a sequel in the works? Well, not yet at least, and I will let you all know if I start writing one or if someone asks their permission for it. I'm okay with how this story came out, especially as I think it improved as time went on, but I'll leave it up to you all to decide on how you like it. Thanks for reading these past 7 months, and check out my other stories.